Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og poker.no.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer, joined by none other than George Sanford for day 4 of the €800 buy-in Norwegian Championship main event. We are down to just 28 players, each locking up €3,240. We're going to play it down to an official final table of 8 players. So those lucky 8 players will lock up €11,100 in the hopes of winning the €107,900 top prize. And we have an amazing table here, George.
Wow.
Look at these players.
Look at this lineup. So we've got the, of course, infamous Tom Bedell, who was crushing yesterday, really running the show, beating to the sound of his own drum. He's sat there in the patented Gucci jacket, as he is also known as the Gucci Man. Tobias Leknes, of course, a very highly regarded mixed game player, but he can also showcase his skills in the No Limit Hold'em format. Played really sharp when we saw him. And Monica Vaca, who really had the early chip lead on day 3 on the feature table. And there was a really memorable hand where she called a 4-bet with Jack 10 and check jammed King Queen 10. Getting the better hand to fold. So she did a really nice job there, and certainly someone that showed a lot of fearlessness, which is what you need to go deep into these main events. The structure is good, which does allow you to wait and sort of bide your time, but it's really the people that drive the action and go for the jugular that you're likely to be seeing at that final table. So day 4, 28 left. We will be playing down to 8, as Jason mentioned. Only 20 players to go, so, I mean, we could be in for anything today. It could be a couple of hours, it could be 10 hours. You just don't know what to expect, so I'm quite looking forward to it.
Yeah, and Tom Bedell, who had the chip lead a lot of yesterday, he does not have the chip lead, actually, so somebody else had their own show at one of the side tables, and Patrick Patankarun, I did my best pronouncing your name, sorry for butchering it, but he had 8.2 million to Tom's 7.2 million, so 1 million chips more, about 13, 14 big blinds different, but you could see Tom, plenty of chips here, 103 big blinds. It doesn't really make that much of a difference if you have 7 million or 8 million at this stage. And I bumped into Monica this morning as well. She was in good spirits, ready to go. She was happy with that play as well, but she thought that her opponent was thinking actually about folding something stronger. She was surprised in that particular hand with the Jack 10.
Yeah.
Wow, Bedell, the Bedell show is going to start off right away. There's no way people are going to believe he already has ace-queen based on his VPIP rate yesterday.
Exactly. Anyone that would have been watching back some of the action from yesterday will surely be giving him not much respect for hands, because he's just in there with such a wide range. But that's what makes him so tricky to play against. And we did see he could find that maneuverability post-flop as well. He does play an unorthodox style, likes to play a lot of hands, likes to call a lot of 3-bets, likes to open a lot. And very much a player to be wary of if you're sat on that medium to short stacks, because you just don't know what to expect from Mr. Bedell.
Mr. Bedell was hanging around with Stein last night, so Stein was certainly there just for Tom. They were having a nice dinner in the evening, had a small little chat with Tom. He was very happy, obviously, with his position coming into today, and said that he is almost guaranteed to be on the final table. So let's see if
That's
that
what he
holds
said.
up. He said he felt very good. The almost guaranteed part is maybe paraphrasing, but he said he felt very good about positioning his stack and being one of the key people on the final table. Lots of aces in this mix here, but Bedell with the best of it.
Yeah, 3 ways to the flop. Bedell with the best of it indeed, Jason. And I think a c-bet will get through here if he does find it. Goes for the check back. We do see him. He's not the most aggressive c-better, to be honest. He does like to check back and take a turn card sometimes in position, realize his equity. I think on this turn that he's going to have to take a stab here, trying to get some hands like a 6, a 5, maybe even some low pocket pairs to get out the way. That's 200 into 520. That seems like a pretty reasonable sizing. It's definitely a card that aligns with some of the checkbacks that he's going to have.
And yesterday, Tom was mixing it up with that. Like in the early part of the stream, he was just tossing out one chip every flop, and then later on, it seemed like he went back to his PLO passivity and waiting till the turn and seeing if his opponents would make any moves before then.
Yeah, exactly. By checking back a lot, which is a strategy he employs a lot, you do get to see a rather honest reaction from your opponents. Versus hyper-aggressive players that are just going to lead into you on a lot of turns, it works less well. But we've seen the field in the Norwegian event treat him with a lot of respect, and certainly deserved and merited based on his aptitude in the game, but also something that they need to be cautious about, because giving him too much respect will just allow him to completely run off with the table, as we did see yesterday in day 3.
Well, I'm pretty sure with both Tobias and Monica at the table, we're going to maybe see some differences with those players. Tobias likely studied his table overnight, knowing him.
Yeah.
And Monica, she's not afraid to be making moves at any time if she thinks they will work. So I think we have like the perfect table to start off to today.
Yeah, very much fair enough, but in terms of the seat draw, it's not ideal for Monica or Tobias. They are out of position versus Tom. We know that he's not particularly heavy in terms of 3-betting pre-flop, but he likes to peel a lot, and being out of position deep stacked with the ICM implications as well is also quite a tricky skill to navigate. So I'm really interested to see what develops here on this feature table. Slow start, but I can promise you that the action will be picking up. So get yourselves nice and cozy and enjoy, as we're going to have at least, you'd feel, 4 levels of play today, I believe.
I think we should keep an eye on Monica when she's in the button or cutoff when she actually has a position on Tom, and same with Tobias when he's in the hijack. When he has actually, or in the cutoff for that matter, where he has position on both Monica and on Tom. Those are the spots where these guys can turn the tables a little bit better and keep control of the pot.
Yeah, definitely go for a couple of looser steals, whereas they know that stealing when Tom's going to be in the button and the cutoff is going to be tricky, because he's just going to peel so much and put pressure on post-flop. So let's see how those kind of interesting themes develop as the feature table emerges here. Feldstad getting out the way. So we also have 4 of the top 9 stacked players on our feature table, so very much deep stack action. Johansson we saw battling with the short stack for most of yesterday. He's got 20 big blinds here, ace-jack. I think it would be a little bit too overzealous just to shove it in, so I'd like to see an open from him.
Yesterday he was shoving rather wide at times, we noticed, but it seems like maybe somebody had a talk with them, and here we go. We have just the min raise like George prefers.
Yeah, it just leaves our options open. By shoving, we get a hand like ace-8 just to fold in the big blind for 20 big blinds, whereas when we open, we force a lot of hands that we dominate to continue, and that's a very profitable situation for us playing in position at a short stack depth.
So Monica defending here with her king-10 suited, more than reasonable.
Yeah, she could also just jam pre-flop. It's a very decent candidate for that. She may feel that the suited variant of the hand likes to call because it's got so much post-flop playability. She comes up dry, though, on 9-4-3. I feel like a small bet is coming here from Johansson. You could have multiple sizings on this flop. Some bigger bets with some hands that need protection, or some bluffs that want to get higher cards to fold. And he bets 105. I think I like this sizing. It's nice and small. It's kind of a value bet at this stage. He doesn't have a club in his hand, but he will get worse hands to call, such as king-queen, king-jack, and Monica even calling with king-10 without the backdoor flush draw. Oh, she does have the
backdoor.
Yeah, she does have the spades, so that's fair enough. King on the turn.
This could get dicey for Johansson if he's going to continue repping an ace-king.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he doesn't have a club in his hand. I think at this point in time, we have better bluff candidates than ace high. It's a bit mergy. We are still ahead of some hands like ace 4, ace 5, 5, 6, 5, 4. So I think just navigating this one to showdown would be the preferred play. But let's see if he's got the gusto to come in for a rather unorthodox double barrel here. Does check back. Looking for an ace. And it is the 3, so about as good as it gets in terms of the run out for Monica. She's going to be less likely to be worried about any super strong hands like a flush. Her opponent might have some ace 3 of diamonds, ace 3 of spades from time to time. But really no cause for concern here. She will feel like there are going to still be some strong hands in her opponent's range, like potentially 10s, queens, jacks, and ace 9.
Is Johansson thinking about a hero call here? I mean, he is beating some of those hands that would have called the flop, like you mentioned, the 4-5s, the ace 4s. It is a small bet, though, which kind of signifies strength, but he only needs to be right 1 out of, what, every 6 times? 1 out of every 5 times, actually?
Yeah, but the issue with that line of thinking is that unless you're at the really highest level of the game, people really struggle to find bluffs for this tiny sizing because it just has so little perceived fold equity. So it's usually going to be some kind of thin value. I felt she could have gone bigger with the king 10 there, and her sizing was more in line with some 9x and hands like that. But she does go for the sort of block out of position there, quarter pot. And Johansson makes a relatively disciplined lay down there with ace high. You can definitely beat some hands, but potentially not for that sizing.
So there will be a redraw, George, by the way, at 24 players. They were talking about that upstairs before the event. They weren't sure if they were going to do it, but then at the end, they will be doing a redraw at 24, again at 16, and we'll actually have a redraw at 9 for the unofficial final table, which makes sense.
Yep.
And we'll play then down to 8, so then we have the official TV table all set for tomorrow.
Perfect. Looking forward to it. Kjeldstad. Haven't seen anything from him on the feature so far, so 10s. Plenty of hand to be getting involved with from the first seat.
Nice table presence, so for Kjeldstad.
Yeah,
the kind of guy that isn't going to give away too much information.
Just looks quite intelligent, doesn't he? And very cool and calm and composed. Yeah, I'm enjoying that table presence as well. Not particularly intimidating, but sometimes intimidating in the form that you can see how comfortable and methodical he looks.
A different level of intimidation than Tom Bedell.
Yeah, Tom's quite active, quite chatty, relatively loud, although we did see in the big pots that he doesn't really tend to talk all that much. He's more in between hands, kind of filling in and making his presence known, such as now, but you can see he's kind of laughing and joking around. But if the pot gets big, you tend to see him go into his shell a little bit. And
what an ugly flop for those 10s, but let's see if he checks it. Oh, the board is showing a 3, but it's an ace, king, queen flop, actually. Rainbow.
Ace, king, queen, rainbow, exactly. So the 3 and the queen are getting a little bit mixed up. We'll get back with that one.
That's probably the burn card.
Yeah, potentially. So there it is, the ace, king, queen, as Kjeldstad goes for what you'd expect to be a small c-bet. With our range here, I mean, we've just got so many strong hands. Ace plus 2 other Broadway cards. Such a strong one for us. Bedell is going to come along for the ride with this Jack 7, and this could be interesting should the turn brick. Might see some sneaky moves from Mr. Bedell. The 5 on the turn, you feel like it's likely to go check-check at this stage. Unless Kjeldstad is really going to ramp up the pressure on hands like Queen 8 suited that might continue with the back door.
And this opens up the door for Tom to bet, because he's been doing this before where he's floating flops with not that much equity. We see he had a little bit of equity here on this flop and not really that much, only to have a plan on future streets if there's some passivity shown by his opponent. And exactly what he's doing.
Exactly. He's just got a bet here. if we do continue all of our gut shots on the flop, which is quite a brave decision because we're going to be up against a pretty strong range from the under the gun seat, and just snap getting it through there. 10's not interested in potentially turning themselves into a bluff, or even considering a hero call, because he does block some of the bluffs there. Hands like 10-8, 10-9, 10-7 that may play the same way. So well played by both players, I think.
But it looks like we're going to get more of the Tom Bedell show. It looks like, though, without his rail of Stein, but I imagine he'll be back at some point. Maybe it was a long day for Stein yesterday, just sitting there on the rail the entire time. But yeah, Tom back doing Tom things, which is good to see. It provides us some entertainment, and Tom seems to know how to navigate these spots better than most people that would actually be doing this. It's more of a don't do this at home type of move.
Yeah, he's a master of these small ball style hands where he just asserts his presence on those very well.
It's probably comes back down to his cash game experience, being very comfortable playing big stack, comfortable playing post flop, seeing multiple different trees going on flops, turns, and rivers.
Yeah, exactly. Very much the sign of a cash game player, someone that's just really proficient in these small, medium pots, because that's what makes up a lot of your win rate in cash games. It's not the big pots, it's not the coolers, everyone gets those. It's more the navigation and the what you call a red line, so the aggression that wins you hands without showdown.
Looks like Monica will get a walk here, so Monica off to a good start as well, up to nearly 4 million.
Yeah, nothing to be done there for those two hands in the blinds, so she picks up a nice little steal there with the king-9, and Bedell really getting the crowd going. I'm not sure if there's going to be much of a crowd here. It's for them 12:15 local time, so there's about 5 cars in the car park. I think everyone had a heavy one at the 4th floor last night.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. There was a dance party. I think that Mathis and Elizabeth were two of the people that won that. So they won actually free massages.
Oh, wow.
And then there was the beer pong competition as well,
Right.
run by entertainment director Phil Baker. That was also fun. Maybe got angle shooted by the ladies. We won the first match, but apparently something happened and they got to do a rematch with us. I was partnered with Georgina, who is a ringer.
Okay.
Georgina was off playing backgammon, so I grabbed Steek.
Yeah.
And Steek played well. It was me that kind of choked it up a little bit. But there was a little bit of
What game was this, sorry?
Beer pong.
Beer pong, okay, yeah.
So that was a lot of fun, but it was a lively crowd, as you mentioned last night. People kind of letting loose, both on the staff and the players.
That's
so,
good.
Yeah, I expect there to be a rail, but probably not until after the first break.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Meanwhile, Bedell with a pretty hand here from the button, ace-5 suited. Let's see, we don't know anything about Randy as well, whether what his style is, but he has a short stack here, so it's either shove or fold. He could actually peel the queen-9. I apologize, but
yeah.
I'm talking about if he's not in the big blind.
Yeah, that's just way too tight, I think, to fold the queen-9 there. Versus the button open, we're doing pretty well versus that range, and can just easily take a flop, try and flop some equity. Can sometimes lead, can sometimes check jam, check call. There's so many options available with the queen-9 there, so looks like he's going to be someone on the more conservative side.
There's also a pay jump down to 27 that maybe is on his mind. I don't think a player has been busted from the side tables yet.
Thing is, though, you can still just take a flop. You're getting 3-4 to 1 there in the big blind, and then, you know, do the necessary tanking later, right? Just in case.
Yeah, I mean, queen-9 is probably ahead of Bedell's button opening range.
I would say so.
Tom actually had a good hand there, but he gave Tom a little bit too much respect.
Yeah, Bedell will be opening around 50-60%, maybe even more on the button. So queen-9 doing quite nicely. I think even hands like queen-4, queen-5 off is supposed to defend there. So queen-9 seems, yeah, about five pips too tight, I would say.
I had to be thinking in pips last night. Had a nice backgammon session with Georgina last night, and we were using the doubling die, and then the pips come into play quite a lot. Yeah, I was quite rusty in the beginning, but now I want to play in a backgammon tournament. That was a lot of fun last night. Yeah. I mean, I'd have to study a little bit more because it's been about 10 years since I played it seriously. And it's more studying about when to use a doubling die, when to accept a double, when to be going for it in terms of just trying not to get gammon versus keeping your pieces back in hopes that you might be able to capture something to get back into the match. All those things are very important in backgammon that I need to study a little bit more. But if I do put a little bit of time in, I think I can compete at least. There is a bit of a luck element with how the dice roll as well. So I think if I run hot, I can maybe beat some better players. I think it would just be fun to play. I wouldn't expect to be plus EV in a backgammon tournament with serious players.
Yeah, sure, but the experience nonetheless is kind of similar to what I did with chess. Just kind of go in there cold with no expectations, and anything's a bonus, right?
Monica with the snowman, over 4 million already, about to get a little bit more. Well, Tobias will depend, but let's just assume that the 8s are going to be more often than not good against 6-5.
Yeah, for sure, but here's a player that you won't see overfolding the big blind. Tobias knows that he's getting such a good price and has good post-flop maneuverability skills himself, so 6-5 unfortunately not going to be connecting in this board in any way, and Monica going for a c-bet with basically everything there on King, Queen, Jack.
Tom seemed pretty happy about Monica winning that pot, or maybe happy that Tobias lost a pot. I'm not sure which way that is.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of gamesmanship going on there, getting in Senkel's head, but I don't think he's going to be deterred by those kind of antics.
No, I don't think so. The two have played together earlier in this week and have probably played together thousands of hands over the years. Monica is a very popular figure. Tobias is also a very popular figure. Tom is also well-liked. I think it's just some fun games and not meant to be like needling players, especially in the case of Tobias, where it's not going to affect him at all.
Yeah, and you can see he's just doing a good job of kind of preserving himself, a little bit of a vacant stare away from the table, so it is rather early for a poker player, this 12 o'clock start, so just making sure that you're getting used to your surroundings, getting comfortable. Can be quite intimidating to just instantly walk in and be straight on the feature table. What's going on here? So Randy folded the Queen-9 off versus an open, and now he's just jamming with 10-5 suited, and he gets King-Queen suited to fold? No. Oh, no, okay. Here's Tobias in the small blind. I thought those cards had been...
They did disappear off our screen pretty fast, but here they're back. And Tobias jamming over the top, and Randy is in a bit of hot water, but still has some hope, only a 2-1 underdog.
So misses the defend by about 4 pips, and now shoves about 3 or 4 pips too wide. So no idea what's going on with Randy here. Maybe he got a little bit panic-stricken and just decided to go for a super loose jam here with the 10-5. No one really knows what to say. It's kind of awkward when you see a hand like this in an all-in confrontation, jamming 11 bigs.
So a nice turn there for Tobias, but has to sweat the flush draw. Randy needing a heart of 5. Ooh, and here comes the 5. Wow.
Dirty, filthy river as the 10-5 gets rewarded for just a bonkers shove there. Complete head loss in some ways earlier in this day 4. It's very surprising to see such a wild card in there with these kind of moves.
It's a kind of play where you wouldn't be surprised at the end of day 3 just because of the fatigue factor, but players came in fresh today, and it's a little bit surprising that that was a shove spot.
Yeah, he should have had 8 hours sleep. There's a really no excuses for that one, but he does get the job done with the 5 on the river. Did have the hearts and the 10 as well.
Meanwhile, we lost a few players already, so we're down to 25 players. Among those out were Halgir Jormaland, who cashed for that 32.40, and then a duo of players cashing for 36.10 and Thomas Jakobsen and unfortunately, Vegard Andreasen, who we enjoyed watching yesterday.
Yeah, Andreasen was a Viking-looking guy, wasn't he? Big,
Yes.
strong fella. Yeah, he played with a lot of heart and certainly wasn't scared. So it's a shame for him not to make a run, but he did get that pay jump between 28 and 27, so not the end of the world.
In terms of hourly, it was pretty good. I mean, it was about 20 minutes of play. He popped up nearly 400 euros.
Exactly, can't be too disappointed, but isn't going to get to play for the lofty top prize of 108,000 euros. So Johansson, ace-queen offsuit. He's going to just jam from the cutoff.
You can go either way with this,
Definitely.
depending on your opponents. And when you have guys like Tom and Monica and Tobias, maybe it's sometimes better to do that.
Ooh, ace-queen versus ace-queen violence here, suited. We don't need to ask for a count, but I guess she's just taking her time.
Monica with slightly more equity. This will be almost definitely called only because she's suited at the moment, but
Yeah.
19 times out of 20, this will be a chop. And Monica making the call as expected. Ace-queen versus ace-queen. Johansson needs to fade those spades. Monica would like to see 2 or 3 spades coming out right away. Of course, Johansson has some 4-card flush draws to the hearts and clubs that are live. Less likely scenario than 3 spades. The most likely scenario is everybody loves a chop pot.
That's true. I think these two are quite good friends, actually, because I did see when Johansson was all in on the feature yesterday that...
The drama's over, George.
Yeah,
3
the drama
diamonds.
is over. Monica was kind of giving him an affectionate little sort of, not hug, but tap on the shoulder when he was sweating and all in yesterday. So maybe the delay in calling off was potentially due to some kind of no feeling of ill will, you know.
And we had a special guest just join, Stig Moen. If you wanted to check that out, head to directsport.no. But Johan Kite, absolute baller. We've talked a lot about him over the past week, is joined Stig Moen. So if you understand Norwegian, I can promise you that that will be very interesting to listen into.
That might be bad news. That might mean that he's out of the 2K high roller.
Yes, we should be checking in on that from time to time. That's a good shout, George.
I've got 19 runners in the end. Players, Lukas Benkovic. Wow, Lukasino, the chip leader. Okay, so 5 stacks for him, and he's by far and away the...
Did he cash in the PLO high roller too yesterday? I don't remember. I know he was in it.
He doesn't play PLO so much.
Oh, it was somebody else, okay.
Yeah, that was the last nail, which is a different guy. Daniel Kolazar as well. He's made some decent inroads into that starting stack.
Bernard Larrabee, who won the PLO high roller, is in the mix as well.
He's just jumped in. Antanas Malinov, of course. He seems to be in all of these fields. Andras Brisky, not someone I'm aware of. Kent Roeder, that's a great name.
He's an older fellow,
Okay.
quite a good player, and good table presence as well.
Yep. Istvan Brisky, Kaihan Mokri, of course, Thomas Havestad, Larabi, Malinov, Sandvik, and unfortunately Jon was the first player out on day 2 here.
It'll be interesting if Sandvik can win it. He already won a title, Norwegian title earlier this week in that fixed limit. And it looks like we just lost a player in the side table, so we're going to go on a redraw. It was, I believe it was Eirik that went out. I had a nice conversation with him last night as well. But let's just double check that it was Eirik. I think I saw him in the background. We're in the wrong event, though. That's why we're not finding it.
Right.
Yes, it was Ira Christensen out in 25th place, so we will be back pretty quickly. It looks like they're doing the redraw quickly, but we're going to mute our mics while things are getting set up. In the meantime, you can watch and listen to the player banter, check out the chip count values, and see you soon.
I can go down and get
Table seat, table 3 seat, 3 table, 8 seat 5. If you're on table 4, it's over there. Table 8 is there.
need another chair probably.
Table 4 is in the back.
I keep the seat. That's one.
It won't make my life easier.
Skal jeg bruke den, da?
Nei, nei.
Ja, men da er det her, da.
Ja, ja, den sto der.
Here you go, guys. Sorry about that.
No, I need more. I still need one more.
Anybody need more racks up there?
Yes, please.
You got it.
I need even one more.
Is this 3?
Okay.
Yeah.
1,
Okay.
2, 3.
3.
I owe you 4 million.
You will get it.
Så da er jeg. Jeg skulle ønske det var meg, men
Du er på 5?
ja.
Du har sett det sykt.
Ja. Piloten venstre.
Å, helsike, hvor du har jobbet. Nei. Oi, oi, oi.
Så gjør vi med jakka. Den er ikke burde ha for mye på.
The bezel is for you. That is seat 7. The 1 does not count. Everybody, the 1 seat on the TV table is not existing. So the 2 seat is 1.
I'm in seat
4 is
5.
back there.
Sette 5. Jeg er på riktig plass.
Altså, 8, 7, 6, 5. 6 er der og 5 er.
Så jeg legger den her på.
Jeg skal sitte der. Sånn ser jeg.
Og du skal fremdeles være her? Det blir tøft.
All right, if you get them on rack, I'll grab a few racks I got off of you. I'll take that rack. The rack, buddy.
The rack.
Yeah.
All right.
You hang. Looks like you have some chips up against the wall there. There's another 2 right here, buddy.
No way.
Thank you.
Er det din, da? Sikkert også.
Nei,
It's the previous seat.
I think
The
it's
previous seat
Also,
sheets.
yeah. It's the one that is.
That would be Monica's.
I think I've been pretty.
Ja, for det kommer med en.
Monica
Ja,
was
Farman, du slår inn nå.
Nei, det kunne jeg kan telle opp.
Vil du se summen? Ja.
Istedenfor å ta de bønnene, så tok han alle hundre.
Button's in seat 8. Button is in seat 8, everyone.
For vi trenger ikke gå rett.
I'm ready to sell some
Jeg
chips.
tenkte ikke.
This is 8.
No, that's 9.
9?
9.
Yeah, because one.
Because one is empty, so it's
Yeah, but
here, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ben is in seat 8.
Puttar vi korten här?
Ja.
Does not count.
Just confusing me.
Well, okay, don't ever look at seat 1 again. Start with 8, 7, 6, 5. Don't think of this anymore. There you go. All right, Button is in seat 8. If I can change the screen here.
You still need time, right?
They'll hurry up. They were late this morning, so they'll figure it out. They figured it out then too. All right, coming back. I can get this TV on the monitor. All right, coming back with 35 and 70 with a 70 big blind ante. Dealers shuffle up and deal in the main event.
Sir, can I have big blind, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, no worries, ma'am. Yeah, but he's not saying that you were late this morning, that you're going to figure it out. Okay, sir, you're not here.
Welcome back, everyone. It looks like we have our new table set up, and it looks like a whole new group of people, except for maybe Tom Bedell. So the Tom Bedell show will continue at the featured table. We have Tommy Wynn back, who is a very strong player. Tron Randy, who just jammed that 10-5 suited that George and I both didn't like. Eric Bjorback, Bjorte Hope, or Hoppe, Bjorne Upholk, who we had yesterday. Oh, we have Jonathan Vede, Oscar's little brother. They're both very good. We had his uncle Gunnar on the feature table earlier too. Charlton Kronstad, who we had yesterday, is back in action at the feature table with 4.8 million. He's the second biggest stack to Tom's 7.9 million.
So a couple of fresh faces as we see a little bit of musical chairs there. Sorry for the short delay, but everything in order now by the looks of it. And we're back to the 8-handed table. 3 tables of 8 players remaining, playing down to the official final table today. We will get some 9-handed action, which I think we can still do on the RFID, right? They are set up for 9-handed usually.
Yeah, I think we should be fine at this table. I know at the other Bratislava casino, then you're in the dark with 9-handed, which can be fun, actually, as long as the camera angles are good. It just gets a bit tiring if the 9-handed takes an hour.
Yeah.
But if it's like 20 minutes of no hole card play, we can at least carry along with what the action is, try to speculate what the ranges are of the players based on how they're acting, based on what we've learned about them when we have seen their hole cards. It does mix things up a little bit. I've been warned that at times we may have some graphical issues, so we should probably pay a little bit close attention.
Like right now, because Nguyen's on the button and is in seat 1. So, yeah, just bear with us. That will get fixed relatively shortly. Bedell here is in the small blind with King Jack, not the big blind. So he might be taking this one upstairs or just going for the call. He does like to play hands. He likes to see flops. So calling seems to make sense. Getting shoved on when you've got King Jack and your opponent can have hands like Ace 10 and potentially lower pocket pairs would really relinquish some of the decent equity that we've got. And he doesn't mind going multi-way with the big blind, who's going to overcall some worse Jack X, worse King X. So definitely decent options for him in the form of a flat. That's what he goes with, and we are 3 ways to the flop here. Ace high board, but all diamonds. So some areas of concern there for Nguyen. I can't remember whether Tom had the diamond. He does have the king of diamonds and also an open-ender for Rande. So we never know what to expect from him after that 10-5 suited jam. Let's see if he's got any wind in his sails. I really like this check back multi-way from Nguyen. We do want to employ some pot control versus the blinds. The small blind is going to be somewhat suited heavy. We know that Tom likes to see flops, so he's going to peel some offsuit stuff. And that's what he's got on this occasion. Now leading out with the king of diamonds. So Tom has King Jack with the king of diamonds. Nguyen is, of course, going to see a river card here, which is the 8 of clubs. So complete swing and a miss for Bedell here with that lone king of diamonds. And this is the benefit of checking back sometimes. You can allow some bluffs from your opponents. Bedell decides not to follow through. Doesn't feel like he'd be repping an awful lot, and might feel that that turn continue from his opponent after he did go for a fairly meaty bet of around half pot on the turn. Could be a little bit too strong. Nguyen is going to check it back.
Fair enough on a paired board, 3 diamonds against a tricky Bedell. And Tom showing the king of diamonds.
Giving him a little wink as if to say, come on, pal, just send that pot my way. Let's get back to business. Not one to mess around is Tommy Nguyen, a really strong player. He's got a great hand on mob resume. And even there, we do see him share a smile with Bedell.
So we also have to pay attention to the board graphics. All the cards were correct, but it showed that ace of diamonds on the turn, and it was really on the flop. It was a 3-diamond flop. It did make a difference in how you'd be looking at the hand with Nguyen checking back that top pair. He wasn't checking back on a 6-6-5 2-diamond board. Actually, that kind of board he's maybe betting to thin out the field from get rid of those king jacks, etc., etc. Versus here where he already had a lot of protection. The board was a little bit still scary with 3 diamonds on it, but you can navigate that much better in position if you're playing small ball than if you're jacking it up.
Yeah, and just going back to Nguyen, he had a great middle part of 2023. On the 28th of March at the this event last year, he won the 1K PLO high roller for 10K. He then gets 3rd in the Copenhagen, so a Danish event, one of the main events there, for $25,000 equivalent. He then gets 2nd in a 1K Stars event in Malta for $95K for $105,000. And then comes 15th in a 1K big field at the EPT for $39,000. So cashes of around about 200K in just 3 or 4 months there from Nguyen last summer. Great run from him, and no surprise to see him deep in this field.
No, and the same with a few of the other players that we see here. Jonathan Wedde, you may not see the results that you see of a Tommy Nguyen, but if you've watched him play online, and if you watched him last year at the Norwegian Championships, it's absolutely no surprise he's there. Tom Bedell has been there, done that, showing confidence regardless of where he is. A few of the other guys we don't really know too much about. We weren't really too happy with the jam of Trond Rand, but sometimes if you can get lucky and still survive. We did watch Bjorn Opag play solid poker yesterday. Kjartan Kronstedt also play solid poker yesterday. So the cream is rising to the top, George.
Definitely, and there's nothing wrong with the occasional momentum shove, just maybe not in the last 24 of a tournament, I would say. Going back to the old Jeff Gross classic, which is one of my favorite clips in poker history. The
momentum shove.
The momentum shove, just sending it in for 40 blinds over an open heads up with nothing, just to take one down. The momentum shove. So Orfag getting out the way with the ace-4 suited. You'd see a lot of players open that, so continuing his kind of more conservative style from yesterday, but it's paying dividends, 2.2 million in his stack, as we fold round to Bedell, who is out the way in the cutoff, and 6-3 on the button for Rande. Does have those hearts, did like the 10-5 suited, as we mentioned, but Bjorbak now in the small blind with King-Queen, has 1.2 million.
Did Fede open with this Jack-6? Is that correct? We have to take a look at that because that would be a little bit out of character for him. It's offsuit.
I think it might have been the player in C8 because the seating positions are 1 out at the moment, so.
It might have been the player with the ace-4 suited that it seemed like a little bit of a wide fold, but maybe not. Okay, bear with us this hand. The Jack-6 doesn't make sense to either of us. And we were warned that there would be some issues.
Queen, Queen-4 for this King-Queen small blind peel.
Yeah, that's not Jonathan. That's Kronstedt. I don't remember what he had. Jonathan plays super solid poker, and Jack 6 just doesn't fall into
There we
that
go.
range.
There we go. So it's actually a rather healthy matchup here with the nut flush draw facing King Queen on Queen 4. So we're going to be seeing a turn card, and Kronstad may even just elect to go with it here. He is ahead of some hands like Jack 10 suited, King Jack, King 10 of hearts, King 9 of hearts, 10-9 of hearts. He's doing quite well versus some of the pocket pairs that may look to check raise for some protection here. A hand like pocket 8s or pocket 9s that didn't jam pre-flop potentially in there too. So he does go for the kind of clicky raise here.
Kronstad perhaps checking that he has that flush draw, shouldn't be going anywhere, maybe thinking even about making a raise here to get some of those hands you just talked about off the pot, but
yeah.
The more conservative plays just call and see a turn.
Wow. What a turn card. Quads for Bjorbeck.
Crazy.
And Kronstad's hopes of winning this pot have just completely evaporated on that card. We lose to some pocket pairs, and of course we are completely crushed by quads. No way out for that. Looks like we're going to see a small sizing.
I would almost like to see a check here. There's nothing that can beat you. Let your opponent make a mistake. If he doesn't fire out a bet, then it gives you free reign to try to get some value on the river, hoping he improves a little bit there.
Yeah, and exactly. And also we do want to check some of our hands like 7s and pocket 8s here from time to time, because they either have the flush draw dead or semi-dead, because he's going to have an overcard. But as you mentioned, he might have floated one off there with a hand like Ace-King or King-Jack with the backdoor flush draw that could now stab the turn. So kind of freezing up his opponent's options by betting there with the quads.
Yes.
And not really defending that checking range out of position. But, you know, it's easier said than done. We do feel that there are going to be hands like aces, kings, jacks, 10s that are simply never going anywhere. So you can target those and go for the full stack on the river.
But I think most of those hands would be betting the turn. Ace-7 suited is probably one hand that would check back, but
yeah.
If you have pocket aces and there's 3 queens on the board and it's checked over to you, I think you try for a little bit of thin value, not even thin value, but real value with a smaller bet sizing on the turn.
Yeah.
Even if it's just so that you can make the decision whether you want to bet on the river or not and leave the aggression up to you.
Yeah, that's for sure. Regaining the initiative.
That's definitely a new face at the TV table. Do not remember her on the previous days. We've gotten to know all the dealers we're probably edging on around 100 hours in the booth now, George.
Yeah, absolutely. So a new dealer in play for the final 3 tables.
We'll check if we've lost anybody in the meantime. Looks like we've lost a couple players, actually. We only lost 2 players, but is a couple players. Espen Hoel and Newt Hotley.
Yep.
Espen was able to ladder up to a 4,030 euro payout, though. Not so bad. He started the day with 32.40, so earned a buy-in back. It was an 800 euro buy-in event. It's always nice when the pay jumps are a buy-in and higher. You know, then you're at the serious stages of the tournament or at the min cash level. But after the min cash level, typically the pay jumps are quite small until you reach this stage of the final 3 tables that we were talking about yesterday.
Absolutely right. So things are getting pretty interesting here, to say the very least.
And you could see the 2 side tables right behind the feature table in the background over there. We saw the back of Monica Vaca, so she's on the nearest table.
And Tobias Leknes over there on the left-hand side, you could just about see between the dealer and seat 7 and 8, looking over. So it looks like we're back on track in terms of the graphics and the positions of the players. Bedell with the ace-6 suited +2. We know he likes to get in the mix, and certainly justified here with the suited ace from the +2 seat. Rande, He had his moment in the sun with that 10-5 suited jam. And no hope for hope here with the King 7. I did go there.
I was waiting for that one.
It's a bit of a cheap shot, really, wasn't it?
I've been taking them all week long. It was your turn to grab one.
It's a little momentum builder in the booth here. Vede relinquishing the 10-7. He's quite short, so feels like he can survive another orbit and wait for a slightly better spot. Actually, I think he's got a little more than 555k there. Those 25k chips is about 500. He's playing about 1.2 million, I think.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to wait till the break till we get full chip counts. It's a new TV table dealer, and they did set up the redraw rather fast to keep the flow of the tournament going rather quickly. As long as we have graphics, we can see the chips and cards. The exact count doesn't really matter. An estimate is all we really need to be able to properly analyze and enjoy the show. We're just cruising along, though. The first spine level is already almost in the books.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't feel like much time has gone here. As Bedell with the King 3 suited, we know he likes to open pretty wide from just about any position. And justifiable with that dominating chip lead on the table. Opens it up. Clears out some of the riffraff there. Off-hog with the 6-4 off. And Vede in the small blind, likely not to be tangling with that King 5. So it's over to Kronstad, and he relinquishes the Queen 5. So nice pick up from Bedell. Small chip up there, 7.2 million. So he's still over the 100 big blind mark, which is, of course, a towering chip advantage at this stage of the tournament. Let's have a look at what the current average is. Average is 3.5 million. So Bedell with over 2x the average. And good to see such a strong average, and by all accounts the result of such a strong structure here. We do have 1 hour levels. It's a very prestigious format and prestigious tournament, which means that winning it just gets you that little extra chink on your armor in terms of having the bragging rights to say that you truly felt like you were one of the better players in the field. You do see on some kind of 20-minute and 30-minute levels, it can turn into a bit of a crapshoot when we get deep, but you can see that most players are in pretty healthy situation here.
Have you seen the Wall of Fame downstairs of all the previous winners? So you get your nice photo and get to join the long list of Norwegian champion main event winners. So it's not just the slippers that you win. You win some money, some slippers, but the picture you get as well.
Awesome. So it's kind of like the WSOP main event type notoriety, where you have that massive picture on the wall and everyone knows that you're someone to be reckoned with. Definitely
can walk around with pride throughout any Norwegian event once you win that main event. There's a lot of Norwegian champions. Everybody's proud about winning a championship, but there's only a select few that can win a main event. There's only one per year, at least for the one held outside of Norway. There's usually one held within Norway as well, and the champion of that is also known to be prestigious. So both are prestigious, but this one has a bit more prestige than the other one.
Makes a lot of sense, as Wede is going to take the rejam here with the pocket eights.
Found a good spot perhaps as well. Didn't appear like he had any fold equity. I don't think he does, but we haven't seen Bjorbakk play. Maybe he figures that's a player that does. Either way, the eights are going in. And did have fold equity there, so very nice for Jonathan, but he did have more than 540 in his stack. We see that he had 500 alone just in those white chips.
Exactly, and a lot of 25Ks and 5Ks there. So more of about an 18 big blind jam, I think. And that should be more than enough to get rid of a hand like King-Queen offsuit. I think even King-Queen suited might just fold versus that size.
But yesterday we were seeing players peel sometimes with these kind of hands. Jonathan is here to try to position his stack a little bit better. The shove is definitely the better play with your 8s at this stage of the game. And if you get called and you're flipping, okay. And if you get called and you're dominated, well, that was just bad luck.
Yeah, exactly. Poor card distribution, not in your favor if you run into a better hand there, even versus +2. There's no real room for overthinking it.
Denying so much equity from your opponents with the shove.
Exactly, all of those suited Broadway type hands just can't call an 18 big blind jam. Hope is looking for that double up here with the ace-queen suited.
Is he hoping for a double up?
I stopped myself from saying it. It's going to wear quite thin, I think, quite quickly.
Yeah, but if he doesn't stick around, then we can have a few minutes of fun. Let's see if the ace-queen gets through. It showed temporarily that the ace-4 call, but I don't think Opog, based on what we've seen from him, is going to get involved with the ace-4, particularly from the hijack. Maybe he'd be happy to call a short stack shove from the big blind, but just too many players behind them, including Mr. Tom here, Mr. Bedell, who is the wild card at times. Whether you understand how Tom plays or not, you certainly have to adjust your play. And now Tom thinking about making the call with the 6s from the big blind. So here's an example of why the ace-4 may not want to call. Hope's range is, even against Hope's range, if you're ahead, you're not going to be ahead by much. So it was a good play. And a call by Tom. So we have a flip with Hope wanting to...
Hoping for an ace or a queen.
There we go.
Yeah.
But it is just about as of a coin flip situation as you would see. You could see the equities are super close.
Yeah, let's see if Bedell can hold up here. Does have plenty of ammunition behind should he see an unfortunate run out for his pocket 6s. But you do feel like the momentum is certainly strong in his sails. Let's see what the flop brings. There's an ace. Backdoor diamonds for those 6s. And of course, the more natural 6 out.
So now it's Bedell that needs some hope.
It certainly is. And he's not facing a backdoor flush draw or any kind of backdoor draw there. So it's just the 6 and the 6 only. 6% for the 6s. Can he find it? No. So a lovely double up there for Hope. Up to 1.7 million. And sharing a laugh as Bedell won't be too disheartened with that one. Still going to have a healthy stack of around 90 big blinds.
Can't win all your flips. Even yesterday, he wasn't winning all his flips. It's not that he ran pure yesterday. He did get a big pot with those aces against kings and 9s, but otherwise was just kind of outmaneuvering the table in a lot of these small pot situations. Once in a while, making calls like this, sometimes he would win, sometimes he would lose. I think the flip distribution, if we look back at the stats, is pretty close to what it should be.
Which just goes to show the importance of seizing these small and medium-sized pots when the opportunities present themselves, because that is certainly something that's more within your range of control as a poker player, whereas flips are going to be flips. You know, you simply have zero control, so relying on those is often when you're playing a little bit too tight and you kind of have these more unavoidable situations, whereas someone like Bedell will seize control of his destiny and his outcome in the tournament by just relentlessly going after those small pots and opening quite wide with the chip lead.
No hope for Hope on that hand, Jack 6. I'm going to try not to do that so much, but it's just such low-hanging fruit, George.
It's certainly there for the taking. Vede with the ace-3 off. Much too wide for the hijack open.
Tom would have opened.
Yeah, with the bigger stack for sure. Kronstad, that Jack 10 could certainly have opened, and he's got Bedell in the small blind, so it would have been a nice spot for a steal into the short stack. Does Bedell just put him in here, or is he going to go for some kind of min raise? Makes it 150, so it is like a 2.2x. And Rand there just with the 7-3 off. Not going to be able to do anything versus Vidal, so a nice little pickup there for the Gucci man.
It looks like he's wearing a new shirt today too, so maybe that's another 2,000 on his shirt to go along with that nice hoodie that he's been sporting all week long. The hat came into play yesterday for the first time, but
yeah, that's about €600 hat, so actually slightly more affordable than I was expecting. Usually everything in that shop has got a 4-figure price tag.
I have on my list to be watching whenever I find time. There's some kind of Gucci documentary on Netflix that looks rather interesting to check out.
Oh, behind the scenes of the sort of fashion industry, or?
Yeah, more about like the downfall and then the retic of Gucci, you know, because they had some financial problems for a while.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They regained their, I mean, the brand image was never suffering, but, you know, it was possibly mismanaged for a while. I don't really know. That's why I want to watch this. I don't know if it's a documentary or a docuseries, but somebody told me about it. It's on my short list of things to watch.
Nice.
I'm trying to read more than watch these days.
Yeah, watching can get you into a bit of a slippery slope. I think it doesn't give you the best habits, but I also enjoy. I watched a film last night where I was feeling pretty beat after the commentary, the grinding, and such, and a bit lacking sleep. So it's kind of nice to doze off sometimes in that fashion, where you're so tired that you just can't be bothered to read a book, you know.
Meanwhile, we have Vede here with the Cowboys, and Win. Did he fold the ace-10? Very disciplined fold there.
Yeah, I like that fold. Versus a short-ish stack opening. You can go for the occasional 3-bet bluff. You're going to have to make the sizing extremely small.
Oh, no, they're moving Tom.
That's good news for the other players, unless they're doing a little chip-up, but usually they do that on the break, so I guess...
You might be right.
Yeah.
Because we see there's 23 left. There's no table balancing that really needs to happen at the moment.
Yeah. Is he chipping up those? Is that the 5Ks, the greens?
Yeah, because I don't think we're going to need them after the break. It's going to be 50, 100, and then I think it's going to be 75, 125. We have to double check that, but I think it's just going to be bigger chips in play with the 25Ks, 100Ks, and finally maybe the introduction of those 250,000 chips.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's 100 and... Oh, actually, yeah, 75, 125, 75, 150, 100, 200. And then that would be the second break of the day if required. I mean, we've been already... This is the second level?
Yes, we just started the... No, we're ending the first level still.
Ah, okay. It's
probably the last hand.
Like 1 minute, right? Yeah.
We'll see if a dealer changed. They've been pretty consistent that they leave a TV table dealer in for a full blind level, and then when a new one comes in, the level goes up. So a little bit of extra time in the box for the dealers. Typically, they're shifting in and out to tables every 30 minutes with what's known as a push. So it doesn't mean they get a break every 30 minutes, but they go to a new table. Everything pushes one table forward, which is also good for the players to have a variety of dealers as well. One show that I did recently watch on Netflix, which I highly recommend, is Gentlemen. I mean, the movie was fantastic, but now they have like a 6 or 8 part series, which was even better. Like,
oh, wow.
I really recommend this. It was...
what, you mean The Gentleman?
Yeah, The Gentleman.
Okay, yeah.
Really
so
good.
The Irish gangster film?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
but
nice.
now they have also a mini-series as well.
Wow, okay, that sounds great. So Kronstad up against Nguyen here. Nguyen flopping best with the top pair open-ender. You can start either way. A check certainly has some merits as well, but I think the more standard play is to take a small stab at the pot for around about a quarter, looking to target some hands like ace-jack, queen-jack, ace-10, maybe even some king-9s that we're pretty much ahead of.
Can also deny some of the backdoors, some of their equity. Maybe you even get like a 9-8 to fold there.
Yeah, potentially.
Not that there's too many 9/8s that Kronstedt would be opening with, but some suited ones he would be.
Yeah, he's a little bit on the more conservative side, but definitely scope for Nguyen to seek some more value on the turn. He did get a call out of the ace-10 and does a good job of navigating that one. Nice little pickup here, up to 3.5 million.
So it looks like I was looking at the schedule today. There's another PLO tournament tonight with a 250 buy-in. So it seems to be like a regular theme, which is amazing for the PLO community. They've been getting numbers as well. We saw more than 100 in that last night. As George alluded to, the cash games are a bit juicy, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be always profitable in a single session. It just means that over a period of time, those are good games if you have good fundamentals in Pot Limit Omaha or No Limit Hold'em. There are other games available on request. If we end early and we don't have another stream, maybe I'll try to get a dealer's choice game going at as low stakes as possible, just for a little bit of fun for a couple hours. I haven't actually played this time around at Card Casino. Usually I like to try to get an hour or two of cash game action in. It helps me keep fresh.
Just seen that Frode Fagerli has actually won one of the flip and goes, so he's going to be going to day 2 of the Poker North Masters event with a pretty healthy stack. Also Kent Roda and Vidar Oi. So 3 guys that we're very much familiar with, playing that flip and go and spinning it up nicely.
And that's for the Poker North Masters main event, has a 500,000 guarantee. There was still some overlay going into that today, but I think that will eventually meet its guarantee. But you're going to be playing for a monster prize pool if you come out for that. And if it doesn't meet its guarantee, the prize pool is still going to be $500,000, which is tasty, and you'll have a lot of value, because basically what happens is you may even wind up in a rake-free type of an event that covers the because of the overlay.
Yeah, which is ideal. I'm sure that that should get pretty close. Let's have a look at day 1G. That was from last night.
But
So
meanwhile, Tom is thinking here about the Ducks. I'm surprised he's taking this one. This is even loose for Tom. Tom does fold, so no drama. He did open from the hijack. That's fine off his stack with the Ducks, but once you're shoved upon, you just have to let that go. You're either dominated. In this case, it was a little bit of a wide shove with 6, but against Tom's range, I think it was more than fine. But against pocket pairs, you're absolutely crushed, and you're barely ahead of anything else. You're only really pretty ahead of like an ace-deuce suited, but it's not going to be shoving in this spot, probably not, knowing that Tom has a very wide open call range against these small and medium stacks up to about 15 to 20 big blinds. That's also assuming that they know how Tom plays. I could have watched a bit yesterday, but Tom, I imagine, has been playing this way for many, many, many years.
oh yeah. Yeah, that's a style that he's created from being comfortable across multiple different formats, because when you do play PLO cash games, high stakes, and versus, I think he's playing against businessmen in Spain by the sounds of it, that requires a certain style, because those guys like to build massive pots pre-flop. So just by calling and kind of understanding the heuristics behind which hands you want to V-pip and how you want to play, you can see that sometimes he is taking some caution, but lo and behold, most of the time he is driving the action as well when the chance is available. But you don't see him going for any wild 3-bets or like some kind of triple barrels. It's more kind of a more calculated approach.
Look
so
at
hope
this
with the aces
presence
on the button. Wow.
And he's like trying to pretend I don't know what to do. I believe he's the player that just jammed those 6s as well with Bedell folding, but now he's doing this Hollywooding going on right now. Some may take that as a sign. Some may not see through the acting. Usually when someone's doing that isn't acting and all of a sudden they're acting, you can put them on something a bit strong, but
yeah, and
it's not always the case.
He's really going for it here, as if to say, oh, you've min-raised, have you? Well, don't think I believe it. Maybe I'm going to raise again. Maybe I will raise your min-raise, because that min-raise is looking rather suspicious to me. He might be calling here.
It's not the worst play from the button, but then you're inviting the blinds to come along, so he should be 3-betting most of the time here. But against a player like Bedell, maybe he wants to see if Bedell makes any mistakes. And now you can see his hand shaking, so any Hollywooding that went on before, it would confirm what I would be thinking if I was at the table. I'm always watching players' hands, especially ones that maybe weren't in these big spots before. It works actually more often than it doesn't.
Looks like he's gone for a sizing of about 400, 75, I don't know, what is that, 490?
Just took a little too long to get that 3-bet out. I mean, anybody that might have been thinking of doing anything should be getting out of the way. I mean, Bedell may call just because he likes to play post-flop, but in theory, it wouldn't be because of all this Hollywooding that went on. It would be more likely to have done something if it was a quick reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit peculiar when someone makes such a song and dance of the 3-bet like that. As you mentioned, it kind of gives away a lot of strength, I think. If you're really 3-bet bluffing there, you're just going to kind of slide the chips in and try and remain as inconspicuous as possible. So not sure how much Tom's going to read into that or whether he really cares with the King-9 offsuit here.
Doesn't seem like he cares.
It doesn't seem like he cares at all, actually. Yeah, you're right. Oh, he's going for a 4-bet click here.
So the Hollywooding actually works, so Hope seeing something that we didn't see. So well played by him, actually, with this little extra min raise and stuff like that. But it got into Tom's head. We haven't seen really Tom do this kind of 4-betting yesterday in these spots.
No, not at all.
He is out of position.
With this King-9, you can get some hands like Ace-10, Ace-Jack.
And Hope just jamming it in. If the stack sizes are correct, Tom is going to have to call at this point. He should have known approximately how many chips his opponent had before firing out that 4-bet, though. It's good to get an exact count. Maybe Tom had an estimate in his head. But with this sizing, it's basically inviting a call. You know, you can't 4-bet fold in this spot. You can if it was a much bigger stack. Just getting 2 good odds, and it's not always aces. It could be ace-king, where even though you know you're going to be behind, you're still going to have the proper odds.
Yeah, you're just hoping for queens at this point so that at least you've got some equity.
Anything but aces and kings, you have okay equity. He's not really going to be doing this with Queen-Jack. He may be doing it with 8, so against Bedell's range, and then Bedell would be flipping against that range, but without any fold equity, I'm not even sure he'd be doing it with 8s.
No, I think he just peels pre-flop, to be honest, with 8s. This
or jams it.
Yeah, maybe.
When he actually has fold equity.
It's kind of a win-win situation for Hope now. There's so much in there already that if he gets the fold, whatever, if he gets the call, then he's clearly going to have a massive equity advantage anyway.
So Bedell making the call.
Yeah, and a bit of a misstep there with the King-9. Showing some heart, though, going for it. And he does have the aces.
So if we rolled 1 dice and if you were betting on it coming up a 6, those are the kind of odds that we're looking at right now. It's 5-1 favorite for Bedell. I mean, for Hope. Hope doesn't need Hope in this spot. It's Bedell that needs to hope.
Yeah, he needs to hope for no king or 9 for the extra sweat. And that's a pretty clean run. He needs a jack, a 10, a king, or a 9 to have any chance of winning this pot. So 9 through to king. Oh, okay. Little gutter ball there for Bedell now. How's your heart rate looking there, Hope? Pretty good on the 7. Nice clean run and a very hard-earned double up there with all the Hollywood acting and the... But, you know, even when you're sat there with aces, when your opponent's pissing around like that so much, you do kind of just sit there going through the mill because you know you're going to be in a really high equity situation, but you just kind of want to get it over with already. You feel like, how can this guy possibly fold? He's put 900K and I've only got 300K more. What's going on here? Why is he making me work for it so hard? But A little bit of a gift there. I mean, Bedell basically is just 4-bet jamming there as a bluff. So all of the additional carry on with the kind of counting the stack and putting the other 300 in is relatively trivial, but a mistimed move there from Bedell, and it's so easy for us to say because we could see all of the theatrics and also the hole cards, but it did feel like a bit of a tough sell for the player Hope there.
Yeah, especially after 3-bet shoving those sixes the hand before. So in those middling kind of pair spots where you maybe would have a chance at having some fold equity are pretty much out the door based on the fact that it was a normal 3-bet against a player that should be tight in this spot as well. But Bedell was trying to use his one time, so I hope he didn't waste it. He may need that one time a little bit later. But speaking a little bit of English at the table, please give me my one time. I don't think that was the proper Bedell accent, but you guys get the idea.
I'll give it a go later when I've got a bit more wind in my sails.
Yeah, you're much better with that stuff, and also with the singing as well.
I like singing,
I've heard your voice. It's quite good.
Thanks, pal.
And blinds have gone up to 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante, 200,000 in the pot before any cards are dealt. We have a new TV table dealer as well. If we pan around the camera a little bit at some point, I can see if it is Alexandru. It might be him, who has done a fantastic job at the table. I believe Mr. Trigg is still not feeling well. I didn't get a chance to speak with him today to see how he's doing, but I didn't see him upstairs today when I was speaking with the floor about a few things, just to try to keep things as smooth as possible. They're doing a very good job up there managing things, because it's not just this event. There's plenty of other action going on today as well. 2 new championship events actually kick off today, George, both the seniors event and the ladies event, both with day ones. It is possible we'll have some bonus coverage of the ladies event, but the likely scenario is that that the main event will go on for a little bit of time, and then it won't make sense to hop into just a blind level of 2 of the ladies. But as soon as we have more information about that, we will let you know, but it's going to be dependent on the flow of this and a few other factors.
Just having a look now, we've got 45 entrants in the ladies event, 1 bowing out early days, and in the seniors event, 173.
Wow.
In level 4.
Do you think I could become Norwegian for a day? It would be fun to play that as my first ever seniors event.
€400 buy-in.
Very affordable.
I
would maybe sell a little bit because I like to keep it 350 and under in terms of what I have on my own. That's the area that I feel more comfortable with, but 400's not too far off that. To play a first seniors event, I can
hang on a second.
Pop it up a little bit.
There's a player from Denmark in the field. How's that working then?
He maybe has dual citizenship.
Alex Anderson.
Or maybe it's a typo also in the system, because sometimes what happens is the person entering it for the first time may just quickly, oh, this guy's Danish, and put it in, you know, without really taking a close look at the ID. It's very rare, but it happens at every casino where there's some flags that are wrong. Meanwhile, Hope getting back into the action. He has increased his stack quite a lot, primarily from that double with aces, but had other spots where he was increasing slowly. Happy to open up with ace-9 with a standard sizing here. Gets ace-4 to fold. Kronstad folding his king-queen from the small blind. And Wynn may defend his 9-7 off. This is a hand I'd personally be defending. Obviously, it doesn't fare very well against the ace-9, but does fare okay against a lot of other raising possibilities, and it's very easy to get away from on most flops, including a 9-high one. He will likely have to call at least 1 bet here on the Jack-9 deuce flop, which may then give Hope cause for concern that his middle pair isn't good. It is a draw-heavy board, even though it is a rainbow flop with the Jack and 9 connecting quite well with a potential Queen-10, 10-8 combination. Even a King-10, 10-7 would see a little bit of connectivity here. But meanwhile, it's going exactly as we thought. Wynn checking, Hope continuing, and hoping that Wynn will likely just fold. Typically, if he's being called, it's going to be by either a 9 or a jack. He would be ahead of the 9, not so much of the jack. And then, of course, the draws that we just talked about, the 10-8s, queen 10s, king 10s, maybe even a 10-7.
Wow, what a nice little run for Hope. He gets the aces in versus the king 9 with over 85% equity pre-flop, and now just a gin turn for him, as any potential concerns of being behind surely in the rear view mirror here. Turning to pair, great card for his range, great card for his hand. Just great things happening all around for Hope. Let's see what sort of sizing he follows up with here.
Yeah, this would be a combination either for value or to just deny the equity of those queen 10 kind of hands, or to make them pay the price if they so choose. So I would kind of expect a bigger sizing, not just like for 200, but something at least half the pot. But let's see what he goes with.
Yeah, I think we just want to go in the form of a geometric sizing here. We're going to have lots of bluffs. We're going to have some queen 10. We're going to have some queen 8 suited, king 10.
And does get the quick
queen.
fold from Nguyen.
And yeah, the fold comes quite quickly there from Nguyen. Pretty solid player, not going to be playing the guessing game there with third pair on such a disastrous card for him, and such a good card for his opponent's range. So showing some restraint, which is in this instance, of course, the correct play. We could see that Hope did indeed improve to 2 pair.
So it is a new TV table dealer. I got to see who it was. It's not somebody we've seen so far at the TV table dealer, but he's actually a close friend of mine from Latvia.
Oh, nice.
I've spent a bit of time with him. We took a road trip together back from Tallinn once as well. Very good guy. Edgar, super solid dealer. He's handled floor. He's done just about everything. Ran a poker room in Norway for a short time.
Nice. Does he
as
play?
well. He plays occasionally, but he prefers being on this end of the equation.
Yep, fair enough. Wow, was that a fold of king jack off from Randy there, who did shove the 10-5 earlier? So not sure what's really going on with him. He's been a bit of an active, passive bystander over the last couple of orbits. Hasn't really had much to work with, but you can't really be so selective that we're giving up the opportunity to open or indeed jam the king-queen there. Kronstad, though, won't be shying away from this opportunity to get involved with king 10 suited on the button.
I think this is the first pot we've seen him open at the TV table, but maybe he opened up one more and
He
it
had
was
the
just
ace
folds.
10.
That's right.
Yeah, ace 10 versus Nguyen's king queen. Check calls the king jack 10 and then gets away on the turn. Nguyen had the king queen on that occasion. Nguyen here with the king 3 suited. There are some reasons for 3-betting here. It's difficult though, because if you're 3-betting king 3 suited, then why wouldn't you 3-bet queen 3 suited, king 6 suited, king 5 suited, king 4 suited, ace 5 off? You're just going to have a lot of bluffs, so you got to be careful with your frequencies here. We can see that he's versus a hand that he may be able to maneuver out of the pot post-flop. And indeed, Kronstad just folding king 10 suited to a 3-bet. So Nguyen doing another great job of picking his opponent quite well there, because that's a very tight fold versus a small blind 3-bet with king 10. Usually you want to be continuing there. We're doing pretty well versus bluffs, and we've even got good equity versus hands like ace, queen, jacks and queens. So rather conservative play from Kronstad.
I know a lot of players are now using like the clock to help them randomize. So they may say, I'm going to bluff this kind of spot like 3 out of 10 times, and they'll see what the second ticker says.
Yeah.
Like with the blind level, when they happen to first glance at the pot, and that will at the clock, and that will determine whether they're 3-betting or folding.
That's a great way of doing it. You could also say, yeah, so based on the digit on the end of the time. Yeah.
Yes, that's one, and I think this was more player dependent, but that it could have been a randomizer as well. And then this gets you out of trouble of over bluffing, because if you start doing it all the time, yeah, then players will catch on.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But again, picking the right moment and picking the right player, and that's so important. 22 left in a massive field main event here. Getting 4-bet there or running into a big hand is troublesome. We do lose about 7 big blinds, so wow, this could be spelling the end for Orfaug here. +2 with shade over 20 big blinds versus Vede, and Vede is going to be taking this one upstairs. You may see him peel from time to time, but I just don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to, yeah, this small 3-bet sizing is usually the kind of standard play.
Opak can be saved if somebody else wakes up with a hand, because he's not going to necessarily, if somebody 4-bets, he can recognize that at least one of these players probably has a 10-speed. Otherwise, Jonathan is a very capable player of 3-betting quite a lot of a range. It's going to be hard for Opak to get away. He may even 4-bet jam here, or 4-bet with some kind of sizing. I just don't see him folding unless he has a good read here from Mr. Vede. He's a very calculated player, and 10s do look well. And it is a jam, folks, so this is going to spell trouble for Mokop. He's not going to necessarily be out of the tournament, even if the hand goes as planned. He'll have a few big blinds, but it'll be hard to spin those up. So it's going to be 10s versus aces.
Can he find the 10 here, or some spades, maybe a lucky straight? 16% equity doesn't look too promising for him, but very much life on the line here in the Norwegian main event. €800 buy-in, currently locked up a prize of €4,000. Can he improve it? A 9 would be a great card.
Yeah, not the worst flop, other than the fact that it doesn't have a 10 for him.
Yeah, it's a really pretty decent flop. He's not dead, at least. An ace even wouldn't kill him at this stage, as he'd still have the gut shot to the king. But we can only see that he's got 1 out. He won't know that. The 3 doesn't give too many opportunities now, and kind of glancing into the distance with that resigned look on his face, as if to say, I've really got to find some magic here, otherwise I'm going to be out. And there is no magic on the river, as the 8 of hearts completes the board, and Alfaug is going to bow out in 22nd place for €4,030.
So I think it was a case where the graphics were wrong, actually, because Jonathan had more chips, as we noticed earlier at the feature table, and it seems like Opak actually had less than that 1.7 million, but
yeah, I think
Edgar's doing the count.
I think he's covered here. I think he might be out of the door.
Yeah, it was 1.8 actually for Jonathan. So even if the 1.7 was correct, he's out the door, as George just pointed out. So down to 21 players. Did collect more than €4,000 though, so it was a worthwhile day for him.
Yeah,
won an extra 800.
Just a very annoying spot, as he is resigned to realizing his fate. He's out the door, facing that 3-bet from early position versus early position. Never easy, but you do feel 10's too much of a hand there, off of the 20 or so big blind depth to consider folding. So just kind of a pre-flop cooler there. I have seen people in the past hero fold that spot, but Vede is a pretty strong player, and we know that he's going to have some bluffs there, right? He's not just going to have the blades.
For sure, and then some of the hands that he'd be calling with pretty quickly, like ace-king, the 10s are performing quite well, can get you a nice stack heading in.
Exactly.
So it's not just, it's about the fold equity, but the hand actually performs okay against a call, against some of it. Obviously crushed against jacks through aces, but you might get a call from 9s or 8s as well. You'll get a call from an ace-king, ace-queen where you're flipping, and very often Jonathan would be folding a lot of the marginal 3-bets that he should be making in this spot. Here's a look at the payouts again. So we'll need to hit one more player to hit the rail at the 4,030 mark before there's another 420 pay jump up to 4450, and then the pay jumps get even more serious before tomorrow's really, really serious pay jumps, with one player going home eventually tomorrow evening with €107,900 top prize, barring any deals made at the final table. Players are allowed to make deals during the Norwegian Championship, but they believe they must leave a little bit of money to be played for. Meanwhile, Hope with opening the 10-9 suited from under the gun, and Bedell actually waking up with a hand here, the ace-queen, but may be concerned about what Hope is opening under the gun. Might be surprised to see that he's opening as light as 10-9 suited, which some players will, some players won't. Is he going to 3-bet or call? It looks like just a call, play the hand in position, do a little more small ball cash game kind of play from the button, and probably good for him that he did. Because look what Bjorbak woke up with.
Is Bjorbak going to face any resistance here from Bedell, who kind of goes for a little bit of a trappy kind of don't want to get it in versus under the gun. So I'm going to peel my ace-queen. And Bjorbak here with 20 big blinds, no option but to go all in, you feel. I think it'd be a bit greedy to 3-bet non-all in here just with 20 bigs.
Yeah, for sure. When you have like all this dead money already in the pot with the, it's a very nice squeeze spot for him.
Yeah, and he has gone for the 3-bet non-all in here, putting half his stack in. How much is that? So that's about 700K, is it? 720, so interesting. I'm not really sure what the reason is behind that. Maybe if both players jam, he folds, but I mean, what if they both have queens and jacks, you know? This almost makes it more difficult for you to get paid by a hand like pocket nines or ace-queen, because it just looks so strong, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think Bedell may have called the shove. He's still looking. This may actually work. He may be able to pump and dump Bedell, but I think Bedell would still be calling a jam. But he had no way of knowing Bedell has such a strong hand because he's flatting so many buttons, like we saw yesterday with marginal holdings.
Yeah, so Bjorbak
perhaps targeting like the 10-9 suited that Bedell would maybe call a 3-bet, maybe not. He's so unpredictable, it's hard to know. But it doesn't look like Tom wants to go anywhere with this ace-queen.
He doesn't like folding pre-flop. He's going to take a flop here, and wow, what a monstrous spot for Bjorbak to be in here, as he's put in about 40% of his stack, and somehow we're taking a flop here at 0.5 stack to pot ratio. Ace-king versus ace-queen. Is there going to be a queen out there? No, it's king-jack-6. Absolute gold for Bjorbak.
Meanwhile, maybe Bedell can get away. We see that he has a Broadway draw, but he likely would have called an all-in, and now maybe Bjorbak wasn't able to get full value, but at least should feel happy that he has top pair and still not jamming in his stack.
Yeah, I like this. I would have gone a lot smaller than this. I think we can bet around 10% of the pot here, so 170. He's gone for this 475. I think in his mind, that's the smaller sizing, but in reality on king-jack-6 here, it's pretty chunky.
And Tom is being a little bit sticky here, not giving his opponent any credit at all. I mean, he may feel that he's ahead here if he's putting it in, because he shouldn't be drawing just the 10 and potentially the ace.
He's ahead of hands like ace-5 that potentially do this. I feel like if you're going to make any kind of move with ace-5, you're just going to jam pre-flop ace-5 suited. So he's more thinking about hands like ace-10. King-queen gets there, ace-king gets there. Aces, of course, is miles ahead.
Kings and jacks certainly are there too. It was a jam. Wow, Tom making a move, but the timing is all off, but still has some hope with the 10. Not too much hope, actually, because 2 of the 10s are dead. He has no way of knowing that, but wow. Did not see that one coming.
No, neither did I. It's a little bit of a blow up here from Bedell, although kind of understandable. Maybe the move was to fold pre-flop because it just looks so strong. And there's the king, so that doesn't really change anything. Still 2 10s for Bedell. He's going to feel like he's got 4, of course. We can see 2 of those have been slid into the muck already. A 10 and a 10 only. No, it's the queen.
The needle.
Comes up second best.
So Tom, who had more than 7 million to start the day, must be down to around 3.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough blow for him. Just over 2 tables left here. A field of 21, so we've lost Knut Hatley, Espen Huel, Bjorn Opfag, of course. And now remaining with 21, all locking up 4,030. And it's a huge double up there with the ace-king. Bit of a kind of speculative pre-flop decision with putting 40% of his stack in. Didn't make a lot of sense, but got the value from ace-queen. I feel like Tom would have just called it off pre anyway. So nothing really changes, I guess, but
It's perhaps so he was targeting Tom in some kind of way. You know,
Yeah.
like you have to switch up your game sometimes based on these loose cannons, and maybe he was thinking about what if I have Tom overnight, you know, because chances are if you're going to go deep, you're eventually going to see Tom and how to adjust your play for Tom versus another player, or maybe had nothing to do with that. But it worked out all the same at the end. I think Tom is calling a jam there.
That's a fair point, actually. I didn't consider that. Because the sizing's so big that we're just completely committed. I would usually, if I was going non all in there, make it a little smaller, but he's probably thinking Tom will continue with hands like King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, these kind of hands that he's got completely crushed that may fold to the jam. So I think you're on the right lines there. I think he's thinking I might scare those away with the jam, but I'll take my chances at a small stack to pot ratio post flop.
Definitely the higher variance play.
Yeah. But a brave one nonetheless, and is met with ace-jack off next to act in the small blind. And wow, running into the queens of hope. What's going on here? You're back up to 4.4 million, but we're playing 25 big blinds effective here. Is anything ludicrous going to happen now? As if Hope is going to take this one upstairs, which you should imagine he does with the queens, blind versus blind. What's Bjorback's move? Is he going to jam? Is he going to call?
It's such a tough spot. It's like such a setup in a blind versus blind situation.
Yeah.
And we've seen now like such like strong card distribution in the last few hands where we've seen ace king, ace queen, aces. Now we see queens, ace jack.
Yeah.
That'll calm down. It's just the randomization of the cards. We saw plenty of hands yesterday where nobody was getting an ace.
Oh, Bjorback's actually limped. Is that right?
Yeah, he did just limp, and maybe trying to set up a limp jam. Or maybe he's going to limp call, but typically when you're limping these strong aces, you're hoping that your opponent raises. In this case, Hope actually has pocket queens, but the big blind should be raising quite often to a small blind limp about half the time, if not more.
Hope's made it 510K, is that correct?
That's a bit of a big sizing there.
Wow.
Maybe there was a raise. Let's look at the
No,
stack.
he's limped.
Yeah, that is a limp there. We can see the chips in front of him. Then I would like a raise sizing more to like the 240 to 280 kind of range.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe even a little bit smaller.
3.2x it seems to be the way to go for me here. We do want to lean on some of these limps.
And he should be leaning on them with hands like 10-9 suited, even 9-8, maybe even 8-7 suited. Like there's a whole library of hands that the solvers will say that if you're limped into, it's profitable to be raising from the big blind.
Yep.
Typically, since I can play a very exploitive fashion in the tournaments I'm playing, I'm saving it for the stronger end of my range, sometimes doing it with the lighter end of my range, but I like to see flops in position as well. And very confident about my post-flop abilities these days, at least in the online streets.
Yeah, and this massive ISO from Hope is disastrous because you just make life so easy for these kind of hands. And Bjorback, even with a really disciplined laydown there with the ace-jack, blind versus blind, not going down the rabbit hole of thinking, well, I've got such a strong hand, I've got no moves here but to go with it. And makes a really nice laydown there. Gets away for just one big blind with what was essentially a pre-flop caller. Ace-jack versus queens, 25 big blinds effective. Hope doing a pretty poor job of getting the value there with just such a massive and panic-driven sizing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at if this happened with Tommy in seat 1, if he had the ace-jack and if it was Bedell with the queens, the stacks are just going to get in.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
It's maybe player-dependent, thinking he's not going to be raising that big without something. Maybe I'm ahead, but likely I'm behind with my ace-jack. I don't know. That was an awfully difficult fold, not one I'm sure I can make personally, even with that bet sizing.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking of hands like ace-10, king-queen that could very well be in there. It's such a player-driven spot. I think he's just seen the aces in the 3-bet spot and thought, well, this guy's just got it, right? Like, why would he be going so big as some sort of ISO bluff in the big blind? So just getting out the way and living to fight another day. And Bjorback, full of smiles there, maybe has been the benefactor of some information from his opponent as to what he had.
And we just saw John Kite leave the Norwegian booth. We invited him in quickly to join us in the English commentating, but he shared that he's off to play something. I didn't catch what, but there's plenty of action today. He's a little bit too young to play the seniors event, a little bit too male to play the women's event, so it's not going to be one of the championship events, but there's plenty of other action today as well. Perhaps he's off also to play some cash games.
You can still late register for the 2K, which has got a total of 30 entrants, so he might be jumping in that one again.
That's probably what he's doing, waiting for the max late reg for bullet number 2.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There's also a 10-game mixed event, day 1.
Oh, he's playing that.
That started with 11 players for a 550 buy-in, so it could be that.
Yeah, I would say out of the 2, he's going to play that 10 game. It's more enjoyable for him, maybe less profitable in terms of what the prize pool might be.
Yeah.
And the talent that is likely going to be in there is going to be tremendous, although we see Tobias Leknes, who is probably one of the top 5 talented mixed game players in all of Europe, is still in the main event playing 2-card poker, so at least one really difficult opponent out of the field. But I imagine that we'll see players like Espen Sandvik in the mix. It's not a championship event, so we're going to see some of the British contingent, including Georgina James, who I played backgammon with last night. Very gifted mixed game player in her own right in the mix. But maybe you can pull up a list of names there, George.
Yeah, I'm just going to go down to the Mystery Bounty Day 2, if I may, because we've got... Let's see if there's any action here. Vede with the 10-3 off, blind versus blind. He may feel this big blind is someone that he can limp into with a super strong, super wide range, or even go for the ISO as a bluff versus Kronstad, who's been really tight.
I like a raise better, actually, than a call here.
Me too. Wow,
But
Kronstad
call was
picking up
good.
kings. And how much is he going to make it here?
I think Fede just has to give him credit. Kronstad is pretty tight. This is a different situation. If he had a hand as strong as ace-jack, we might see some fireworks, but there's no point in getting cute with your 10-3, even to a small sizing playing out of position against a player with a very tight range to be raising from the big blind.
And does indeed relinquish that one.
So save themselves some money. I probably would have raised that to 2.8 to 3.3x, depending on my mood. I would have had to relinquish to a 3-bet. So Jonathan wisely just limping in that spot. Sporting the cool bet badge, he is a streamer there, so no surprise he is doing that. Monica Vaca, who we saw earlier at the feature table representing Unibet. We saw the two. We saw a Unibet versus Coolbet kind of matchup in that heads-up final between Fennis and Burke before Burke won that marathon of an event in epic fashion.
So going back to the Mystery Bounty Day 2, we've got Disvik as the overall chip leader.
Wow.
So he's got 854K. Wow, how much is that? That is good for about 70 big blinds right now. The average is at about 35 big blinds, so decent structure there for all these Mystery Bounty hopefuls looking to pull a big one. Maybe a 25K could be in there with the size of the
Apologies to
field.
interrupt here, George, but we have now Jonathan with a hand here with the pocket queens on the button.
So back in action, didn't lose too much with the 10-3. It might have been a hand that both of us could have gone for the ISO into Kronstad's big blind, who's been playing particularly conservatively. And let's see if Nguyen has got anything in the big blind.
Oh, what's going on here?
No. Tommy. How do we get away from this one? Well, the long and short of it is that we just don't. Unfortunately, just a pre-flop setup. And he's going to have 21% equity here with the jacks.
What a cooler.
It's going to be a 3-bet, and Vede surely going to be 4-bet jamming here. And the cards will be on their back shortly, so sorry to give a spoiler there, but it's kind of obvious, right? There's nothing you can do here, especially big blind versus button. You feel that your opponent is going to jam hands like 10s, 9s, some ace-x. Some hands like king-queen suited from time to time that may peel, may shove.
Jonathan either thinking or at least pretending to think. Jonathan and Tommy both seem to be very technically adept in terms of how they should be betting from more of like a GTO perspective against other strong players. So let's see if he peels or if he 4-bets. The win can be saved by a peel. and perhaps even find a way to steal it away. But the obvious play is a 4-bet. Whether it's a jam or not is up for debate. It doesn't look like it's a jam sizing. It looks like it's for about 40% of his stack.
Yeah, I like the sizing. Don't need to go too large here, and we do want to keep the options open, because if he makes it 1.4 there, it's going to be about half his stack, and it just looks like he's never going to be able to get a fold from his opponent, whereas now Nguyen could potentially launch it in.
And he does. Oh, no. Yes, he does. And Vede makes the snap call, hoping to see a hand like jacks or tens, and can breathe a sigh of relief, but still has to sweat a couple outs. It's Vede at risk, although Win will be very short if he's not able to get a miracle jack. Although Vede's stack is understated, so Win might actually be at risk here. He's standing up.
Let's see what the flop brings. A massive pre-flop cooler going in favor of Vede here, and he's missed the jack so far. A 10 or an 8 could introduce some additional outs. 6, so an 8 for the chop now could be of interest to Nguyen. Looking for a jack or an 8 to stay alive here. Could be down to short. We don't exactly know the chip counts for sure. And it is a deuce, unfortunately. Vede holding up there, and we're going to have a little bit of politics here, just making sure that the stacks are correct. And Nguyen there, just nothing you can do versus any kind of reasonable player there. Just going to have to 5-bet jam the jacks. Big blind versus button, even at this stage of the tournament, it's really just a complete disaster at that stage.
I felt an 8 on the river would have been the only fair result in this spot. It would have played out the same if Win had the queens and Jonathan had the jacks. It's just two super strong hands.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we don't see a massive smile from Jonathan. He keeps his emotions in check during hands, but when he wins big pots like this, I know he's feeling very good on the inside. Maybe he feels Win's pain here and doesn't want to rub salt in the wounds.
Yeah, certainly. Just quiet, composed, and not making too big of a deal out of it. It can get a bit unsavory if someone's like fist pumping and kind of beating their chest like Donkey Kong or something in that spot. So
I was expecting a smile, though.
Yeah, he's a seasoned pro.
Usually Jonathan has a nice smile if he wins a big hand like that at the TV table, but it looks like Win does have a few chips left, so can try to do the spin up. We've seen stranger things happen than a short stack spinning up. We've seen players even spin up one chip before in tournaments and come back to win.
Yeah, in the PLO last night, I got down to 0.8 big blinds after losing a big all-in, and then got back up to 15 and then busted. So that was unfortunate, but just shows that it can be done. And the key thing is not to rush or not to get a little hot under the collar and just jam in anything. You've really got to think about not only the hands that you're dealt, but the potential pay jumps that are coming in as well. Because we do know that there is a pay jump quite shortly, which will be with 19 left. There's a pay jump of 450 euros. So Nguyen's best interest there is to try and make that one. If you can get in the top 19 for a little extra payday. It looks like he's got around about 2 big blinds remaining and does have to pay the small blinds. So really unfortunate spot for Nguyen.
Vede with another hand here. King 10 from the cutoff, not as strong as his queens from the button, but certainly openable, especially off a stack of around 6 million now. Jonathan loving the TV table. And I find it interesting that Tom has kind of cooled off after losing a couple of big pots. Now he's playing a bit tighter. Kronstad with the ace 10 is dominating the king 10. Let's see if he can find a 3-bet or a call. Does quickly fold it. So if you're going to get hands like ace 10 to fold from the button with the simple cutoff open, you can be opening quite wide, except for the fact that you have Bedell in the big blind. But Bedell now playing some tight poker, folding that queen 3 offsuit from the big blind. He could have certainly peeled there. We've seen Tom peel there pretty much all day yesterday in spots like that, even with worse holdings. But a lot of players would peel there, not just Tom. So it's calmed down a little bit. We had a few bust outs early on. We did lose 25% of the field so far. And we hear, as I say that, I heard the words all in and call at one of the side tables, so there may be something happening over there. Hope with the Queen 10 from early position.
Yeah, and that on of call will be of interest to Nguyen, who's super short here, as to whether he can navigate that pay jump. Because when you get so short, of course, you're really the chances of winning the tournament have somewhat evaporated in the short term. He is going to jam the button here. 10-9 suited makes a lot of sense. He's got a little bit less than 340, I think. It looks like, I'm going to say about 175, maybe 200.
And targeting another short stack.
Yeah, and Randa's just going to flick it in here with the Queen 5 suited. He's been extremely quiet. He missed an open with the King Queen earlier on, and a big all-in confrontation for both players. Nguyen looking for some help in the form of diamonds, a 10, a 9, some kind of straight draw, and Rande actually with the best of it, but a clean flip here.
There'll be one player out either now or later. Randy would just have 40,000 if Wynn can get there. Just half a big blind. And we'll be going in automatically in the small blind. But so far, the Queen 5 ahead on the deuce, 4, 7 flops, some backdoors for Wynn. The 10 and 9 still live. Also backdoors for Rand, though. Oh, my. So now an open ender for Wynn. No player with hearts, so the 3 hearts don't matter.
All sorts of outs here. 10, 9, 6, or Jack to stay alive. No, and the Queen 5 holds up there, just Queen high, but enough to beat the 10-9 as Tommy Nguyen. It's been a bit of a disastrous couple of orbits for him with the pre-flop caller, with the Jacks versus Queens, and then bows out with the 10-9 suited versus the Queen 5, which would have really given him some hope. Would have been back to around about 7 or 8 big blinds, but not to be on this occasion. Rande taking that one down. He's been quite quiet, so a nice little boost to his stack will certainly go a long way in regaining some confidence.
For sure, and the table should also be very happy that one of the stronger players is now on the rail, but it was quite a cooler for Tommy Nguyen. He played his heart out yesterday. He did absolutely nothing wrong today, just ran into a spot against Jonathan that I don't think any player could really avoid. Maybe the tightest of tight players may fold Jack, Sarah, if they have a super read on Jonathan that he's only able to do that with queens, kings, aces, ace, king. That's not enough combinations, perhaps, but the range, as we mentioned, is much wider on the 3-bet. And a thinking player like Tommy knows that it was played correctly. Just because you play a hand correctly doesn't mean you're getting it in good. If you're playing hands correctly very often, you should wind up in situations where you didn't get it in good because you're playing opponents' ranges and not the exact hand that they have, at least pre-flop. And Bjorbak gets a walk from Randy. Randy had the Jack-Deuce offsuit, opting not to play it, but Bjorbak more than happy to get the walk with the 10-4 offsuit, if he did indeed look down at his cards. And Tom Bedell in a standing up position. We haven't seen this one yet, George, where he's kind of in no man's land at the moment.
Yeah, well, his stack's just gone from bad to worse, really. He won a couple of pots earlier with some post-flop bluffs, but a bit of a blow-up with the King-9, and then also doubling up his opponent with Ace-Queen versus Ace-King.
The Ace-Queen versus Ace-King, I think a lot of players are going to get involved in that one, but the King-9 was just not really paying attention maybe to the stack depths of the other players at the table. He kind of put in that 3-bet and was confused about how much he still needed to call the 4-bet for the jam, and basically just priced himself into having to punt a few more chips away against his opponent's aces. Jonathan under the gun. This is borderline, but I would expect them to be opening it six-handed. It's not exactly under the gun, so it's not as borderline as I thought. It's from the low jack.
Should be opening here for sure. On this table, a couple of short stacks. Kronstad's been kind of absent in terms of fighting back versus pre-flop opens. Budell gets out the way. He's only got 2.8 million, which is still a decent stack. 35 big blinds. Hope, once again, ace-queen, big hand. What's he go for here? We've seen him be pretty tight. This is a little bit more of a uncomfortable situation. We've just seen him have so many easy spots, the queens and the aces. Let's see what he goes for with the ace-queen.
I think it depends on what he puts Vede's range on, too. I mean, we could see he only has king 10, but being under the gun, you typically have a tighter range. He may want to call. He may want to 3-bet. He definitely shouldn't be folding.
No,
that's one thing out of the window.
That was a kind of peculiar-looking hand movement there. Looked like he wanted to fold, but that's certainly out of the question. So do you go for the 3-bet non-all-in here? Do we jam? I think jamming's a little bit
too many chips.
Overindulgent. Yeah, exactly. Makes life easy, but at the same time, we only really get called by ace-king and like 10s plus.
Looks like he just wants to call, which I think both of us are 3-betting in this spot, but a call is okay for pot control out of position.
I think calling is okay versus under the gun from time to time. I would usually 3-bet a player like Vede here. And then maybe call versus someone like Kronstad, you know? Wow, what a flop. That's a gut shot and middle pair for Hope, and top and bottom with the backdoor flush draw for Vede. So could be seeing some turns and rivers, quite likely. Don't think Hope's going to be getting anywhere.
And Vede should definitely be betting here just to protect the hand. There's 2 clubs on the board. It's draw heavy towards the Broadway as well. You want to make those jacks pay a price. We could see that it's ace-queen, so you're also targeting hands for value in this spot too that are going to feel compelled to call, not realizing that they're behind quite yet, but understanding that they might be. Meanwhile, with ace-queen, it's more than just the ace or queen. Also, the jack helps Hope, where basically Vede's hand is more or less capped at this 2 pair at the moment. Obviously, a king or a 10 can come, but those are just 4 outs versus the perceived 9 outs or so that Hope should feel that he has if he thinks he's behind, and should feel that he's ahead some of the time as well against hands like 9s, 8s, 7s that may just try to see if they can get away with it on a c-bet.
Exactly. Yeah, he's going to have a lot of hands like ace-8, ace-9, low pocket pairs. He's just going to c-bet this board with his entire range, you feel. So the 4 rather inconspicuous. If we feel like we're doing pretty well on the flop, we're not likely to be going anywhere again.
Depends on the sizing, though.
Exactly. There could be some bigger sizings that could put him in a annoying situation here. You'd see most players continue to a river, but Hope does feel like the kind of player that looks for a reason to get out when he doesn't have the super strong premium holding.
It looks like a small bet sizing, so if it is small indeed, it's medium size. So
yeah, 3/4.
Let's see what Hope decides to do. It's actually a tougher decision than if it was a small sizing or if it was an extremely large sizing.
Actually, yeah, it's about 2/3, isn't it? So he's gone for the slight size up on the turn. Certainly merited. Still going to have a decent amount of bluffs. Our value, such as king, queen, queens, 10s. Ace-king will, of course, be going for the second barrel as well, looking to target some jack 10s, queen jacks, queen 9s, jack 8s type holdings.
Even like a 9-6 suited that he might have called from the big blind.
Yeah, with the flush draw, that's possible. So plenty of hands to target here for the king 10, and Hope is just going to relinquish that one, showing once again that he's not really thrilled about the prospect of the trickier spots, just looking to kind of wait for decent holdings and maximize when he does. But you're not really offered that luxury all of the time in no-limit hold'em tournaments. So I feel like even though we could see that his opponent had king 10, that was a little bit of a conservative turn fold there.
We're down to 19, so we lost somebody else besides Tommy Nguyen. Let's check that out really quickly. And I'm sorry, Per Johansson, who hit the rail in 21st place. So it was actually Tommy taking 20th place to leave 19 left. And we did also lose Dag Hansen, so we're down to 18 players. So they're dropping off like flies. Bedell opening up with the ace-queen. He's been pretty quiet since punting off a lot of his stack, but showing up with something strong, but nobody coming up with anything for him to play back with. Tom showing a little bit of frustration now and not getting any action. It's the first time we see really Tom not like with a big smile on his face, shaking his head. And players might think, well, he's acting, but Tom was not acting there. He wanted action with his ace-queen for sure.
He did indeed, but the Gucci man's not really going as easily as it was yesterday, where he was really running the show. Now he's been, unfortunately, on the wrong end of a couple of spots. Maybe one he could have completely gotten away from. The other one seemed a little more standard, although kind of unorthodox due to the sizings and the maneuverability of his opponent. But Bedell, he'll be back. Feel like he'll make a run. Still with 37, 38 big blinds, so certainly no reason to panic, but very much one of more of the average stacks now as opposed to that commanding chip leader position. And let's see how well he adjusts to that as the coverage continues here at the Norwegian €800 main event.
I do like how he switched gears after a little bit of mayhem, because he could have easily just continued to try to chase his bosses, and instead he understands his new situation. Okay, I might not be among the chip leaders, but I'm in the middle of the pack. That's not a bad place to be with 19 players remaining. Jonathan was thinking about doing something with his queen 10. Wouldn't have fared that badly against the fours by Bjorbak other than being out of position from the small blind, but I do like the fold, and Kronstad is not defending loose. He could have defended there. A fold isn't horrible either, so easy pickup for the fours. No drama. You don't want to see a flop with those kind of hands. Even in position, maybe you can take it away, but you just feel uncomfortable with these little baby pocket pairs unless you flop a set.
Absolutely right.
And we're approaching a break, so I think we have about 3-4 hands remaining before we will be on a 20-minute break. The first break is 20, and I think the rest are about 15-minute breaks each.
Yeah, something around that. I think, yeah, first is 20, so just about enough time to head up to the cafeteria. Profit from some of the delicious food, potentially. It's a bit of a scrum later on, so it's a good time to go now because there was about 200 people in there at one point.
Yeah, that was crazy. I'll let you go this time just in case we need somebody, in case there is a line. We both do need to eat eventually, and then I'll head up on the second break, I believe.
Okay, I appreciate that. So Vede going to be a pretty comfortable open here with the Queen 9. Opening into Bedell's big blind, I believe. Not seen much out of line from Kronstad, and Bedell with the 10-5 is just going to let that one go. And as you mentioned, when he had the chip lead, he would play those kind of trashy hands from the big blind and try and cause a bit of a ruckus for his opponent. Now, realizing that he's got to be a little bit more conservative and a bit more equity driven, and also that there is some kind of ICM pressure here. Defending those spots, getting into those niggly situations where you're defending bottom or middle pairs for multiple streets does get quite expensive. So
I enjoyed the first Tom Bedell a little bit more than the second, but I'm actually very impressed that he does have these different gears, because it appeared from what we saw that there was one gear and one gear only. I want to see as many flops as possible. I want to put pressure in as many spots as possible. Even the passivity in a way is putting pressure on the opponents because they know something is still to come. But it's good to see. This is why Tom has more than 3 million in results, because if you just have one gear, players catch on and they can adjust. And Hope with a pretty Jack-10 suited, happy to open up from the hijack. A hand that flops extremely well, one of my favorites to be playing, especially in a deep stack cash game. These 10 jacks, 10 nines, and queen jack suited are among my favorite hands. More so than aces in a deep stack cash game, because aces sometimes can get you in trouble when you don't flop that set, where these hands kind of are much more easy to play, especially in position. In a tournament, I obviously want to see the aces every frickin' hand, but in a cash game, I don't always want to see aces because you're never getting it in pre. And if you're facing tricky players and you're not able to let go of your aces at the right time, it puts you in awfully difficult spots, actually.
Yeah, you can get married to those aces sometimes, but yeah, it's good to have a wide range of holdings to benefit from. Hope is someone that's picked up a decent amount of chips. He came in relatively short, got that double up through Bedell, and then just went with the massive ISO with the queens, managed to get his opponent to fold ace-jack blind versus blind. Bjorbak going for that hand over the shoulder Espin style that we haven't seen an awful lot of actually on the feature table today.
We did see Tor Arne Fennis try it a couple times in the beginning of both heads-up matches that we covered of him, but then he gave up on that like within 2 hands.
Yeah, he was he needed that hand for the beer swigging, I think.
Yeah, and Jonathan has a different position. I've seen this position from him before. I think it's partly because of the big rail, because on the side tables often you'll see him doing the hand on the shoulder too, but the big rail allows you to find other positions that can hide your emotions and hide your breathing a little bit.
Absolutely right. He's going to peel here with the ace-queen. Similar spot that we had in reverse, where Hope peeled the ace-queen versus Jonathan's early position open. This time Jonathan next to act. And not looking to get it in versus Hope for that 35 big blinds. So just going to play the cautious peel approach. And it does a good job of keeping hands like this in the range. So if we do navigate our way to an ace-high board, he's going to come up trumps there. Let's see what Hope goes for here. Does he have the minerals to fire out and out of position c-bet? You can easily just check your whole range with this kind of texture.
It does have a little bit of equity with the backdoor flush draw, but...
Yeah, backdoor straight draw as well. You can find some barrels on cards like a 5 or a 4.
But it does look like he wants to bet. If you're tanking this long and don't bet, then it really invites Jonathan to be taking away the pot. It's basically saying, I have something, but it's not that great. Of course, you can just be tanking with something like pocket jacks and then check it over and hope that Jonathan gets a false read, but in this case, the read would be correct.
Yeah, I usually advocate checking out a position here, but in terms of this particular holding, we block the ace-x with the backdoor flush draw, so we could really target some hands like 7s, 6s, potentially in there. Also ace-10 of hearts, ace-10 of the other suit as well, clubs. So there are like a couple of combos that we benefit from just maneuvering out of the pot straight away. He doesn't find that bet, and also, would you say, with this kind of interesting table presence he has with the theatrics and the kind of a lot of movement, and yeah, you could see it doesn't really ever look like so comfortable in the seat. Lots of kind of frittering around in the seat, eyeballing his opponent, looking at his stack. Is he going to find a bet here on the king? It is a card that can favor him. He's going to have ace-king, obviously. His opponent isn't. Does go for the check. Maybe slightly concerned about hands like king-queen that would naturally check back the flop here. Fede, yeah, sorry, go on.
No, let's see what Fede does here. He has very good showdown value. He has the unconnected nuts to the board. Also has that 10 for Broadway. Might think that his queen is even live, but being that his opponent checked twice will put some pressure on. I like this, actually.
Yeah, me too, because I think Hope is going to play hands like 10s and 9s and some 7s and 6s like this. And also, you can deny some equity to other types of holdings. And just sees the initiative in the pot. It's very unlikely that Hope is ever going to check raise after checking twice here. Maybe if he had jacks with a diamond, he'd do that, but for the most part, he's been very, very honest, and it's kind of a merge. You're almost betting for value, but at the same time, you don't mind folding out a couple of those lower pocket pairs or even just denying equity to high cards as well. So good job done there from Fede. And I believe that might have been the last hand.
We did lose somebody though, so before we go, we lost actually no, we lost we lost Dag Hansen, who we already mentioned actually. And we do have the updated chip counts as of the break as well, which we can share that Patana Karun, who had the chip lead to start the day, did lose a few chips. He will be in 3rd place, Jonathan in 2nd place, and it'll be Ali Al-Saidi in 1st place with 7.4 million. So there was some action at the side tables. Monica Vaca got up to 5.3 million. Trying to find where Tobias is in this mix. And unfortunately, Mr. Leknes has a short stack of just 8 big blinds coming back from the break, but still, if anybody can spin up a short stack, it's Tobias. He's been in these spots before, both in mixed games, PLO, and of course in Hold'em, and knows how to play push-fold poker optimally. He has the memory of an elephant, and really one of the most intelligent people I've ever run across. Lots of respect for the Norwegian Poker Association president, Tobias Leknes, a great ambassador to the game as well.
Bedell here with the Queen 6. Might have opened if it was suited. It's a bit of a wide steal.
He would be opening off that 7 million stack based on what we saw earlier.
Yeah, he's got a couple of pretty tight players, and he's opening into Hope's big blind, but I think you could see the sort of pained look of resignation on his face. Oh, he's got the break, so he's out.
Yeah, the snap pulled it as soon as the break was announced. Maybe it was just waiting until that announcement was made.
Yeah. Wow, Rande with the kings. He's been very quiet.
Beautiful spot for him.
Did eliminate Nguyen earlier, and is going to go for the min raise here. I believe his stack is somewhere in the region of about 1.3 to 1.5 million. And unfortunately, not going to get any action from either player here, as Hope has just got the Jack-2 off. And we are off to the break. We will see you in 20 minutes here for continued coverage of 18 left in the Norwegian 800 euro main event.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
For en deilig fredag det i Bratislava, og for en deilig mann jeg har med i studio, Thomas Udnes, velkommen.
Takk.
Hvordan det å være i Bratislava?
Kjempegøy. Jeg har kost meg i flere dager. Jeg har spilt main i 3 dager, Mattis.
Oi, kom du i penga i går?
Kom i penga, ble nummer 60.
Det jo kjempebra, eller?
Det litt sånn bittersweet. Man skulle jo ønske at man kommer lenger. Og så har jeg hatt et par dype runs nå, som aldri blir til finalebord. Men det handler litt om at jeg ikke kan spille når det blir for gode spillere, tror jeg.
Det vel en sannhet med modifikasjoner, men gode verter, de tar la gjestene skinne, det ikke sånn det heter?
Det vel det. Men her jeg gjest, så det jo Frode som har latt meg skinne.
Her du gjest, for du jo arrangøren av Norgesmesterskapet i Norge.
Det riktig.
Det kommer til høsten igjen. Det Gardermoen i år også?
Ja, Gardermoen i år også, 28. september til 6. oktober.
Men jeg kan ikke regge meg ennå.
Nei, forhåndsregistrering til turneringene åpner i sommer. Ja. Men i påsken så åpner vi opp hotellbookinga, så da kan du begynne å booke det.
Så når jeg kommer hjem fra Bratislava, så kan jeg gå og logge meg på, finne meg et hotell i nærheten av Gardermoen, og booke hotell sånn at jeg klar for NM på Gardermoen.
Ja, det du gjør å booke Thon Hotel, Oslo Airport.
Dagens reklame.
Ja.
Men Thomas, her det jo først og fremst til å kose deg, spille poker, være med venner. Når du kom? Har du vært her hele uka, eller?
Jeg fløy inn på morgenen på tirsdag, sammen med en gjeng.
Ja, så da var det rett inn på main event?
Rett inn på main, spille main tirsdag, rett inn på main på onsdag, main i går. Og så hadde vi
Ikke main i dag.
Ikke main i dag.
Men Tor Hansen, Mystery Bounty, spilte du da med andre ord ikke?
Nei, det gjorde jeg ikke. Kommer til å dra hjem i morgen, så nå i dag skal jeg raile noen kompiser på main.
Ja.
Så sånn sett, og kikke litt.
Ja.
Henge litt, og så får man en god middag, for jeg har hatt mye buffet, og det ikke gærent. Det veldig bra buffet her.
Buffet ganske bra.
Ja, men nå skal jeg på en sånn ordentlig biff.
Nå det herreaften. Herreaften ute i Bratislava. Ja. Det jo flere gode restauranter, og gå ut og kose seg litt.
Ja.
Hvem det du skal raile på i dag, da?
Eirik Bjørbæk jo med. Ja. Han gjorde det jo veldig bra i Stokke for et par år siden. Ja. Så han henger også i en sånn gjeng som drar litt rundt og spiller poker. Og så det jo mange gode spillere, mye morsomme spillere å se på. Jeg har ikke helt fått med meg de første 2 timene, så jeg vet ikke om sånne som Leknes og sånn henger enda, men det jo gøy å se på.
Litt usikker på Leknes, men vi har jo en Tom Bedell som
ja, han en fin fyr.
Leker seg på TV-bordet støtt og stadig. Monica Waka fortsatt med, det flere.
Ja. Hva med Tommy Nguyen, han med?
Litt usikker, det skal vi ta og finne ut av. Ja. Men foran oss så har vi et svært pokersett. Det kan du vinne, Thomas.
Alright.
Hvis du vil. Dette deluxe NM-kofferten til POKERNM.
Så bra ut.
Den kan du der hjemme også vinne, for vi har en ny konkurranse. Vi håper at det litt flere enn Natalia fra Møre og Romsdal som har rett i dag. Men her kan du se hvordan du kan vinne kofferten. Du keen på en NM Deluxe pokerkoffert fra poker.no med skjetonger og kortstokker og alt som hører til? Følg med nå, for den kofferten kan bli din. Det eneste du må gjøre å svare på et fryktelig enkelt spørsmål. Gå inn på Facebook på Norgesmesterskapet i poker og svare på spørsmålet i kommentarfeltet. Dagens spørsmål, det i vignetten til poker-tv-sendingene fra Norgesmesterskapet, så har vi en spesiell hånd. Men den hånden har også en historie. Det den berømte norske Norwegian Aces-hånda? Det Sverre Krogh Sundbøs EM-vinnende hånd? Eller det den hånda som Espen Ullen Jørstad vant VM-titlen med? Hvis du tror du vet svaret, gå inn på Facebook på Norgesmesterskapet i poker og legge inn ditt svar der. Lykke til! Vet du svaret, Thomas?
Jeg ikke sikker. Men nå fikk jeg ikke med meg spørsmålet. Så det var jo litt vanskelig.
I vignetten så det en Texas-hånd, 2 kort, som vises tydelig.
Når jeg kommer hjem, så skal jeg se alt dette på nytt, Mattis, og da skal jeg finne ut av svaret. Ja, da blir jeg litt sein, men nå har jeg 3 paller med chips hjemme, så det holder.
Du har dine egne søttonger, du. Ja. Men dere der hjemme dere kan gå inn på Facebook-siden til Norgesmesterskapet i poker, og så svarer dere i konkurransen der. Og da kan vi skal dele ut denne kofferten i dag. Svaret og vinneren blir kåret i kveld en gang etter 9:00.
Ja.
Men NM i utlandet, det er ikke første gangen du er med på utenlandstur, Thomas?
Nei, det er det ikke. Jeg tror første var Grebbestad. Men jeg har vært med på alt unntatt Nottingham siden Grebbestad.
Grebbestad, Göteborg, ikke Nottingham.
Riga.
Dublin.
Og Bratislava.
Hva er det morsomste, eller beste med disse utenlands-NM-ene, tenker du?
Jeg helt ærlig synes jeg det beste med utenlands-NM er å spille main. Altså, det er noe av det morsomste som finnes, og det er det jeg gleder meg til, og det er det jeg koser meg med. Men det er jo selvfølgelig som alle andre sier, folka, stemningen, det at du alltid, hvor enn du snur deg, så møter du noen du kjenner. Man diskuterer litt basketball med deg og Truls, eller... Ikke sant? Så det er ålreit å møte folk som har samme interesse, og som alle brenner for poker, da.
Ja. Men det er jo jakten på de hvite tøflene i main event som er det viktigste.
Ja, jeg synes det er det morsomste. Og jeg setter veldig stor pris på main event da, som en øvelse i seg selv. Jeg synes at det er viktig at det er en stor greie som du har så innmari lyst til å vinne.
Hva er det som gjør akkurat det mer spesielt, eller ekstra spesielt for deg, kontra Turbo, PLO, 8 Games, Head-Up?
Jeg tror det finnes 2-3 forskjellige slags pokerspillere. Jeg er den pokerspilleren som synes det er gøy med titler. Jeg elsker rangeringer, spillestatistikker, gode turneringsprestasjoner og sånne ting. For meg så er det kanskje, tror jeg nok, viktigere enn penger når jeg spiller poker. Men altså, hvis jeg spiller cash game, så er det noe annet, ikke sant? Men jeg tror det for meg er det viktigste, og det er det jeg synes er gøyest. Å gå etter den ene, nummer 1-spotten.
Ja. Har du alltid spilt poker? Har du alltid vært glad i poker?
Jeg begynte å spille poker når jeg begynte i Unibet i 2004.
Ja, så det er 20-årsjubileum for pokerspilleren Thomas Sudnes?
Ja, altså, vi spilte jo 5-kortspoker da, men,
sånn
på kjøkkenet, men jeg kan ikke si at jeg spilte så veldig mye sånn aktivt og for penger før 2004, det gjorde jeg ikke.
Men knokepoker på fritidsklubben i Tønsberg, der var du med?
Det har jeg vært med på.
Du har jo hud igjen på henne. Altså.
Ja, jeg var ganske god der også, faktisk.
Men basketball, sa du. Du er jo... Jeg vet jo at du er glad i sport. All slags mulig sport. Og akkurat nå så er det vel college basketball som er mye på mobilen, kan jeg se for meg.
Ja, det er jo det du og jeg henger og diskuterer nå, da. Det er jo March Madness. Det finnes ikke noe bedre
Hvis du tenker at poker er galskap, så er March Madness den mest korrekt navngitte idrettsturneringen noensinne.
Ja, det er det kanskje. Hva er det? Er det 64 lag? 68 vel? Siden de har 4 play-ins.
Som spilles inn.
Og så er det da, jeg gikk jo på universitetet i Arizona, som er en sånn stor basketballskole, og i år så er de dritbra, så da går de ut i andre runder eller noe sånt da. For det er vanligvis, de burde jo egentlig vinne dette her. Kanskje. Purdue, Tennessee, hvem vet?
North Carolina.
Det er mange gode.
Yukon er jo storfavoritten blant oddsmakerne. De er regjerende mestere. Men vi har jo en annen person som var veldig glad i all slags type sport og spill, og ikke minst poker. Han har jo og det er en person du kjente godt personlig, det var jo Tor Hansen.
Ja.
Som du hadde gleden av å henge med. Han er jo dessverre ikke med oss lenger, men han er jo med oss også her i sin egen pokerturnering.
Ja, det er fin turnering, det. Ja, fin fyr også, da. Det var
fin fyr.
Mange gode minner fra å henge med Tor Hansen.
Og hans pokerturnering, det er en mystery bounty. Det er litt i Tor Hansens egen ånd. Han var jo glad i litt gambling og moro. Og Sverre lagde denne reportasjen fra den turneringen.
Ja, det spilles jo flere turneringer enn main event. Og kanskje en av de mest prestisjetunge turneringene vi har er denne Tor Hansen Invitational. Det er jo en minneturnering for Tor Hansen, som har vært en lederstjerne egentlig for store deler av det som har blitt etter hvert norske pokermiljøet. Kanskje den spilleren som ikke bare var en lederstjerne i form av at han skapte en kultur for nordmenn utad som lever av poker, men han trente opp en helt ny generasjon. Han brukte av sin tid og virkelig kjempet for at vi skulle ha muligheten til å være nordmenn som hevdet oss i det internasjonale pokerselskapet. Det er klart at den generasjonen som kom opp akkurat da Thor Hansen var på topp i USA, som virkelig var en av stjernene der borte, har jo blitt drivende gode pokerspillere etter hvert. Jeg tenkte jeg skulle ta en prat med mannen ved min side her, Tore Pedersen, som er en meget habil pokerspiller, i tillegg til å være en meget habil fotballspiller, og etter hvert også en meget god fotballagent. Men problemet er at jeg har så dårlig timing, at når jeg kommer for å intervjue Tore, så har han bestemt seg for at han skal starte med å spille stor pott allerede rett ved siden her. Så vi skal la han få lov å vente litt grann her, mens han spiller ferdig potten. Men dette er jo da altså bord hvor det spilles Thor Hansen Invitational, denne turneringen, hvor også da deler av turneringen er med på å gå inn i et minnefond for nettopp Thor Hansen, hvor raken da i stor grad går dit. Bordet, i hvert fall, jeg kan jo ta det mens vi er her, det ligger S8-5, 2 hjerter, etter at man har kommet seg godt i gang til det som egentlig er den første hånda på dette bordet. Kommer et bud på 2000 fra Button, som synes av Tore P. Turn viser seg å være en spar dame. Check fra Tore. Har vi Button som skal ta en avgjørelse her også. Ligger cirka 15 000 i midten her. Det kommer en 7 i bånd, ligger det altså S5, 8, dame 7 med 2 hjerter, 2 klubber, ingenting som har fylt av flushedrag. Check fra Tore. Og kommer også en check fra Button som viser opp et kongepar. Og det er også litt av en hånd å løpe inn i på første hånden i dag, Tore?
Ja, ikke første hånda, men
første hånden her, da?
Første hånda her, ja, det var greit. Jeg trodde jeg var slått også. Jeg hadde et mindre pocket enn både dama og S, så det var greit.
Jeg snakket litt om Thor Hansen her også, hva han har betydd for norsk poker. Du har jo også vært en del av dette pokermiljøet ganske lenge, og selv om du er kjent fra fotballbanen, så er dette en måte å kompensere litt for en tidligere fotballspiller, at du får det adrenalinkicket som man kanskje savner litt når man legger opp?
Gøy å konkurrere da. Så var jeg så heldig å få spille litt med Thor også, så det var jo en inspirasjon for mange av oss det. Han har jo hatt mange bra resultater, men det er, ja, fin måte å konkurrere på. Veldig fint miljø, så det er veldig trivelig å spille NM.
Leeds, gjør de det bra i år?
Top of the league.
Top of the league, og der ser vi at Leeds-jakka den er på plass når Tore Pedersen spiller. Skulle kanskje tenke at det var noe av og til kunne dukke opp i en IFK-drakt eller et eller annet sånt, men nei, det er Leeds som gjelder, og bare Leeds.
Kun Leeds, og litt Fredrikstad.
Fredrikstad, tilbake på øverste nivå. Dette kommer til å bli moro. Men Tore Pedersen, han leverer drivende godt rundt pokerfilten, og han er på plass.
Ja da, Tore Pedersen, vår mann fra Fredrikstad og vår mann i Leeds-drakt. Vi er ikke så glad i Leeds.
Vi er ikke så glad i Leeds, men vi heier på United, vi.
Du heier på et annet United. Sheffield United eller Newcastle United, jeg husker ikke.
Det var Manchester United.
Ja, ok, greit. Vi skal tilbake til det samme TV-bordet, Thomas. Noen av de du kjenner eller har spilt mot før?
Vi nevnte jo Eirik Børbæk i stad, men Jonathan Vedde så jeg satt der. Og han slo meg ut i fjor på siste hånda av dag 1, så da ble han bedre enn meg i år igjen.
Så du heier ikke på Jonathan? Er det vi...
Ja, men da, når han har blitt bedre 2 ganger på rad og er en hyggelig fyr, så får jeg begynne å tenke at det er greit da. Jeg kan godt heile på han.
Og så ser jeg at Bjarte Hope, vår venn fra Bergen, som Sverre møtte i går, han er på TV-bordet, og han er førstereis. Det er første gangen noensinne at han spiller Norgesmesterskapet. Godt voksne bergenser som bare bestemte seg at nei, han ville også være med og spille Norgesmesterskapet.
Det er ikke lenge til han må begynne å multitable da. Han skal spille Virgin nå vel?
Ja, han skal spille Virgin. For det er en egen turnering for de som er førstereis, som heter Virgin Tour. Det er noen minutter til de er klare bak oss, men vi har jo hatt mye fokus på Mixed Games i starten av dette Norgesmesterskapet. Ja. Det blir Mixed Games i POKERNM også?
Ja. Vi skal legge inn en ekstra Mixed Games-øvelse i år. Ja. Big Bet Mix starter på lørdagen.
Hva er dette for noe?
Big Bet Mix, det er jo sånn No Limit Hold'em og Hot Limit Oma, Deuce to 7, Single Draw med No Limit, så har du PLO 8, eller Omaha High Low. Og så jo den forskjellen at vi kjører ikke 5-card draw, men vi kjører 5-card draw Maha.
Også kjent som Sviten spesial. Det jo mitt yndlingsspill.
Altså, vi gjorde den litt nordisk. En nordisk big event mix. Det blir kjempegøy.
Det høres så morsomt ut.
Så da begynner vi med det på lørdagen. Det en av de første turneringene som begynner i NM, 28. september. Og så det da 8-game-satellitt på ettermiddagen kvelden. Og på søndag så det jo da 8-game-titeløvelsen.
Ja, det jo helt nydelig. Det betyr jo at hvis du har fått smaken for Mix Games i løpet av denne Bratislava-uka og Mix Games-festivalen i forkant, så blir det mer Mix Games til høsten under NM som går på hjemmebane.
Ja, det blir mer Mix Games, så det gøy. Det mange som synes det gøy.
Det jo en voksende trend, at det flere og flere som blir bitt av den basillen. Og så det jo gjerne den yngre generasjonen som liker å grinde, som spiller sånn GTO og sitter og kalkulerer alt.
Gjør du ikke det, Mattis? Altså, du field-player? Det
jeg vet ikke hvor mange ganger jeg skal kalle meg en pokerspiller engang, men jeg synes jo det gøy å spille kort. Og så det vel mer magefølelsen. Jeg vet forskjell på kløver og hjerter i hvert fall.
Kort gøy.
Kort gøy, og nå det 8 stykker, eller 6-7 stykker som setter seg ned ved TV-bordet vi vel nede i nå, som gjør seg klare til å fortsette kampen om de hvite tøflene denne fredagen. Vi skal spille oss ned til et finalebord som går i morgen.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back. We are back. It looks like we have the same table that we had before. Blinds are now up to 50,000, 100,000. I'm told that we're going to be hopping right into the action, so we'll do some introductions in a little bit. George is taking a look either at the chip counts at this event or checking out some of the other events while we're hopping into the action. Now, Randy, who chipped up a little bit right before the break, did have no action on those Cowboys on the very last hand. Now waking up with a monster once again with Big Slick on the cutoff, and he's going with the standard raising size. He does just have 12 big blinds. I wouldn't have minded to see a shove either. It's really player dependent. Some will shove like 10 or less, some will shove 8 or less, some 15 or less. Some players will adjust based on the other players at their table. Randy opting for a smaller betting size, which invited Bjorback to come in with an inferior king-queen, and Vede likely going to feel like he's priced in from the big blind with 9-7 being that those should technically be live cards, at least against Bjorback, maybe or maybe not against Rand, but he knows how to play this cautiously and is getting the right price. But a fold wasn't out of the question in a multi-way pot, and that's what he opted to do. But meanwhile, he would have flopped 2 pair. Round day is still ahead with the Big Slick. Kind of unfortunate that Jonathan didn't go with the borderline call there, looking at what came out on the board, but he has plenty of chips. I don't think he's going to be sweating too much about this one.
Yeah, I think I would have peeled that and maybe folded some like 9-5 off or something, because you do have decent connectivity, but maybe he feels like Rande's open is going to be quite strong in general, and versus the button continue, it's going to be a bit dominated in the 9x region.
And this is why I would have liked the jam. Now, Rande is in a very difficult spot. He invited the button to come along. It was off a 14 big blind stack, so an open is actually not that bad, but then it should be more closer to a min-raise sizing.
Yeah, this is a massive bet on the flop from the king-queen there.
Good awareness.
Yeah, kind of blocking the hands that you want to fold, though, so it's a bit of a weird choice.
You're getting all those aces to fold out.
Yeah, I mean,
not
all
ace,
of those.
Ace.
Yeah, there's not many, you know, like you block ace-king, you block ace-queen, ace-jack, sure. Ace-10's got the open-ender, and Ace-Jack had the gut shot, so yeah.
Or targeting another King-Queen as well.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't maneuver him off that, or just maybe deny some equity to some other kind of holding like that. But yeah, so interesting game from Bjorbak so far. He's been a little unorthodox in the choices that he's made. It did pay off for him with the Ace-King earlier versus Bedell. But yeah, pretty interesting, just massive bet when check to there. Usually you could favor the small size with 18 left in the tournament. You know, it's going to have a similar efficiency. I think Rande, if he's folding Ace-King there to any kind of sizing, really, maybe he calls like some super small bets, but for the most part, you're just going to be able to get him out the way, as he's left with 1.2 million here, 12 big blinds from the hijack. I think we do want to shove the suited version of this hand, but this one seems a little wide, so.
And an open fold seems a bit not ideal in this spot, but we do see a lot of players able to open fold in these spots. But he does go with the jam anyway. He didn't jam the Ace-King, which I would have preferred to see if you're not going to be able to play post-flop with your Ace-King, and instead is jamming his Jack-10. Will likely get a better Queen-Jack to fold. There's really no reason for Hope to get involved, even though we see him dominated, especially with two players behind him. But he is taking his time, maybe thinking otherwise. It seems like a fold is the obvious play there, George.
Yeah, for sure. There's no way he's calling here, but we've seen his game plan, and he's not the guy that's going to cold call it off. But Vede in the big blind, lurking there with the pocket queens.
Wow.
Certainly going to be taking this one upstairs. Does he just call? I don't think... who's the player in the big blind? Sorry, it's Kronstad, right?
Yeah, I think a call is okay. But he is going all in. I mean, there's no right or wrong, I think, here. Perhaps trying to get some hands out of the way. I really don't know. I'd prefer a call here.
Yeah, and I think a little too wide of a shove, getting punished somewhat. Could have waited for just a hand that wants to jam. This is a bit too loose, but wow, what a flop. King, Queen, Deuce.
Wow, open ender here for Randy. So even though Vede flopping that top set, it's action flop.
Yeah, looking for an ace or a 9 now. All of a sudden 8 outs when he was basically dead pre-flop. That's a 4, so just the ace or the 9 for Rande to stay alive here. Can he find a magical river to complete that straight and keep his hopes and dreams alive? No, he cannot. The 8 on the river completes the board. Vede, once again, the benefactor of queens in a big spot. He trumped the jacks of Nguyen before the break. Now sending home one of the short stacks with the Jack-10. So Vede's queen's been the magical ladies for him, and he's going to be one of the chip leaders right now. Coming back after the break, Al-Saidi Ali was the chip leader on 7.4, and I think Vede's got a little touch more than that right now, so great position for him to be in. And,
a little bit of short-handed play for a hand or two, because they need to do some table balancing, although it's going to be 6-6-5, there's 17 left, so there will be a redraw after one more player hits the rail, and we'll probably take a very quick break. It seems like they're able to do the redraws rather quickly, which is impressive, because usually with the TV table going, you need about 10 minutes to get that set up, but they're getting it done in under 5.
Yeah, it's been very efficient from the on-hand team here, and you could see Dag, Olatvani, Hansen bowing out in 19th. I don't think we mentioned that player, so unlucky, but a decent run nonetheless. Looking at the payouts, 19th netted them 4.4K, and the next pay jump is at 15 to 5.13. So all of these guys have locked up 4,450 euros, but it's that top prize of 107,900 that they've very much got their sights set on. Let's have a look over at the mystery bounty. There's 56 remaining from 768 players there. 95 in the money. Just looking to see if there's any familiar faces that have busted out that one. Tajay Forrest.
Tajay.
Yeah, got 84th. Might have got a bounty. You never know. There was 15 or 12 eliminations before him. Who else? Let's have a little look. Andre Tekel is a local online high-stakes professional, good player.
Seaman is also out.
Seaman with the best name.
Very good player as well.
Gulbrandsen, yeah, he busted out, unfortunately. May or may not have got a bounty, so there's 56 remaining there, playing for a really staggering top prize of 39,320 euros. And just going to scan over whilst we're in between hands here. Vede does have that Queen-Jack, going to be opening that for sure, you'd feel. Looking at the high roller, still a strong field remaining in that. Lukas Benkovic, long-time Slovakian poker pro, is the chip leader going into day 2 there. Haven't had the updated chip counts, but Harold Stad, Mokri, 2 of the big names in the Norwegian online poker scene and very much the live scene too, are in the mix, with a couple of other regulars from Hungary as well. Brisky, Kolazar, Larabi, Malinov. So there's 10 left there with the German Thema closing up the field. We've got a No Limit Hold'em Turbo going on, which is 155 players with 53 remaining, 150 buy-in. Top prize there is 5,680 euros, so not a bad little payday there for a Turbo. Should be over fairly quickly. Started at 12 local time, which is around about 3 hours and 10 minutes ago. Back to the action though. Bedell, he's not had the best card distribution since those unfortunate collisions for him earlier on, where he lost over half his stack.
But he would have been opening up that Queen-5 much earlier. We saw him opening up even lighter yesterday from buttons.
Yeah. So very much aware of the difference in aggression that he can exert off of different stack depths, allowing himself to sort of hang in on the sidelines there. Bjorbak knows that Hope is playing particularly tight and is just kind of isolating him from the small blind there, going for the raise first in, knows that he's not going to get much fight back. We haven't really seen much from Hope apart from really premium hands.
So should we do a side bet about Bedell? Like maybe, what, top 7, will he make top 7? Is that a fair cutoff maybe? Or so, top 8? I don't know. Official final table we can bet, because we may not, then we're going over a 2-day bet. Maybe it's not a good bet actually, but I think Bedell at the beginning of the day was an odds-on favorite of making the final table, but right now, possibly not.
How about his chip stack at the end of the next 2 levels before the next break?
If it's above or below 3 million?
Set the line, yeah.
Okay, I'll set the line at the 3.3 million that he's at now, and you can choose over and under.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
All right. So we'll do a double and nothing from yesterday.
Sounds good.
Booked. Back in the mix here. Hope with the 5-3 off. Just going to relinquish that one from the small blind. And Vede had Queen 8, which is certainly playable in a limp pot, or even facing a small raise would have likely continued.
Happy to take the walk at the same time, though. Free chips.
Absolutely. Did we get any info on Vede's handed mob? I can have a little look. He's definitely a player that's been around the block and is quite well known within the Norwegian scene, that's for sure.
He had a title last year in the Norwegian Championships, I'm about 98% sure. His brother Oscar also has impressive results. Jonathan is an online grinder, as everybody knows, but does like to play live in throughout Europe, both here during the Norwegian Championship. We've seen him quite often in Estonia. I've seen him over in many other spots around the world too, including Prague. We played an event together many years ago in Prague.
Quite a modest Hendon mob for someone of his ability. He's played very well on the feature table so far, but 22,000 in live earnings, unless it's another Jonathan Wede.
No, even I have more with all my hidden winnings, which is kind of shocking. I would figure that to be more, but as we mentioned, he is focusing mostly online.
Yeah,
his brother Oscar has a bit more in the live realm. Jonathan, being a bit younger, I believe you will only see his caches going back a few years, because he's a young lad, even though he looks like he's a little older. I believe he's around 24, 25.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, he looks not not in a bad way, but he just looks more mature than his age, for sure. But yeah, his first cash was in 2018. 2023 saw him a little bit more active on the live scene. Min cash in the festival main event in Nottingham. He got 39th in the edition of this event last year for 4,000 euros.
That might be what I'm thinking of, but I think it was Gunnar, or maybe his dad, or maybe his brother. The Vetty family was running deep in a lot of stuff last year. We've seen Gunnar run deep in stuff. We've seen Jonathan run deep in stuff. Oscar's on the sidelines this year with his wife expecting, so he's, you know, busy with the family planning kind of stuff. We'll probably see a little bit less of him on the live circuit for the next year or two, and maybe he'll be traveling with the baby, whatnot, but typically when someone has a baby, you know, it's a little bit of time to take off from live poker. You could still grind online and be around for the family.
Makes a lot of sense. And his brother in a pretty favorable confrontation here. Hope not bidding the flop, checking back, does go for the barrel with the open ender. Small sizing though, allowing Vette's life to be extremely comfortable with that top pair. And it's Jack on the river. Will Hope find any kind of follow-up to the turn bet? It's going to be difficult for him to rep an awful lot. He would have bet most of his Jack X on the flop. So all he's really targeting here is some kind of ace-high spades.
Yeah, this isn't going to be big enough for Vette to have to really think about it. If it is just 55, it can't be 55,000 because the blinds are 100,000, but it looked like there were about 3 white chips in the mix there. Although we could see maybe that it's 5 if we're looking at our side screen there. So a bigger bet than I thought, but it's still going to be an easy call for Mr. Vette.
Yeah, Vette looks a bit uncomfortable, but you've got to hope that your opponent can find some kind of bluff here. And if you're up against a better king, then so be it. You know that he's very unlikely to hold any Jack X. The only Jack X he could have really would be quads that might have checked back the flop for some deception. You feel all of the Jack X hands would have been more natural. And this is the problem with the passive play post-flop. He didn't bet the flop and allows his opponent to catch up, and then ends up piling 2 streets in there and running into the king, which would have surely relinquished the flop just to a small c-bet. So,
now,
yeah.
Mentally, we're going to have to subtract about 450,000 from Hope's stack. Adding the 450 to Jonathan's stack is a little bit less relevant when you're at 8.8 million, but it is quite relevant off of Hope's stack that he basically now has a push-fold stack, not what it will be showing in the graphics most likely, because it was showing a 55,000 bet when it was 500,000 before.
Yeah, looks like he's got about 10 big blinds now. Bure back with the ace-8 suited, comfortable open for him. Into the big blind of Bedell, so a little sweat for me to see how he gets on here. Took the over on the 3.2 million after the end of the next level. And it is over.
3.3 million.
3.2.
It was 3.2?
Yeah.
Okay, we will go with that then. Because he had 3-3 before this hand.
Yeah. And he does defend with the better holding here. Ace-9 versus Ace-8. And unfortunately, look at this. His opponent is out-flopping him. Middle pair for Bjorbak. 550k in there. Do you see him go for a medium sizing? He does elect to check this one back. There's a lot of draws available. Wants to navigate to a turn like this where he can really be confident versus the double check line that he's going to have the best of it. And now you could be seeing quite a meaty bet coming in here. He goes for the small sizing. I think Bedell is quite wide in the big blind, so I think there's a lot of more deuce X and 4X in his range than you'd feel with a player like Kronstad. So this smaller sizing does get ace-high to continue. We do block that, of course, though, so I feel like the meteor sizing to get them value from some straight draws and worse ace-X, deuce X and 4X could have been the way to go, but look at this on the river.
Big trouble for Bedell.
Big trouble for Bedell. He's going to lead and he's probably going to get jammed into here. Snap call? No.
That saves your bet.
What's he doing?
Perhaps concerned that Bedell was slow playing a 10. If he was watching the stream yesterday, we did see some double checks by Bedell when he did flop top pair from out of position.
Yeah, but he rivered an ace, so 2 pair.
Yeah, but maybe concerned about an ace-10. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. The line doesn't check out. Maybe thinking if he's raising, is Bedell calling anything less? With a player like Bedell, yes, he might be. I fully agree with you. I'm just trying to rationalize a little bit what he might have been thinking with the snap call.
Wow, there's no reason to act so fast in this situation. With 17 left, every chip matters, and he's probably just left about $1 million on the table there. He would have a standard raise sizing there is you could go sort of 1.2, 1.3, or even just jam and say, look, I feel like your lead here is going to be some kind of ace. Yeah, if we're beat by 3-5, it's just a cooler. We've got 2 pair there in a situation where Bedell could even have improved to hands like ace deuce and ace 4 that would have called an all-in even. So that is eye-watering. Yeah.
You might have been even slow playing a 10-8, knowing Tom. You know, like there's other 2 pairs that are going to have to call.
He's got moves in his arsenal, and he's not the most natural player to read, but Bedell there, sort of a little bit more of a sorrowful looking or mournful looking table presence, kind of a little bit closed in the body language there, just kind of staring down at the table, trying to get something going, trying to rile himself up mentally perhaps, but he's been absolutely gifted a chance as he's still on 25 bigs, and in many ways could even be out the tournament after that confrontation, his opponent just snapping him off on the river for the small size.
It was interesting that Hope was back to just doing the min-raise, so 13 big blinds he had that hand, and it looked rather strong. It worked, but he's not in push-fold area, I believe, until about 10. May help that it's 5 max at the moment. Not 5 max, but 5-handed. Until we get one more player out the door, in which case there will be a new redraw, 2 fresh tables. Perhaps we still have Bedell in action, but Monica Vaca, Tobias Leknes are still in the field too. 2 players that everybody wants to see. Leknes, unfortunately, with the short stack, though.
You see Kronstad once again there, just not opening the queen 10 off from the cutoff. It's so so conservative and so avoidant. Wow, Hope again finding a massive hand in these blind versus blind confrontations and giving his opponent a bit of a slow roll here. There we go. He calls, just kind of mustering up the courage to find the call. Hope does have less than 1.9 million. That looks like 1.3, I would imagine.
Yeah, it goes back to that hand against Jonathan.
Yeah, exactly. So Bjorback with a decent shove here. Jack 7 suited. He's going to get his opponent to probably even fold hands as strong as King Jack, based on what we've seen from Bjorback. But look at Hope, sorry. But look at this. Tens. Was in a great spot. Now it's almost a flip. An overcard, a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, front door flush draw. That's an absolute brick on the turn.
Hope hoping that the board does not bring another heart.
Oh, clean run out for Hope as his dreams are still alive here in the main event. 17 left, so we're whittling through the field here.
The problem with this is now that the stack discrepancies are completely off. He has about 3 million. It's going to show 3.9 million, and both Jonathan, yeah, 3 of the players are going to have incorrect chip counts, but being that they're all middling stacks, we'll just keep an eye on the stack sizes of everybody at the moment. There's no point in going in and correcting that, being that we're going to have a redraw after one more player hits the rail, which could happen any moment now. It could be an hour from now, but you would have to interrupt the flow of the action to get chip counts once again. And the camera angles are amazing, and players are stacking their chips in 20s, which is also nice. It's easy to figure out how much players have by just close up on the chips.
So just to divert away from the main event, we are on the final table of 9 in the 2K High Roller event, the unlimited re-entry. Yep, 9 left. And the lineup is Lukas Benkovic from Slovakia, Andres Brisky from Hungary, Kent Roeder from Norway, Daniel Kolazar from Hungary, Kehan Mokri from Norway, Joachim Haraldstad, Bernard Larabi, who won the PLO 2K yesterday, Antonis Malinov from Bulgaria, and Frederick Thima makes up the final 9, with 3 getting paid 10.7k min cash. Wow, that's massive in a 2K, and 27,000 euros up top.
Did the PLO high roller get more than the Hold'em high roller?
Yes.
That's kind of like an unusual thing, actually. I can't remember a festival ever where the two high rollers have the same buy-in and the PLO drew more. That's shows how popular four-card poker has become.
Absolutely.
And a good flop for defending with that king deuce. It's equity advantage is switched over to Vede over Hope. Hope may want to continue on this flop anyway, both to protect his hand, and it's fine to check it back. Vede, though, should be betting the turn.
Yeah, you'd feel versus the double check. We want to start to target hands. I do like the check for pot control on the flop. Keeps our options open. It allows us to gain value from hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10 that can catch up in some form on the turn. And now really a green light to go for that value with the King Deuce. Hope with the Ace 9, just not looking to tangle at all. It is a spot where you can easily be getting bluffed off there. Lots of straight draws, lots of just random hands taking a stab versus the passivity, but doesn't seem interested in that one. And it's going to be over to Fjeldstad in the big blind. Sorry, no, Kronstad is Kjartan Kronstad, my bad. Looking at the wrong table, my bad. So 1 to go until we get that shift back to 2 tables of 8. But it's very much all systems go for these players. Locking up 14.45 right now. 15.1 and then 16.5, and the unofficial final table will have payouts from 8.6 up to 107K.
Bedell waking up with the Cowboys. This is good news for George and his bet. Is opening up with a little more than a min raise to, actually a lot more than a min raise. It's open to 325, not to 225. Interesting sizing. You would think it would have been a little bit smaller, but Bedell has a certain image and likes to be a little bit random with his betting sizes pre-flop. We've seen that happen where a lot of time he's doing small ball with min raising, and it doesn't necessarily dictate that he has a strong hand, that he went a little bit bigger, because we've seen it happen with some of his weaker hands as well. So just mixing it up a little bit. But
ooh,
wow,
look at this. Vede with the ace queen here versus this 700. He makes it. Does he allow himself some room to fold to the jam? Is that what he's thinking here? You're going for some value, obviously, versus the open. It's a bit unorthodox. You never really know what Bedell's up to here. He could have all sorts of holdings, and ace-queen is usually going to be doing rather well against those. They are playing only 600 right now. Bedell might be worried that he's running into the aces again.
And it looks like he just wants to call and have Vede maybe do something post-flop on a non-ace board.
Maybe.
But the smile and the talking, he hasn't been doing that lately, and he was doing it a bit yesterday when he had some strong hands, perhaps a small tell, but I don't think it's a tell. I just think that he went on break and now is back to being a little bit more like Tom.
Exactly. Let's see if he can fade the ace here. That's going to be what he's going to be sweating on that flop.
Oh, no.
Wow, look at this. Queen, queen, 6. Even worse, because the ace is obviously the more natural way to get out of the pot, but
quite unfortunate.
How do we get away from this now? I don't think there's any route to escape here. Vede, you'd think, will be continuing in the form of a smaller sizing here.
May even check it back with so much hand strength here.
Being out, he's out of position. In
he's going to check. You know, he's not check it back, but check. But he does offer a small bet, like George suggested. It looks like it is just 200,000 or so.
Yeah.
225.
Good sizing from Vede. Makes a lot of sense. We don't need to go big here if our opponent is completely whiffing the flop. Just want to be leaning on some hands like ace-10, ace-jack.
I think a call here is fine. I don't think a raise, even if you think your opponent doesn't have a queen on such a dry board, makes any sense.
No.
Then you want to let your opponent barrel a little bit into you.
Exactly. He's got some hands pretty dead.
Oh,
wow.
what the heck is going on with this hand, George?
Holy moly, it's going to be a double up for Bedell here. There's just simply no way out for Vede. And he's going to be quite happy about that king, I think, because some hands that float the flop, like King 10 and King Jack with the backdoor flush draw, with it being the king of clubs, all of those three combinations are available for both. So King Jack, King 10 of diamonds, spades, and hearts now improved to top pair.
And very likely to size up a little bit bigger, targeting some of those draws. Obviously, maybe not that concerned because the ace gives him a full house. So like a 10 Jack, you're really only drawing to the 9. So it may still be on the smaller side.
It's gone for 350.
Which on the smaller side.
Yeah, very small, which would leave 1.2 million into a pot of 2.8 roughly. So he gives himself a 40% sizing or so for the river. Bedell with no choice but to just call here. We've got our opponent almost always drawing dead. The ace is only the real worry because his opponent, in terms of the top of his value range pre-flop with the small 3-bet sizing, is repping a hand like aces at the top. But he's got hands like ace-king and ace-queen in really bad shape, and the offsuit 5 on the river will
Missed
offer...
this one outer somehow.
Yeah, exactly. No lady luck for Vede, who's... it's been just all queens for him, right? The 2 queens, and now flops trips with the ace-queen. So he must be thinking, what's going on here? And he's just counting his chickens here, thinking, right, I've got the absolute lot here. I feel like Tom's going to have a king or some kind of, maybe even queen jack, queen 10 if I'm lucky. Let's go for the lot. No question as to whether or not this shove is coming, and there it is.
And a snap call by Bedell.
And he's still going to feel like he's got the best of it.
Curious of Jonathan. Look, he can't believe it.
He can't believe it. That's absolutely unbelievable. What a run out there for Jonathan. A little bit of a furrowed brow and a look of confusion and almost like, how am I not ahead here? Because he can be getting snapped by hands like even a king, worse queen. Obviously, he is losing to pocket 6s and pocket 5s. Pocket 5s unlikely to have arrived at the river. But wow, what a spot for Bedell. Big double up for him, and he's right back in the thick of things here, right in the hunt.
And now we might see Bedell doing Bedell things again, which makes things a little bit more entertaining for us as well.
Certainly does. He's got 51 big blinds now, so up to 5.2. He did start the day with over 7 million and won a couple of pots early on. We were sat here thinking, right, he's just going to take the reins and it's going to be his game more than anyone else's. But a couple of blow-ups there, really. I mean, the ace-queen was understandable versus the ace-king of Bjorbak. But the king-9 versus Hope really will be etched in the memory of Bedell when he looks back on this run, if he does not indeed go on for a super deep run here.
We saw the same thing happen yesterday. He built up a big stack and then punted half of it off, and then I wouldn't say he was as composed as he was today, but then slowly but surely was inching his way back up and ended the day at a high point.
Yeah, and Bjorbak opening it up, and Hope here with these 7s. I feel like he's going to come in for a peel. He does just fold. Him and Kronstad in particular have been a little too tight for my liking. And yeah, you're getting deep in the tournament here. The payouts are pretty juicy at this stage, you know, more than a buy-in, but we've just got to play some hands in order to make some chips here.
Especially 5-handed.
Yeah, I don't think 7s is like a terrible fold.
Oh.
He would have flop top set. ICM-wise, you do usually play 3-bet or fold in these kind of situations. But yeah, he's going to be really gutted now because Bedell leading with that 4 may have even have done this 3-handed as well.
Trying to get those ace-queens, ace-kings to potentially fold, I guess. I mean, you're not really betting for value with bottom pair, I don't believe. Probably a little cause for concern when he gets called. So maybe we'll save him a bet here. Really no reason to be betting. You can check call if you so choose, if you think your 4 is live, but it's a scary board to just be calling with bottom pair. And Bjorbak has not really shown like signs that he would ever really be betting without having a hand. If he felt he just had showdown value, he would be checking it back pretty much 100% of the time.
Yeah, I think hands like ace-10 and ace-king, which may have stuck around on the turn, definitely not going to be betting here.
Of course, we have more information based on the cards that we've seen than Tom probably can process based on not seeing a lot of the cards.
And we're really targeting the Jack-X here. That's what we're hoping Bedell has. I don't think Bedell's going to call it off with the 4. What do we beat? Hands like 10-8, 9-8 would have surely bet the flop. Heads up. Good fold.
It was a good betting size, though, because if he was betting the jack, then I think Bedell's actually calling there and just like, how'd you get there with the queen?
Agreed.
And if it's a smaller sizing, we've seen Bedell just call without thinking, you know, maybe to get information. So there is that option against a player like Bedell. Anybody else at the table, I like the sizing. But I do like this. I prefer the sizing even against Bedell.
Hope with those 36 big blinds, letting go of the 8-5. Kronstad not looking to get involved either, and it's over to Bedell versus his fickle foe here. Bjorback, who's got the king-6 suited, usually a pretty natural check back in the spot. Suited king, good playability. Don't want to raise, get 3-bet, and then have to either fold or call a marginal hand, or then fold the hand with a decent amount of equity. Bedell does flop 2-pair. Going to go for some pot control. You usually see people stab here, looking for some protection. Turning an open-ender, though, and the open-ender is shared by Bjorback, so this is a pretty nice card for Bedell. Looking to seek some value here, 200 into 300, and does get the call from Bjorback.
A semi-free roll, of course, the king ruins that free roll, but other than that, they're drawing to the same straight with a made hand already for Bedell.
Yeah, and look at this, just the post-flop craft. Knows that he's ahead in the hand, and is firing again, 350 into 700. So a slight size down. Yeah, targeting a 5.
I guess all 5 and only a 5.
Mm-hmm. Maybe some kind of sticky ace-deuce, ace-3 that might have stuck around. Keeps his opponents guessing, and a nice warm smile for his opponent there, as if to say, I had you, pal, if you're folding that quick.
Ooh. Yes! Oh, Tom celebrating that we're down to the final 2 tables. Apparently a player hit the rail on the side, on one of the side tables. Let's quickly pull out to see who hit the rail in 17th place before the redraw. And that would be Kay Fagelstad, who we had at the featured table earlier. So we will have a redraw after this hand. But meanwhile, Vede waking up with the big slick on the very final hand at this table. And Kronstad folding the ace-8. Bedell folding the king-4 after celebrating making the final 2 tables. That was a pretty loud celebration, but that's fine. That Bedell wears his emotions on his sleeve. It wasn't a needle towards any particular player. I do like his behavior. He's seems to be a gentleman of the game that just likes to have fun. But meanwhile, we're going to go on a quick break, George, while they do the redraw. And it should be rather quick, so we're going to stick around in the booth. But wait it out, see, and we'll see which players we get at the feature table. But be back in a few minutes.
See you in a bit.
verdens første TV-bord.
For 3-6.
Nei. 8-7-6. What's the verdict, Valka? Hva dommen? Rett før. Det var rundt 5-5, ja. Samme som meg. Nei. Svinger jo. Yes, I do. I have 3.7, 4.175.
Lite sammen med en million.
Ja, og så har du
Der.
Yard take. Bob, you know how many chips you got, buddy?
Da har du 10, sant?
Ja, 10.
2 million.
1, 2 million.
24. 24 biks.
Ja.
26. 26.
Representerer på Vestlandet mot skip. Alrighty then.
Kommer du hit,
Alright,
Monica?
Jonathan, do you know how many chips you got, buddy?
Ja. Nei, nå blir det Er det du som er lavest da? Nei. Det er jeg som er lavere.
Ja, vi får håpe at det er en til som er lavere.
Ja, han har 1 million.
Ja.
Så når han ryker, så har du en liten money job.
Ja, hvis jeg slutter å spille mot Bradley, så går det bra.
Hvem er det der? Er det du som er det? Ja. Han visste jeg skulle spille annet.
Ja, jeg går. Jeg gjør alt fra innstedet. Etter det her, da har jeg spilt med Bradley og så spiller med deg.
Og så kommer det her til deg.
Konge! Nå kommer det. Nå kommer det galt.
Nei da. Det var eneste jeg holdt som litt utenfor, kanskje det var å reise med kraftig i forhold.
Jeg prøver å lite bad. Han må ha straight flush up der.
Nei, jeg hadde ikke
Jeg får se i kommentarfeltet hvor mye kommentarer det er skummelt å spille. Du må ikke prøve. Nei, du må se mer enn å stå.
Stopper de noe på 50-100? Hæ? Stopper de på 50-100? You know?
Sorry?
If it, the level blinds stops at 50. Or is it?
Nei, vi går jo opp om 20 meter.
Og du gjør det?
Ja.
For det kan jo stoppe.
Nei, det stopper litt her.
Og du går opp og av. Monica, du sa ikke hvor mange blinds du har. Er det hva du kjøper? Jeg kjøper
Position number 2. Use your count.
Det kan du få til.
Bare for å snakke.
Ja.
Well, it's for
Er du fornøyd?
Alle fornøyde?
Ja, det er fornøyd. Ja, men vi vet jo du har 2-4. Ja.
take a break then.
That's up to you. So the team tell me we can go. I'm going first to the box. Go.
Vi må jo ikke stoppe klokken. Vi må jo få oss en røyksnapp.
De brukar väl in här, gör de inte det?
Ja, jeg spiller. De fleste kasinoer jeg spiller på, så må vi gå på. Men det er poker. Spiller vi med mange tusen. Må du på røykerom?
Welcome back. We have our feature table set, and I'm not sure if Tom Bedell even switched seats, but he's certainly at the same table. So let's check out some of the people at this table. Monica Vaca's back. It was just hard to see her because the hoodie is up, but she is in seat 1. Tom Bedell in seat 2. The start of day chip leader, who has chipped down a little bit. We haven't really seen much of him in Patan Karun. That's going to be a tricky name for us to pronounce on the fly. Idrik Bajorback in seat 4. Jarte Hope, who we had earlier throughout the day, actually, in seat 5. Christian Holmgren in seat 6. Jonathan Wedde is back in seat 7. And Charlton Kronstad, who we've seen quite a lot of, including today, in seat number 8. So a nice lineup once again. Unfortunately, we need Tobias to get something going so that we see him on the feature table again. I was kind of hoping to see how he navigated a short stack on a feature table, but I fully understand why we have this table. There's a lot of interesting players with Jonathan, Monica, and of course Tom Bedell at the table. So we don't know the action here, George, yet, but we do see a flop.
Yeah, 10-6-6, 2 diamonds, 1 heart is the board.
Can we see who's in the hand? It looks like Patrick in seat 3. Is
Patrick Patanakaran.
Ooh, you did that pretty well. Much better than me.
Yeah, just got to go fast on it, get it out the way. Looks like he's up against Jonathan Vedder, no? Oh, no?
I can't see who has the
here
cards.
We go. It's Christian Holmgren in seat 7, so heads up to the flop. The positions are cutoff versus big blind, so it looks like we've had a c-bet and a call.
Ah, we got some boards now, and it's top pair for Holmgren, just the ducks for Patrick.
Yeah, the ducks also always make a great candidate for a double or triple barrel because you can hit your disguised nuts, which is obviously going to be the deuce for the full house. And you just do such a great job of folding out better hands. Hands like 3s, 5s, 7s, 8s that may have played this way will be under a lot of pressure on the turn here. So I like to see this play. This is someone that's clearly quite well studied and understands the power of almost these low pairs just because the efficiency of the bets is so high. They can work as kind of a merge in some ways where you get flush draws to continue, but you fold out the better pocket pairs and even some 10x. Under a lot of pressure on the turn here. He is going to continue for 350, so can Patanakaran, there we go, I've got that, find the 3rd barrel here. It's going to be tricky on that 5 of diamonds. A lot of the natural continues for your opponent are going to be in the form of flush draws. And we don't have that deuce of diamonds, which would block some ace deuce, king deuce, queen deuce suited. But our opponent is going to have a lot of hands like a 10 in this line, especially the hands like 10-7, 10-8, 10-9 that deem themselves too weak to check raise the flop. So mulligan over now. It's got kind of a weird spot where he's still ahead of some hands like 9-8 of hearts, 9-7 of hearts, Jack-9, Jack-8 of hearts. That might have continued the flop. Didn't go for the check raise. Sizing up a little bit now. It's going for, what does that look like? 800.
I like this because the 3rd diamond came. He could be repping a lot of flush draws and potentially getting a 10 to fold that would be happy to have come along on the flop and the turn.
Yeah, It's an annoying spot holding that 7. You'd rather have a hand like 10-4 suited here as a call, because then you'd unblock some of the missed straight draws that could fire off in this fashion.
And we don't know much about Holmgren, about how he was playing. I think this is the first time we've seen him at the feature table.
Certainly is from my account as well, and he does make the fold there, so really showing a lot of heart there, POKERNM. Getting it through, maybe a Thai name of Thai descent potentially would be my guess. Let's have a look.
Certainly of Norwegian citizenship.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we would not be seeing him in this event. Has a good seat at the table too. Position on both Tom and Monica, and across the table from Jonathan, so it doesn't really get that much better. It would only be a little bit better if Jonathan was 1 seat over. But having position on Bedell is quite nice, and definitely having position on Monica is great as well. Monica is a very gifted player from what we've seen. And waking up with the ace-10, Monica, happy to at least put in a raise and take it from there. So min raising it to 200,000. Monica does play a bit online, and online this is just a min click. We see others betting 225, 250, but Monica is sticking to the min raise size. Basically reduces the sizes of 3 bets. It does a lot. You don't mind necessarily, if you don't mind playing hands in position, obviously the big blind's going to call more often to a min raise. In this case, Jonathan not waking up with enough to defend, but I personally like the min raise at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
Even in live poker, I don't really have another sizing. Personally, I understand different people play different ways.
Min raise makes a lot of sense from under the gun, especially because we have such a strong range where we save chips if we get 3-bet, but also because we've got such a strong range, we don't need to put more chips in the pot to essentially gain the same outcome. People that are going to peel are likely going to peel for the 2x or the 2.2x, so it's just a small thing where we save that, you know, quarter of a big blind that can be put into our arsenal in other areas should we face some resistance with the bottom part of our opening range, such as an ace-10 there. So it's over to Kronstad in the big blind. And based on the way he's played so far, certainly a big blind for some of the more experienced players to potentially target, as we've seen him not look to find reasons to get involved an awful lot. Bedell folds, he's got the 5 million stack, that's 50 big blinds, a pretty decent spot for him at this stage of the tournament. And going back to POKERNM, only 6,500 in live earnings, biggest score of 2.5k at the Norwegian Championships in Dublin in a 150 Hold'em Turbo event, coming 6th in that one. So interesting resume for someone showing some gusto with the triple barrel with the deuces there. That's a very counterintuitive triple barrel line that usually indicates a rather strong or well-studied player, I would say.
Perhaps one of these online grinders that only comes out for the Norwegians. It's not a player that I have personally come across before, where even from the face, I don't recognize him before this week.
All of the results are from Norwegian tournaments, you're right.
So Vede's turn to open up with the ace-10. I mean, Holmgren opens with the 7s, Vede with the ace-10 in the small blind with a decision to make, and he 3-bet to 550, putting Holmgren into a position. It's a pretty good 3-bet against a button open. It just happens that Holmgren is opening with something fairly strong and is opting to call in position with the 7s. The problem with 7s is Vede doesn't just have to rep that ace and 10. He has plenty of other cards that he can rep, and now has a 10 high flush draw. So even though Holmgren 7s are still safe at the moment, we see a higher equity for Vede with the 2 overcards, the 10 of clubs, and should be most likely continuing after 3-betting. And I don't think Holmgren can go anywhere, at least to a single bet. and does indeed call, perhaps giving Vede some food for thought if a club doesn't come, even if it's like a 10. 2 of spades on the turn, so now a wheel draw on top of all the other draws that Vede has. Holmgren 7s now have better equity against that ace-10, despite all the outs you see on the top of the screen there. It's really 16 live outs, but just 2 of them are in other players' hands, so it's more like it's very close at this point equity-wise. But not that scary card for Holmgren, other than if he thinks that Vede has a made flush. You very often will see him calling if it's half a pot or less. And it is about half the pot with a bet of 725,000. With ICM in mind, we may see Holmgren actually give up on the hand. If it was much earlier in the tournament, I think he would call, if not do something more. There's really not that much point in doing that much more, considering he was 3-bet. He can put Vede on hands like 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces, but also those ace-kings. And it was a small blind versus button, so hands like ace-10 show up in there as well. So Jonathan taking one away, denying the equity of his opponent, and doesn't need to see out whether he would get there or not with 1 card to come. And we have Edgar back dealing, so we did have our other dealer to start things off, so we weren't following the same pattern that we normally do with a dealer change every level, but it was close enough.
I can tell you that Magurano, who we saw featured on the stream table yesterday, has unfortunately bowed out in 15th place, I believe. 16th. Yeah, sorry, 16th. So he got a payout of 4.45K, which means that everyone now is over the 5K cash, which is great news. As Patanakaran here in the +1 seat, surely going to be opening it up as he does with ace-4 suited. I'm getting the feeling that this guy is a pretty strong player. We've seen a lot of guys miss these kind of opens, whereas an online reg will always take them. So over to Holmgren in the cutoff, Queen-9 suited. There are some arguments for 3-betting, not really at this stage of the tournament. I think we want to be a little centered around the ace or king blocker. So Queen-9 just going to fold there, and Kronstad.
Big 3-bet.
Making a move, yeah. We've not seen anything from him really, so if I'm in Patanakaran's spot here, I'm just letting go at the ace-4 and not really feeling like my 4-bet jam even has any fold equity. But he may have other ideas here. Let's have a look. Just kind of mulling things over. That little look away there tends to signify that he's kind of done with the hand, but...
I think he's done with the hand, but he also wasn't at the same table as Kronstad until this moment as well, so may not realize how Kronstad has been playing.
That's also true. So Kronstad putting in 925 out of his stack of about 2.5 million. And he does fold. I think that's the wise move. There are, of course, some parallel universes where we could jam there and potentially get our hand to 3-bet fold. Our opponent to 3-bet fold some ace jack ace 10, king queen off bluffs, but not deeming his opponent there as maybe an elderly gentleman to have too much of that. We did know on this occasion that he was making a move with the king queen, so fair play.
A full rack of red chips were just colored up by Jonathan, and the blue chips are in play. So we do have those 250,000 chips in play for the first time. And in other news, the seniors event is near 200 entries already, 192 entries. I don't remember seeing that many seniors events in Europe really attracting that kind of field, but it's also the case where there's not a lot of seniors events throughout Europe. I would like to see more of them. Being a senior now myself, I've yet to play one, but if there were more available, I would play them.
And we are down to 7 on the final table of the 2K Texas Hold'em High Roller. Field of 30 on that one, 3 getting in the money, and the remaining players are, we see Kaihan Mokri, unfortunately, bow out in 9th, Andras Brisky in 8th, and it's Lukas Benkovic of Slovakia, Kolazar of Hungary, Joachim Bakker of Norway, Joachim Haraldstad of Norway, Bernard Larabi, Antonis Malinov, and Fredrik Thiemer making up the final 7 there, looking for a top 3 berth and a massive min cash of 10.7k. Yeah, huge stuff there for a 2k buy-in with a quite a bizarre 5.5x min cash. You don't see that very often.
No, that's actually pretty cool for the high rollers. I think they don't want necessarily that small min cash just looking at the field, so it suits them quite well. But I found interesting looking at that list of names that 5 of those players entered today. So they were all on fresh stacks in our system because the chip counts aren't being updated for that event. Which is quite unusual to have 5/7 of the field being day 2 entries.
Just shows you the power of the max late reg. It's been something that has been accustomed in online tournaments where people have done the math and realized that you just make the money so much more often than you do when you enter from level 1. There are arguments that it kills your ability to win the tournament, but you never know what can happen in tournaments. It's very much a variance game in some senses, so easy to spin it up there and saves you the time of having to play the full day 1 yesterday. You just come in fresh and hope for the best.
Yeah, but it also it's a field killer in a way, like because if everybody's winning to the last moment, which is typically like a high roller mentality that I can play the short stack, then what winds up happening is the field is going to be smaller on a day 1.
Yeah.
Players that are on the borderline are going to walk around, take a look at the field, and realize it's not big enough yet for them to enter, but then on day 2 not be comfortable enough to enter with the short stack. So perhaps there needs to be like an overall correction there. This is fairly standard for all high roller events that you can enter on a day 2. I'm not quite sure if that's the way going forward. I think I would prefer to see that you're allowed to re-enter on a day 2 versus be your first entry, because then that will encourage day 1 participation, which is quite important for the health of the tournament.
Yeah, and could also bump up the player list, as you mentioned, which is good for everyone, players and casino and, of course, management staff alike. Bedell here with the ace-5 on the button would be deemed to be a pretty out-of-line continue from him, but he may have some devilish ideas of taking this one upstairs in the form of a 3-bet bluff, folding likely the best way and route with this particular holding.
There's more 3-bets certainly on a GTO side. I don't think there's really too many on an offsuit, but with the suited, there's quite a lot of 3-bets that the solvers will come up with. I'm not sure if it's under a tight player's +1 range. We don't know really how tight Holmgren is. If he's opening with King-Queen, that's fairly standard +1, but we've seen the really tight players fold those kind of hands from +1, but it's a standard open.
Panatakaran just getting out the way with his ace-10 in the small blind there, not looking to tangle with the strong +1 range, and then, of course, the rather unorthodox player of Bedell out of position going 3 ways, so he relinquishes that one. Does go check-check on the flop. 3 is a great card for Bedell. Should feel fairly comfortable with that ace-high now, as he does even chop with hands like ace-jack, ace-queen, and ace-king that could play in this fashion. Holmgren going for the double check here. And Bedell looks like he's going for just over a half-pot bet, 375 into 650.
Basically just an equity denial, also getting those flush draws to pay a price.
Yeah, and does a good job of maneuvering his opponent off of the pot. Still had the king or the queen live, and Bedell closing out any ideas of him realizing that equity. So another pot going in the way of the Gucci man.
It's not looking good for my bet, George. I did win the first 2, so I think you are due. So, and I do want to see Bedell with a nice stack at the TV table. I let you decide, but I would have bet over just for the, you know, the entertainment that we want tomorrow at the final table.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it was quite a low line because we've seen how much post-flop craft he has and how he can really navigate the spots. Although the big pot he won was a complete cooler, so tough to say what the shrewd line was there, but I think both of us seemed like we were in the camp over, but maybe some sympathetic action from your side.
Yeah, but I felt the line was fair just because the risk of ruin of Tom is much higher at any stack depth than a lot of other players. It's fair. I don't think it made a difference if we set it at 3 or 4 million. He was either going to be higher than that or pretty much out of the tournament.
Yeah. Over to Patanakaran here with the queen 5 off on the button. Looks like he fancies a steal. Makes it 250k. Little size up there into the big blind of Hope, who's been pretty tight, but finds another big hand. He's been really surviving off of these. He's had aces versus Bedell. He got the 4-bet from Bedell's king 9. He had the queens, blind versus blind. He had the ace queen, now the ace king.
Happy days.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a nice spot to be in, getting these kind of holdings deep in a tournament here. 15 left with 108,000 euro up top. He's going to be thinking of Vegas and the Mirage here, taking this one upstairs, you'd hope.
From what we've seen from Hope, a 3-bet will be incoming. It's just a question of the sizing. It looks like he's sizing it up a little bit small.
Yeah.
It'll be enough to get the job done against a weak button range. If he does like something to, well, maybe not. It was a 250 raise, so I think he should go a little bit higher than 600. Something like 725, though, should get the job done.
Yeah, off of this stack depth, 30 big blinds effective. I agree with you. I think something around the range of 700 to 750k makes a lot of sense here. He does like to take his time and kind of wind down the clock a little bit. You know, it was fairly obvious that this move was coming from our perspective, seeing the whole cards, but there's nothing wrong with taking your time, but it can get a little bit tiresome if it's the same player doing it over and over again.
And he's only done it when he's strong, so far this is a tell, but maybe he'll balance that out and do it sometimes when he's just going to play around with the 3-bet and just call or even fold.
Yeah.
But if he's going to be doing this only when he has strong hands, it's too much of a tell as well.
Come on, pal.
You can do it.
Yeah, there we go.
I think that's only the second time the whole week we've seen time called on the TV table, and the first time was when there was an actual decision to be made.
I think it was quite justified, though, because I think
Yes.
Bedell, with all of his wisdom and craft, knows what's going on there. He knows that this guy who's cut out a 3-bet isn't going to then call. It's just wasting everyone's time. What do you think about that kind of spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you're spending more than 45 seconds pre-flop clock can be called. Obviously, if it's a bet, you've 3-bet, somebody else calls, and there's a 4-bet. If it gets a bit more complicated than that, then even, you know, a little bit more time is. But I do like the dynamic shot clocks you sometimes see, where pre-flop you're given less time than you are post-flop, because those decisions for most poker players should be, I wouldn't say automatic, but the thought process should be a bit faster than it would be post-flop.
Yeah, so they get a little bit extra time when they're facing an action as well, right? But when it's unopened, they get like 15 seconds or something.
Yeah, I think Patrick Antonius invented the action clock.
Yeah.
At least it was the first event that I saw that was the Patrick Antonius Poker Classic. How they compensate with the shorter clock is they give out more time bank tokens, so that if you do have a pre-flop decision that might take you a little bit more time, well, then you use your token. You know, you only have a certain amount that you can use, and I do like that quite a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. So Vaca up against Bedell here. Awkward spot for Monica as she flops absolutely nothing here, and Bedell quite happy to see a turn card with the Queen Jack. I was wondering if she was going to bet this turn card, because there's just so many hands that beat her that would fold on the turn, such as King Queen, Queen 10, Queen Jack, King 9. And yeah, a little weak, I think, with the Jack 9 there. I think we've got to find a bet at some point, just taking that one to showdown. But it continues the theme. We've just seen everyone kind of freeze up against Bedell.
Yeah.
Do you remember the hand where Bedell rivered the top pair and led into his opponent, who rivered 2-pair on a board with no flush possible, and only the straight was 5-3, so it's very unlikely. His opponent just snap called instead of considering a raise. So there's something about the mystery of this man that just kind of freezes his opponents up, which really works into his favor. As you can see, he just has such an easy job in these small pots. Doesn't face much confrontation, doesn't face much aggression. Everyone's just kind of tiptoeing around him.
And it's even, there's two other foods for thought there. I mean, very often, based on what Tom is calling with, because we've seen him call with a wide variety, there's actually showdown value for Monaco with the Jack-9, so that's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider, I mean, that's a small portion. The other portion is that Tom has been slow playing quite a lot in position when he has a hand against a pre-flop aggressor, but usually we'll see him take a stab at a turn, but we've seen him do the double checks before. And Monica definitely has had people probably watch his hands for the last few days while she's been battling herself. She has quite a nice support team around her. So probably got some information about how Bedell was approaching hands, the middling hands that he made, that maybe he's not going to bet, but he would be calling a bet. So maybe Monica just trying to save some chips. I don't know. It's exactly what you said is the most obvious thing, though, where people just don't know how to adjust to the erratic behavior by Tom Bedell.
Absolutely. Giving him a lot of respect and kind of not forcing him into many tough decisions we've seen be the consistent theme. Vede here with the Queen-Jack suited facing the open from the cutoff. You can shove this one here. We are...
It's a little bit,
for
though.
800.
It's 35 big blinds, effectively. Maybe a little bit too wide to be...
No, we're 25 because it's 125K big blind now.
Ah, yeah. I didn't notice it went up already. We've been in an hour since the break already. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's flying by.
No, that makes a big difference. In which case, a shove is on the table.
Yeah, because the shove just gets hands like Ace-Jack, King-Queen, King-Jack offsuit, all to just snap fold, basically, for that amount of chips. So it's quite a powerful move. He goes with the what he might feel is the lower variance strategy of like 3-bet folding, and doesn't feel like his opponent is going to make some kind of move in the form of a 4-bet on him. So saves some chips if he does run into a big holding. That's definitely one way of doing it. And of course, because he is the chip leader, you feel like his opponents are going to expect a decent amount of pre-flop 3-betting activities. So going for the more linear approach with the Queen-Jack suited there, I felt like I would have shoved or just defended the big blind there with the playable hand such as that. He had other ideas and it worked out for him on this occasion. So a nice pickup there for Vede, who is still the table chip leader on around about 8 million chips now. And Bedell doing Bedell things with the 9-8 off from +1, obviously by the book, nowhere near an open. But if you have this kind of table presence and if you gain this amount of respect, particularly in a Norwegian-only event, I don't think he gets away with any of this bullshit when he's playing in the EPTs, you know, like he's just going to be a bit more disrespected, especially in some of the high roller fields he's playing against. Just going to see a lot more action and see people respond and adjust their performance versus him.
Now, players like Toon Mulder and Steve O'Dwyer would just be destroying this type of approach.
Yeah, exactly. It's just way too many hands in that opening range. Exactly, so the high roller guys are going to have a little bit of a different strategy versus it, but we do see in the Norwegian only event, considering he's such a legend of the game, and I actually played a 250 PLO earlier in the week that I late regged, that Tom was on my table, and there was like whispers around the table of, do you know who that is, and stuff like this. So that kind of gives you the flavor of as to how the Norwegian poker community view Tom, which is almost in a form of royalty, I would say.
And then you have like that level of players like Tobias. It wasn't Tobias specifically, but I don't want to call the player out. That said to me last night, it's a player that's no longer in the field that I hope I get Tom on my table tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's probably fairly easy to figure out based on the eliminated players, but don't want to give too much information. So there's players that do understand that they have a strategy to combat that, similar to what we said Steve O'Dwyer would do. I love watching Steve play. He's one of my favorite players to watch.
By far one of the most intense people at the table I've ever seen. His stare down and his table presence is just like, it's electric.
Yes.
You know, it's. I actually spoke with a good friend of mine who played some cash games with him in Nottingham in the private room, Trickett's room. And he said he's never seen anyone with such a table presence as Steve O'Dwyer. He's just, in his words, scary and intimidating, and just outrageously tough to play against.
Where a guy like Toon Mulder more has a presence of like a Jonathan Vette, where, you know, he's playing everything technically correct. It's like he has GTO programmed in his brain, but doesn't have like the stare down, the Steve O'Dwyer psychological stuff. But it's interesting when the two of them are actually on the same table. Sometimes Toon gets the better of Steve, sometimes Steve gets the better of Toon. It's been a few tournaments last year that are memorable to me with the two of them. One event, one the other event. We heard a waka waka waka.
Yeah, that was Bedell cheering on Monica, taking it down there. She finds the check raise with the 10-3 of diamonds. Just leaning on all of these like bet snap folds there on the 7-7 deuce two-tone. Mystery bounty is down to 36 players from the 768. The current payout for those guys, not including the bounties, is 915 euros from the 550 entrance, with, of course, the chance for those massive mystery bounties if you are lucky enough to eliminate a few players from the field. 14 left in the main event.
Then I won't tell you anymore.
The ladies event has 52 players running so far, early stages there, and of course the seniors, as we mentioned, 193 runners, a fantastic showing.
Gonna wish a happy birthday to my Swedish friend Adna, living in Malta. I don't know if she'll be listening back to this, but a very happy birthday to a special lady in Malta.
Happy birthday, Adna. Hope you're enjoying it. So Hope opening it up with the King Queen, and Bedell in the big blind here with the 9-7 offsuit. Likely to see him continue.
And I'm curious, speaking of birthdays, Oystein Brendan had a birthday this week, and today was the start of the seniors event. I'm curious if he would have entered that. It's kind of like fun to enter a seniors event so soon after your birthday.
What was the name?
Oystein Brendan. Do not see him in the field. Interesting. Maybe he hit the rail already.
Andreas Heuvold is in there. That would probably be one of the favorites for that event. Strong player. It's nice to see a decent buy-in on the seniors event, because sometimes the tours that do offer them only allow a sort of 100 or 200 euro buy-in. There he is.
Yeah, he did play it, but things did not go that well, and it is a freeze-out event. So nice try. It would have been nice to probably be the youngest ever Norwegian champion of a seniors event. Maybe it was somebody else's birthday recently, though. Maybe we'll still get that record broken. But Oystein is a stand-up guy that I've gotten to know since the pandemic, actually. Didn't really know him before 2022, but we're at a lot of the same stops together. Does love poker. Seemingly has like endless endurance. I've seen him, you know, pile in 12 hours and then just decide to play more.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Some going that. So Bedell, is he going to feel like his 9 doesn't have the showdown value that he would like, and elect to go for some turning that hand into a bluff, which is what he's going to do? And this is a really nice play here from Bedell. It's really tough to play against. He's targeting hands like jacks, 10s, queens without the spade. Hope is sat here with king, queen with no spade, having checked back the turn a little bit cautiously, not wanting to face any tricky spots, and let it go. And Bedell just showing that post-flop craft there. A lot of people would have checked over the 9, hoping that they had their opponent beat in some fashion. But not Bedell, realizing that his opponent is still going to likely to have a lot of king X and some slightly better pocket pairs. So turning that 9 into a bluff and getting the job done.
Possibly recognizing that his opponent is going to bet out his high end of the bluffs. If it's a low end of, high end of the flushes.
Spade draws, yeah.
And if it's a low end and it gets picked off, okay, but that he's never good with the 9 at that standpoint.
Yeah, difficult to think of a hand that he beats. There are some gonna be some hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, but also a lot of King X and a lot of pocket pairs in there that beat him. So Hope, again, just a pre-flop card rack. Ace King off now. He's probably had the best of the card distribution from my memory that we've seen deep into this tournament, and does open it up once again to 250k, going for the min raise. Vede here in the hijack, facing Hope, he knows that is going to be quite a tight and less active player. Do we go for the 3-bet or do we just fold? And I like this respectful fold here, saying, you know, I think your range is going to be pretty strong. I'm not going to do any business with you here. I'm just going to wait for a different spot. I might attack you later on in a late position spot, but that +1 open looks a little bit too strong for me. Patanakudden in the big blind, though, will fancy taking a swing at it with the 6-4 suited for sure, when he does flop some decent equity.
Oh, look at this.
Such as this. Open ender and a flush draw. It's a monster combo draw here. Hope with the king of clubs as well, so a club on the turn could be interesting. It isn't. It is the 6, which gives Patanakudden some showdown in the form of third pair. He's going to go for this kind of middling sizing here, looking for some value, trying to target some sticky hands such as ace king. Looks like his opponent is going to raise here. This is a complete disaster. We're not repping absolutely anything with this raise. All of our 9-8s and hands like that would have continued to flop. So
really just pocket 6s, which you have blocked.
Yeah, that's all he's really repping, pocket 6s or some kind of pocket jacks that somehow check back the flop. It's not really a board that you'd slow play the jacks on versus the big blind. Lots of straight draws and flush draws available, plus the 7 and the 5x. So yeah, just Hope kind of getting married to the ace king here. There's no real logical ration for what he's up to.
Wow.
Shove it in.
And a snap fold by Hope. He was tanking and wasting time earlier, but not this time around, which is good to see.
Not a believer whatsoever, and Patanakudden there could think that maybe my opponent is going for some thin value with hands like 10s, hands like 9s. So I do want to, instead of just calling here, I could maybe even get a better hand to fold sometimes with the shove. That's what he goes for. As you could see, the next payouts, 15th to 12th, 5.13, and then a big pay jump of just under 2 buy-ins for 10th and 11th, which is what we're going to be motoring on through to today on day 4 of the Norwegian event, looking to play down to a final table, and not many to go now, so it's getting a little bit dicey. Couple of players, every pot they enter now is just so much more and more significant as the tournament clock ebbs away. Bedell, king 10 suited. We know that's more than enough for him to consider entering the pot, and he's going to make it 250. Wow, Patanakudden here with the jacks lurking in the small blind. We know that Bedell is particularly sticky versus 3-bets. Even out of position, we've seen some pretty wild holdings find their way to a flop in spots where you'd never deem that to be the case. And Patanakudden here, it's a good idea to size up here, because you know just how sticky your opponent is. They're going to be possibly a little less sensitive to the sizing. So versus the 250 open, I might have made it sort of 850 to 950 here with the jacks, just because you know that your opponent is just going to stick around so often. We've got value, let's pump it up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a 3-bet to under 5 big blinds from out of position. It's a very rare sizing.
Bedell won't be going anywhere. We know that he likes to see flops. Kind of this cash game style that he plays, which is wide opens and almost never folding to a 3-bet, just looking to take it post-flop, looking to play the streets. Certainly going to be a comfortable player in position. 7-3 deuce, 2 clubs, great board for Patanakudden. Only really going to be in danger versus those sets. Shouldn't really be any 2 pairs, even in the range of Bedell, you know, who's pretty wide, but
Bedell folding before the chips even crossed the line with no, I mean, his king is live anyway, but no hearts on that board. Maybe then he wouldn't have folded so fast. So Patrick chipping up. He started the day as a chip leader, but lost some chips on the side table, and now having a pretty good experience here on the TV table with just 15 players remaining.
Nästa gång så ska jag gästa Hearts.
Yeah, Tom asking for hearts to Edgar, my friend, the poker dealer at the TV table. But the dealer cannot control what cards appear anywhere, Tom. He's not looking at the cards while he's doing his shuffle. I don't think he's the kind of player that berates dealers for bad cards. I think that was just tongue-in-cheek. That's usually uncalled for, though. It's not the dealer's fault that bad cards came your way. Should always treat staff with respect. At casinos, they work very hard, and without them, you
Tirelessly.
can't have this event.
Yeah, tirelessly. We do get to walk past the dealer's kind of lounge area, and you can always see them having a little nap in between shifts because it's just such a relentless gig for them. They've got to deal with potentially some imbibed Norwegians as well that have had a little bit too much, that are sort of slowing down the pace of play, and especially the dealers of the pot limit Omaha cash games as well. They've got to be very sharp, knowing the size of the pot, chopping up the multiple runs.
Along occasionally dealing with some salty individuals, and it's hard to keep your spirits up if people are bringing you down.
Yeah, or chipping away at you. And look at this for a flop. Vede versus POKERNM, and Vede comes out on top here with the ace-king. This is a board where I feel like as the +1, you do get to bet a lot, but also playing an out-of-position check can work from time to time. That protects our hands like ace-queen and ace-10 that often like to see a turn card. POKERNM is peeling here with the king, stabbing the flop with the king-queen. Goes for 250 into 700. Vede just with the call. Deuce on the turn is great news for Vede. He should be seeing a second barrel from POKERNM here. I'm not sure as to whether Vede is going to go for the check raise on the turn. I think once we play the check call route on the flop, usually we're just hanging on to the river there and trying to induce some kind of bluff out of our opponent. Hands like 10-9, Queen-9 suited, 10-9, Queen-10, Ace-10 potentially. Even some pretty wild card hands like 5s, 6s. Wow, he does go for the check back there. That's very interesting. I wasn't expecting to see that, and you'd expect a massive bet from Vede now as played. In some ways, we never rep bluffs, right? But it can be perceived to look bluff heavy here when we've check called the flop, which you'd imagine is usually going to be some kind of gut shot, or maybe even a hand like ace-8 that might want to turn itself into a bluff now versus some kind of slightly better showdown.
But the 9-10 suiteds, the Queen-10s.
Exactly.
Maybe even the ace-queen targeting a jack. I don't know. It looked like, though, both players playing a little bit of pot control, being that they're the two bigger stacks at the table, so that might have been the reason for the check back.
POKERNM really showing a lot of respect to this sizing. Many players would have just snapped it off by now, but you can really see the pained expression on his face, eyeballing down his opponent, thinking, what the hell are you trying to say that you have here? And if you are betting for value, can I even beat anything? Wow, is he going to fold here with the king-queen? Just betting small on the flop 3 ways, getting the continue. Turn goes check-check. We face a meaty sizing from our opponent.
And there are a lot of hands you're beating. Maybe not at a high enough frequency. Against another player, you can make an easier fold if you wanted to fold, but against Jonathan, he's so tricky.
I think an easier call because it's about this position on the flop. Most players that flop a big hand here will bet out of position, whereas Vede, as an online player, knows that you do want to protect your checking range in some senses and check a few more hands in this spot, and you don't always have to check raise the flop with ace-king. So, versus a strong player, there are more value hands in the range, whereas versus a weaker player that's check-called the flop, it almost always looks like some kind of stinky bluff.
Yeah, that's a good point, because it was such a wet flop too, with the 9-10s, queen-10 kind of draw hands, even though it was rainbow.
Yeah.
And then adding that heart on the turn, he could be having a bigger range than obviously king, ace-king, pocket eights, pocket jacks. Not so worried about the pocket kings. And he does make the call, but can't be too happy about the result, but you can't blame him for the call. He's not doing that, though, with an ace-jack, I don't believe.
No.
And so you're either, I mean, if you think it through, there's a good chance he does have ace-king or king-queen. He'd be doing it with that, but he'd also be doing it potentially with a king-jack suited, pocket eights, pocket jacks. And Tom Bedell seems to be interested in that as well. Tom paying attention to every hand, whether he's involved in or not. Yesterday it was because he was involved in just about every hand, but today he's shown a little bit more restraint after losing half his stack and then recouping. Meanwhile, Jonathan at nearly 10 million in chips. Quite impressive considering there's 75 million chips in play, so has a final table stack already with 15 remaining. And Bedell now with a hand with the ace-queen from the hijack, certainly going to be opened. Is he going to stick with his min-bet sizing that he's been using lately? Indeed, he will. 7-6 suited, mucked, 5-3 off is about to do the same. Hope folding is 7-6. And Holmgren, if he defends, he's going to have some kicker issues, but opts to just fold, perhaps saving himself some trouble, and Bedell picking up another small pot.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the tournament, as you do see, people give him a lot of credit, but also those hands like the offsuit queen fives and stuff, just too low down in the range to consider defending. You do see sometimes people go for 3 bets with these kind of like king 5, queen 6 type holdings from time to time that are just at the bottom of the kind of threshold. They're almost too weak to call. So sometimes you can use that as like a 3-bet bluff candidate.
But probably don't want to do that against Tom Bedell, who's calling just about every 3-bet.
Exactly. I think your 3-betting range wants to be a little more value-driven versus someone like Tom, just because he's going to peel you so often.
Sounds like there's a bit of commotion going on, so
Yeah,
perhaps one of the
noise.
events are on break. Maybe even the seniors event is that lively, because that had a big field, but it's possible it's the Poker North Masters. Day one.
Day one. Yeah. So many day ones there. How many runners has that got? 372. Wow.
Has the guarantee been met yet? Nope, not yet. So still some overlay going on in that one.
That's a lot of players.
Yeah. A lot of values. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. What a great starting day one to really build a huge stack for the day two then, if it's got 372 players. Over 35 players will be making the day two here as Bedell finally picks up a premium. We've seen him really slinging it with some less than premium hands, but look at this.
Wow.
Wede in the big blind with the king congers. Does Bedell flat the 3-bet here? You can, because it's +2 versus big blind. We're playing 50 to 55 big blinds deep. Does make it 900. I like this. We saw the out of position 3-bet earlier from Patanakaran. Go a little small with those jacks. He only made it 700, but Vede knows his customer. He knows that he's going to get a lot of action from this player, especially when he opens from +2. So he's sizing up. looking to target all of those weaker holdings. Bedell almost looked like he was going to fold then for a second. Kind of a wry smile, looking a little more seriously, studying, not sure what he's looking at, just kind of darting between his opponent. Wow, look at this. This doesn't look like a man that's going to raise. He is going to call, so he takes the flop. I think that's the correct play in this situation. The ranges are so tight. +2 versus the big blind here. And I feel like Bedell has enough craft to realize that people aren't going to be going after him because he's just faced almost no resistance. So he comes in with the call. ICM dictates that I think you do want to peel the queens here, take a flop. And this could be another way out here. Ace high board. He's got the backdoor diamonds as well. He's up against kings. Does Fede go for the small continue here, or is he petrified? Because Bedell is one of those players that can peel these 3-bets with hands like ace-10 off, ace-jack off that other players just snap fold.
Yeah, it's a nightmare flop for Fede. He was safe on just about any flop except for one that contains an ace. And Bedell, who can float whether he has it or not, you have to play him in. You have to play him out of position. It's not really the best of spots, especially with such a quick call there by Bedell. Fede has to wonder, does he have an ace? Does he have a jack? Does he have 2 diamonds? Does he have pure air? And not know, when most players are calling there, they usually have the ace or they have the diamonds.
Yeah, such a small bet of about an 8th pot.
And this doesn't make anything better for Fede. I mean, it's normally okay, but being that Bedell is calling with a lot of jacks as well.
Big gulp as he looks over at his opponent there as he realizes that if he's going to be facing multiple bets here, he's in trouble. As Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 10. We know that Bedell is wild enough to continue even hands like Jack 9 suited pre-flop versus this big 3-bet. So, oh, what a river for Fede here.
But Bedell should be able to get out of the way. Like, it was good check back. I thought he's not going to be betting anything but actually pocket kings that he is ahead of him off of that, and there's nothing he's really going to get value that he's ahead of that would have called the turn bet.
I wonder if he tries to make a move to get a hand like ace king to fold, repping the diamonds here, but that would be quite outrageous. I feel like the more natural way the hand will go down is that Fede is going to find a bet here, looking to target hands like ace queen and ace 10. And that will allow Bedell to just get out the way. It's a bet of 2 million.
So now Fede is hoping his opponent has that ace or that jack, or ace jack even more specifically, because ace jack would be likely a shove over the top, targeting some queen 10 suiteds that maybe Jonathan was raising, or other aces of the kings. And
Good
discipline
fold.
lay down.
Well played, sir.
Tom
He lost the
pretty solid.
Well, he lost the absolute minimum there. Just hyper aware of what was going on from the start. You could even see in the jovial kind of conversation that he was trying to engage his opponent in. Fede not interested in any table talk in such a big spot, which is very natural. I think versus someone like Tom, who's so comfortable, plays a lot of high stakes cash, almost opening your mouth is going to be nothing but a disadvantage in that spot.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And meanwhile, we lost a player at one of the outer tables. We lost Hans Trudell. We see we're down to 14 players. So he went out in 15th place for a nice payout of 5,130 euros, the same payout that 14th, 13th and 12th will receive before we have a pay jump, as George mentioned earlier, with the top 11 locking in 6,530 euro. There was a chance if that hand developed differently, I could have won my prop bet against you, George, but now it seems like it's almost money in the bag. But look, Tobias Leknes is still in.
Wow.
So he had a short stack before, but we see him in the background there.
Got a lot of chips as well. Look at that. It's towers by the looks of it. A lot of red chips there, which are the 25K. So he's at least got, I would say, 3 or 4 million based on that little glimpse we got. As he's by no means short in stature, so That's a pretty big tower of chips ahead of him. As you can see, looks like about 4 towers of red chips there with 100,000 chips on top.
Perhaps the chip count was wrong at break. We don't know 100% that he had 800,000 at break, but I think that they did a careful job in eyeballing stacks, and sometimes it's a case of missing a 0, but he certainly didn't have 8 million in chips, so good comeback, assuming that is the case. A bunch of rags for the early position players. Hope is likely going to fold his Jack 8 off of a sub 15 big blind stack. Taking his time in doing so. Holmgren, meanwhile, with the King 10 from the cutoff in an open pot with a bit of a deeper stack of about 24 big blinds, is likely to open. Better hand, better position, and better stack. Easy open for him. Vaca folds her 9-8 offsuit, and it's once again Tom Bedell. Oh my God!
Oh!
What is going on?
Manages to lose the absolute minimum with the queens. A couple of hands later, he's in the big blind with the aces. We're almost back on the Tom Bedell show. What's he going to go for here? His opponent is somewhat short. Does he play the deceptive route and just peel here versus the cutoff, not looking to scare away his opponent? Or does he take this one upstairs? We don't really see him 3-bet all that often at all.
Yeah, I like this. Just call, let your opponent bet
No,
into
he's
you.
gone for a tiny 3-bet, I think.
Ooh.
525, which is 2.2x the open.
Especially after this pausing he did, because normally he's not taking so long to act. It's maybe something Holmgren can sniff out, but I think he has to call a flop in position. He sniffs it out. Wow,
King
nice
10.
awareness.
Yeah, King 10 offsuit there would be a disaster to call, I think. Even getting the price, the range is so polarized that we're either completely dead or even still behind some of the bluffs like the ace high.
Yeah, even though it is Tom, he's not 3-betting quite a lot. It's good awareness, but in much easier play than I was thinking straight off the bat.
Yeah, King 10 suited is where it gets quite difficult because you're getting such a good price to continue, but the range remains the same. Look at this from Vede, up 9.9 million.
How is that possible, though? He doesn't have 10 million in his stack, does he? He maybe does, but he didn't come in with just crumbs. He had a decent stack to start the day. I guess we'll see his chip count shortly, so I'm not sure if that was a chip count stat. No, he's up to 11 million, so that's certainly possible. I thought he had more than $1 million to start the day, but maybe not. Maybe the TV table stream missed a few of his hands, which then would make sense for the 9.9 million. But is opening the Queen 10 suited, getting Vaca to fold the Queen 10 off, and Bedell is likely not going to follow suit with the Ace 5 suited. He's either going to 3-bet or call. A lot of players would 3-bet in this spot. Tom is just going to call, though, which is fine.
Yeah, seems reasonable. You can also 3-bet here. Patanakuran here also going to come along for the call because he's facing the chip leader open, and those 9s can get really murky versus a 4-bet. So good ICM awareness from him, just taking a flop multi-way, and it is Vede, the chip leader, continuing to find the better end of it here. He could even have 2 potential continues from these players in the blinds with inferior holdings. Patanakuran, you feel, will never fold the 9s on the 10-5-3. Could be doing quite well against a lot of the bets here. There's going to be some hands like Jack 8, Jack 9, Queen Jack, King Jack, King Queen potentially with 1 diamond that bet the flop. So when Bedell continues, though, does he like the look of those 9s? Holding the 9 of diamonds for the backdoor flush draw, which also means that if he does hit a 9, it's going to be pretty much a nut out on the turn. I think versus a small bet and a call, likely to be seeing a turn card here. I don't think there's any ideas of raising going on. So just going to come along for the ride here, keep the opener honest. When he gets two callers, such a difficult proposition to him, for him to follow up with another stab at it on the turn. And it is the ace for Bedell, 2-pair. Now surging into the lead with 91% equity three ways, looking to fade a 10 or a 9 on the river. Does he go for the lead, which we saw him do in previous occasions where he improved his hand on the turn? He doesn't, showing some craft there multi-way. Wouldn't have been a great card to lead because it does hit sometimes Vede, who could be stabbing the flop with some ace-jack from time to time with one diamond. And wow! Oh no, sorry, I thought that was a queen, so a king on the river. Not the action card I thought it was. Thought Vede would have improved the 2-pair, but no, it's just going to be a third pair with a straight draw, straight blocker on the river. So I don't think Bedell is going to get any action here, as he does lead into the field after the turn checks round. Very natural with the ace-5. Patanakuran here has got some reasons to consider calling. He beats some hands like 6-7. He beats some missed flush draws.
He does have Vede behind him, though.
Yeah, exactly. Vede checking back the turn. Could easily be checking back some hands like ace-jack for pot control from time to time. Three ways, getting two callers on the flop. And Vede now with third pair, facing this bet.
What do you do here against Bedell? It's actually very tricky. Against a lot of players, you're just folding, but against Bedell...
Yeah, his range is so much wider, so he does have even some hands like 6-4 suited and 6-7. Maybe even just some pure floats, like Queen-9 of hearts from time to time. We do block that, though, so we block some of the backdoor flush draws, which could now bluff and represent some kind of miracle straight. We lose to Queen-Jack of diamonds. We lose to the Ace-X of diamonds that could be going for some value.
A hand like 9-8, 8-7, 7-6 of diamonds, 4-6 of diamonds. Does have...
Gonna pay him off.
Yeah, it's very hard. I don't know what I would do there. I would have to think about it a little bit more. And you have that time in live poker, but I wouldn't have come up with my decision yet. I feel in a way you kind of have to make the call, but if you lose it, you know, you're still chip leader at the table, and very often you're good. You're at least getting the right price, I think, from a chip EV perspective with Tom's bluffs, but maybe I fold. I really don't know. That's a tough spot.
It's another tough spot, but it's a spot where we saw that Tom is capable of bluffs. The 10-8 stands out from memory yesterday in a very similar spot where they go three ways to the river and he managed to get two better holdings to fold. This situation, though, he did have the value hand and was the benefactor of a rather light river call there, but for the reasons you mentioned and the fact that his range is so wide pre-flop, getting the disrespect in the form of the looking him up there on the river, whereas versus other players, it's going to be a very easy fold.
There were people talking about that hand last night that were still in the main event. They brought it up, not me, about that 10-8 hand, and maybe that was sticking out in Jonathan's mind as well, because
he will have been aware of that.
90% likely aware of it.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, look at this. Vede with the queens, but it's Holmgren opening up with the jacks. Vede in a very good position to get some chips back. He was at 11 million at one point and could be well past that if things go as planned.
Yeah, facing a 3-bet from the chip leader here, I think we're just going to be shoving our jacks. I don't think there's any real way out here. Bedell, though, is he feeling himself? He's on a bit of a heater. We did see him cold 4-bet in a spot, I think on day 2.
This would be quite ambitious, especially with a shorter stack opening.
Yeah, that's true. Especially with the ICM, 14 left. How tight is that short stack going to be? We haven't seen an awful lot from Holmgren. We did see him relinquish that 10-7 versus the triple barrel of Patanakuran. Wow. Yeah.
You should also be concerned about Jonathan. I mean, he has a lot of hands that he's ahead of, but still, is it just a call, though? This is strange altogether. I was expecting either a 4-bet or a fold, leaning towards most of the time folding there.
Yeah, I'd be yeah, folding this almost every time, I think. Vede, we've seen he does have the chip lead. We are in the sort of good spot to know that he's actually not going out of line here.
And Holmgren making the jam, I thought maybe he would think about it a little bit longer now that it was a squeeze. Bedell has done this with his premium cards as often as he's done it with his non-premiums. And Bedell will get out of the way. He had to donate a little bit because Jonathan went over the top. It wasn't just a call, which I like as well. No point in messing around at this stage. Earlier, if he had kings or aces, a call is okay. With queens, I do like this a little better. You get the king X, in this case, the 9X, ace X to fold.
And it's going to be a huge pre-flop confrontation between the queens and the jacks. And it's the second time that Vede has had this setup going in his favor. He did eliminate Tommy Nguyen, who went out in about 19th earlier with queens versus jacks. Nguyen was down to the short stack and couldn't find any spin on that one, busting shortly afterwards. But now it's Holmgren with those jacks, looking to find the lead, flopping a flush draw. Mamma mia, hello there. We've got some outs.
It is a sweat at this point. This is a great flop for Holmgren, other than the fact that it doesn't have a jack. Oh, wow, gets there on the turn.
Ouch.
I mean, you can't blame the shove at all. It was fairly standard, just unfortunate for Vede. Vede was going to play it the same with the jacks if the queens were in the other hand, but third time was not a charm for Vede. He did win some nice pots with the first two queens. Quite a bad beat for him, but still has a big chunk of chips. It was only 2.5 million out of his stack. It would have been worse if it was against Bedell, who he would have had to do the same thing against, despite Bedell having some chips again.
Yeah, that's tough. When you get that kind of situation, if you lose a flip there versus ace-king, then, you know, so be it. But to lose versus the jacks there in a situation where you're going to be almost guaranteed to make the final table with one of the dominating stacks in the room, that is a real blow for Jonathan Vede there, especially as we know his Hendon Mob is not the most decorated resume, mostly playing online. So to get into such a high equity spot at this point of the tournament and lose it, we did see that he had kings versus queens versus Bedell that came out on top. He had the ace queen versus the kings of Bedell, where Bedell made the full house. He flopped trips, coming out second in that one. So topsy-turvy ride. He's won 3 out of the big 5 situations, but that one will hurt with the 80% equity there pre-flop.
The good news is that that break shouldn't be too far away, so if he's feeling any like anxiety or tilt, he'll be able to brush that off. I know Jonathan fairly well, and although he's not happy right now, I don't think the emotions are going to dictate any of his actions, but it's still good to clear the head, clear the mind, and come back with a proper plan on your 6.6 million stack with blinds going up to 75,150 versus an 11 million stack, where this would have been 12 or 13 million even. He's still in a good spot. I mean, to have those 2 big pots go the other way and still be in a good position is something that he should recognize.
Yeah, he should be pretty happy with the way he's navigated regardless. He's had a pretty decent card distribution and things have really gone his way. We haven't really seen him get out of line at all. He's just had good spots and good hands in good spots. So I think he'll be okay brushing himself off there. If that was for his tournament life, it would have really stung, and you kind of walk around the card room, leave the feature table, and don't really know what to do with yourself because it just hurts so much. But in that situation, still left with, I think, around about 7 or 8 million. Not going to be the end of the world. So Patanakaran here, again, electing to open into Hope's big blind. We know that Hope has been... What on earth is going on here? I've got no idea what's going on here. I think we've got the wrong hole cards for Patanakaran. No, we don't. Jack 7 off. How much does Hope have? Hope must be really short here. Flops the best of it with the Jack 7. I think that this chip count is slightly out. But we'll get the confirmation on that. Sorry, I'm just a bit lost for words here. What's going on? 7. There's a 4 on the turn for Hope. Can't even get the words out. I'm so perplexed as to how the chips got in here. We could see on the graphics that Hope has 1.6 million, but there's just no way that Patanakuran has raised called. Jack 7 off, unless he had something like... Okay, so he's got around... Okay, he's got 575, so that makes a bit more sense. So he had just over 4 big blinds, and it was going to be a trivial call. And Hope they're just windmilling it in with the 7-4 suited and finding a way to get out of trouble. Wow. He's had really a decent pre-flop card distribution, but some more passive play in between that has certainly dwindled down his stack, but showing no fear with the 7-4 suited there, that's for sure, my word. Usually off of that stack where you've got sort of 5-6 bigs, you just peel and then kind of go for the stop and go and donk jam any kind of equity. Sometimes when you really smash the board, you can trap, but electing just to get it in pre with the 7-4 and finding a way to win versus the dominating hand. Wow. Monica's been extremely quiet, not really seen anything from her for at least a couple of orbits now, but she looks to get in the mix here. With King Queen, very natural open. Goes back around to Hope, who somewhat reluctantly slides those cards into the middle. Let's see what he had. 8 deuce of clubs. Not too sure what he's taking time with there. For Holmgren, fresh off the double up, with a big smile and looking like he's got a bit of life in him after that spade on the turn. On the 3-spade board with the Jack of spades versus the Queen's no spade. Getting there for his tournament life with just 2 tables remaining in the Norwegian main event here. Could be a career-defining moment for him in terms of his poker journey. Christian Holmgren. Let's have a little look on the mob. Total live earnings of 62.5K, so rather modest. Let's have a look at some of his cashes here. We could see the biggest cash is for 53,800. Wow, so it all came in one event. He won the No Limit Hold'em Turbo at the 2021 Norwegian Poker Championships in Oslo for 455,000. Is it Krona, their currency?
Yes, Krona, but hold your horses here. The start of the day chip leader may not believe Bedell has flop top pair and now has a gut shot, so let's see if something develops here, because Bedell is likely to lead out the turn after not getting any action on the flop, and does lead out. And Patanakuran might be thinking Tom never has an ace here, otherwise why wouldn't he bet the flop? And does feel like he has to call either for that reason or for the fact that a jack would give him Broadway, and it's another heart on the river. And Patrick here, basically with that king of hearts, may decide to do something. Really no reason to turn his hand into a bluff though, so I think he's either calling or folding. I think he can call against Bedell just because Bedell could be doing this with anything once again. And did check the flop. A very sneaky check after opening up from under the gun +1.
Such a small bet from Bedell as well. Going to be chopping or even facing worse hands that could be just going for kind of a block bet out of position to stop the action. Does he feel like his opponent is going to have much ace-X here after checking the flop? So does he want to take this one upstairs, the form of kind of a bluff where he could get hands like a queen to fold that he chops with, also representing that flush?
And he is raising, so he is representing that flush with the king of hearts, so turning his hand into the bluff, targeting I guess some of those aces. I don't think it's a value bet.
No, but also hands like Queen Jack and Queen 9 that he chops with. I think trying to get the chop to fold. It looks so
true.
So much like Bedell also has a queen in this spot. But also targeting, like you mentioned, hands like Ace 5, Ace 8, Ace 9. Bedell even has as strong as Ace Jack here, although on the paired board with the Queen Kicker only playing the board. So he's really going to mull it over here and think, what can I beat at this stage? What does my opponent's hand look like? He checked back the flop, he called the turn, and now he's raising the river when the backdoor draw completes. Could I be in a spot of bother here? I think if he's got the Jack of Hearts in his hand, he would have called by now. But without it, some problematic cause for concern for the Gucci man, Tom Bedell.
The fact that he hasn't called already is a different Bedell than what we saw yesterday. I don't think he's going to find the fold here, though, but it does look a bit strong. He is blocking the Jack-King to some degree, which is one of the things, but no hearts in his hand is a point of concern. Lots of 2 pairs got there as well on the turn. Although the 4 counterfeited them, so forget about that. So I think with that in mind, it's either 2 hearts, King Jack, which are partially blocking. An Ace Jack may do the same. I don't think so. There's no reason to, so it's either that or... And he does call. And Patrick, who has started the day chip lead, I mean, we're approaching a break fairly soon, would be down to about 15 big blinds once we go up to 75, 150. So in a bit of a spot of bother.
Yeah, sees the bad news there, an unfortunate one where he almost got his opponent to fold, but as we've seen in these situations, Bedell is pretty much on the sticky side. It was difficult to think of a hand that he lost to that wasn't a flush, but it's also difficult to think of bluffs in that spot, as they're all kind of counterintuitive. So, and it would indeed need like a King Jack, or sorry, King Queen or a Queen Jack to turn into a bluff, which is exactly what he was up to there. Did have a pretty good candidate for a raise. Maybe made it a little too small there, just about half the pot if you kind of ignore Bedell's 10% sizing.
Meanwhile, we're down to 13 players, with Birger Larsen being the latest player to hit the rail for 5,130 euros. 13th place and 12th place will get the same payout, so there's no pay jump anytime soon. But that being said, there is the consideration of the bigger pay jumps that are going to happen later. So the players we've seen play tight, that doesn't give them an open opportunity to loosen their ranges at this standpoint.
Spot on, Jason. Back in the mix here with Bedell, fresh off that nice victory in the medium-sized pot there, versus a really formidable opponent there, Patrick, who's played really smart so far. Found a lot of aggression, found a lot of good spots. Maybe just didn't put enough meat on the bone in that sizing there. Wanted to go a little bigger. And Bedell did have a little whine about it. He wasn't exactly thrilled at the prospect, but it did look like he was always calling. So Vede defending the small blind here with 10-9 of clubs. Very playable holding, but comes up second on this flop. And King 8-2 is pretty disconnected here. We can just continue with the small sizing and lean on our opponent. Don't think we're going to be able to see a continue there from Vede. And Bedell takes down another pot. He's up to 9.1 million, so he's actually in profit from the start of the day for the first time after that pot versus Patrick. Going to be taking a break in around about 5 minutes. So 20-minute break in 5 minutes, guys. Should get enough time for 2, maybe 3 more hands.
I'm going to run to grab some food to eat during the break. Maybe I go now, actually, because it's not a longer break, and then I have a better chance of being back on time. So see you all soon.
So Jason getting some refreshment, and you're left with me for the last couple of minutes here before the second break of the day. We've almost played full 4 levels, and we are down from the original field of 28 to 12. So we've had 16 bust outs, and we've just had one more there to give you the information on. Let's have a look. Out in 12th, who's it going to be? Oh, I'm still seeing 13, so I think that ticker was a little bit premature, because we do still have 13 remaining in the tournament for now. So Monica up against Bedell. King 8 versus King Queen. Monica checking that 8 on the flop, and the jack is no help to her. Could it be a 10 on the river? No, it's another 8. So clear as day value bet now for Monica. Just a question of what sizing. Her opponent's range is pretty weak, so going too big doesn't really make an awful lot of sense.
I should go all in before the flop.
Bedell may be motivated and feeling giddy after a little spin up there. It was looking a bit dangerous for him after a big blunder with the King 9 earlier versus Hope, who had the aces, giving a pretty soft double up there and being down to around 3 million. He's battled back. He's had a couple of big spots, and he's made a couple of nice hands, as well as, you know, playing really nice and tricky and low variance in these bigger spots. He had Queens versus Vede's Kings in the big blind, who went for the 3-bet and manages to get away for the absolute minimum there, only losing versus a small flop bet in the end. Wow, look at this. Hope's got the jacks. He's going to be all in versus this open from Bjorbeck, who's been a bit quiet, but is relatively short now with 20 or so big blinds, about 25 to start the hand. Botanikaran going to get out the way, and Bjorbeck no choice but to fold the King 10. Hope now, King Jack off. Not going to go for the steal. And this is going to be the last hand before the break. Monica, though, in the cutoff with Queen Jack. Not seen much from her, but certainly going to be a candidate for a raise here, as she does. Has to deal with Bedell, who's not interested. Looking to get some fresh air, potentially. And it's Bjorbeck in the big blind here with around about 20 big blinds. Does he go for the jam or does he peel? He elects to peel. Quite like the shove with the low-suited ace-X. But definitely a better idea with maybe the ace-deuce, ace-3 that are slightly less playable. The ace-5 has a little more of a premium connectivity around that wheel section of the board. Vaca continues for fairly chunky sizing here on ace a8, going 2 big blinds rather than just 1. And the board runs out a 6 of diamonds on the turn, so it's ace 8-8-6. Goes check check, 7 on the river. You feel like Bjorbeck is going to know he's got the best hand here, but he goes for a little bit of deception, hoping for the bet check bet. And Queen Jack shown down by Monica, not going to be enough to take down this pot. Bjorbeck up to 3.2 million, and we are going to be on a break here with 13 players remaining in the Norwegian, 800 euro Norwegian only event, playing for the coveted title and the championship moniker of being the best player in Norway in 2024. Who's it going to be? We'll be back shortly.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Det fredag, og det fortsatt full fyr i teltet her nede i det hovedpokerrommet. Vi har 3 turneringer som går. 2 av dem offisielle norgesmesterskap. Vi har seniors, det vil si for alle over 50. Og så har vi også ladies. I tillegg så spiller vi også Thor Hansen Memorial, som en mystery bounty. Der det 540 spillere som startet i feltet, og 768 totale innkjøp. Det vil si da med de som har kjøpt seg inn på nytt igjen. La oss gå og se hvem vi kan få i tale i disse 3 turneringene. Og Geirern, hvor mange innkjøp ble det på deg i går da?
Hva mener du?
Du kjøpte deg inn bare en gang,
Ja.
Ikke noe re-entry, liksom?
Nei. Så det kom litt billig unna det.
Masse skjetonger har du jo.
Ja.
Er du skippy på bordet, eller?
Vet ikke.
Det ser ikke ut som det så mange andre som har så mye som deg. Du har til og med Ørjan Skommo ved siden av deg. Han har jo nesten ingenting, stakkars. Og han ekspresidenten, ja, han skummel. Men dette her,
ja.
Det en sånn mystery bounty ticket. Og hvis du taper, så må du gi fra deg alle, eller det sånn at du har bare én du må gi fra deg?
Du må gi fra deg én, ja. Så kan du få akkumulere så mange du vil, da. Så forhåpentligvis så kan du få...
Ja, han ved siden av deg har 2. Ja. Men Ørjan Skommo, du har bare 1 foran deg, du.
Ja, det vanskelig å slå ut noen når du minst eller det, vet.
Ja, da må du få tak i mer skjetonger.
Ja, Geir har gitt meg masse, så det muligheter nå.
Du begynner å hjelpe?
Ja,
men det hyggelig. Det bra at du snill, Geir, og deler.
Nå generøs med venner, vet du.
Ja, han så ikke helt vennlig ut nå. Han hadde litt sånn mord i blikket, men... Hva sier du, Ørjan?
Nei.
Det din dag i dag?
Man håper jo det.
Average stack 436 000. Hvor mye har du?
Cirka det. 450 kanskje.
Ja, for de gule, de mye verdt.
Ja, de litt verdt, dem.
De 25 000, eller?
Ja.
Du har nesten ingen gule, du, Geir.
Nei, du må få litt.
Du må få tak i flere gule. Alle de der andre ikke så mye verdt. Det de gule som bra.
Ja, jeg tar det på sikt.
Tar det på sikt. Og så må du få tak i flere sånne kort. Sånne mystery-kort.
Det skal vi prøve på.
Nei, men det jo... Da lærte vi litt. Det de gule skjetongene som bra. Og da det jo en her borte som har en hel masser av dem. Han sitter nå og på TikTok og legger ut greier på OnlyFans-kontoen sin, tror jeg. Men...
Det lukka. Det lukka for øyeblikket.
Det lukka for øyeblikket? Ja. Du har masse gule skjetonger.
Jeg har vært heldig i dag.
Og så har du noen sånne tickets også. Hvor mange har du slått ut?
Ganske mange i løpet av turinga, men jeg har bare fått en sånn.
Du må ikke la det være en skjetong når du kan ikke gjøre jobben for andre.
Jo, jeg liker å gjøre jobben. Jeg gjør det.
Men dette her ser jo lovende ut.
Ja, for øyeblikket. Men alt kan skje, da.
Alt kan jo skje, det sant. Men hyggelig bord, eller
Ja, vi starta jo med hyggelig helt Geir begynte å fucke opp litt. Oi, lås i det, kanskje?
Nå har du sagt det, så det greit.
Ja, helt Geir tulla litt.
Så... Geir jo en tullebukk. Geir jo en tullebukk.
Så det hyggelig. Det var hyggelig i 2 minutter når han var på do i sted. Det kan jeg si.
Du sender Geir oftere på do, så blir det bedre stemning rundt bordet.
Jeg har bestilt en espresso til henne i sted, så jeg tenkte kanskje at det var litt fart i kroppen her.
Ja, det grei stemning i Thor Hansen. Også, det kan vi jo trygt fastslå. Du keen på en NM Deluxe pokerkoffert fra poker.no med skjetonger og kortstokker og alt som hører til? Følg med nå, for den kofferten kan bli din. Det eneste du må gjøre å svare på et fryktelig enkelt spørsmål. Gå inn på Facebook på Norgesmesterskapet i poker og svare på spørsmålet i kommentarfeltet. Dagens spørsmål, det i vignetten til poker-tv-sendingene fra Norgesmesterskapet, så har vi en spesiell hånd. Men den hånden har også en historie. Det den berømte norske Norwegian Aces-hånda? Det Sverre Krogh Sundbøs EM-vinnende hånd? Eller det den hånda som Espen Ullen Jørstad vant VM-titlen med? Hvis du tror du vet svaret, gå inn på Facebook på Norgesmesterskapet i poker og legge igjen ditt svar der. Lykke til! Ja, og det denne kofferten du kan vinne. Hvis du går inn på facebook.com og går inn på norgesmesterskapet.no sine sider. Vi hadde jo en konkurranse i går. Da var det et fjell i denne vignetten som det kun var én som hadde klart det rette svaret. I dag så går det rykter om at det flere som allerede har svart rett, så da blir det en trekning litt senere i kveld. Men før vi kommer tilbake til main, så var jeg jo ikke bare og snakket med folk på Thor Hansen Mystery Bounty-turneringen. Jeg snakket jo også med noen gamliser og noen damer. Se på dette. Da har vi satt oss ned i seniorturneringen, eller gubbeturneringen, eller demensturneringen. Knut, hva spillet her?
Om å ikke bløffe.
Det om å gjøre å ikke bløffe?
Bare han
det vri åtter, spardam, hva det vi spiller?
Nei, Texas Hold'em. Jo, det.
Har du en bra... Du har ikke kort engang, du?
Nei, jeg har blitt dratt ut og bløffa og alt mulig. De slemme mot meg.
Men hvorfor du sviker som en hyggelig fyr? Hvorfor de slemme mot deg, da?
Jeg sitter nå og donerer og er snill da, prøver nå å ha det hyggelig her.
Du har gjort ditt beste for å kjøpe deg nye venner, men det ingen som biter på?
Nei. Ikke hele tatt.
Hva sa du?
Sier trønderne en utsatt rase.
Men hva det som mest moro med å spille seniors, da?
Du slipper dem der wannabe, nå skal vi komme og herje ungdommene som tror de kan å spille poker. Det vi som kan det, vet du.
Det mye sånn GTO rundt bordet her, eller?
Aner ikke hva du snakker om.
Jeg vet ikke det selv heller, men jeg har bare hørt at ungdommen snakker om det.
Nei, jeg vet ikke. Vi prøver å ha det morsomt.
Men har vi det morsomt rundt bordet her, eller det bare sånn dårlig stemning? Ja, det jo seniortempo på delinga her også, sier jeg. Altså, det går jo ikke fort. Ja, endelig. Nå får vi i hvert fall sett noen kort. Det var 3 kort. 6, 2, 8, 2 spar. Hva har du for noe? Pokerfjes. Ja, men han på knappen, han utrydningstrua trønderen, han skal ikke sjekke, nei. Det veldig intens spenning her, ellers det bare veldig at folk sitter og sover. Jeg vet ikke, nei, der fikk vi en call. Og en call. Og Knut.
Det fornuftig kast.
Du hadde jo den kanonhånda.
Det kan hjelpe meg i floppen der, da.
Møkkaflopp.
Nede der holder på å rote, vet
du. Du har jo bare sånne kanonkort, du.
Krutt. Spiller ikke noe annet enn krutt.
Men det derfor du sitter og donerer skjetonger? Fordi det kommer bare sånne lave kort på floppen?
Det det. Bare. Og så, når jeg da prøver meg kanskje på noe sånn lureri, da kommer det bare høye kort. Så det liksom, uansett så bommer jeg.
Jeg vil si at du og dealeren må bli litt sånn enige og bli litt bedre synkronisert.
Ja, det har du rett i. Forrige dame satt der, hun ga meg gåkort, men hun for jo. Så da kom det en ny dealer.
Så fikk du han der sulliken her?
Ja. Nei, vi bare håper at det blir bedre.
Ja, håpe kan vi alltids, men det er jo alltid dealerens skyld. Sånn er det bare. Det var en sånn gubbeturnering, men det er det ikke, Kristin.
Nei, tenkte jeg skulle prøve meg i år, jeg. Ja.
Men heller senior enn ladies?
Ja. Jeg tenker at det er mye mer spillere her, litt mer verdi. Jeg har ikke prøvd det før, lyst til å prøve noe nytt.
Men har du skaffet deg falsk legg, da? For må du ikke være over 50 for å spille senior, da?
Takk for den. Det er nok det, gitt.
Ja, altså, damene får lov til å gjøre hva de vil, de. De kan liksom bare spille senior når du er 35. Det er greit hvis du er dame. Det er noen. Men Tom, hvordan går dette her, da? Du har ikke noe kort.
Jeg har ikke noe kort. Det er kastet nå. Ja, nå har jeg lyst til å si noe, men det skal jeg la være, fordi at det er flopp.
Du kastet damepar. Det er veldig dumt, da.
Det er veldig dumt. Det er veldig tight. Det er tight. Det er seniornivå, vet du. Livredd for aces.
Tom kastet damepar. Du hadde fått quads, Tom.
Ja, det er helt utrolig. Nei.
Er det litt ufint da også å si det nå, når kanskje de andre liksom...
Det er nemlig ikke lov å prate i korta.
Men jeg er jo ikke med, så jeg kan jo prate. Ja. Men enige, er det gøy med seniors, eller?
Det er alltid gøy med seniors. Det er, om noen år, vet du, så er det den største turneringen i POKERNM. Har du tenkt på det?
Ja, det har jeg ikke tenkt på, men når du sier det, så...
Det er det som kommer til å skje. Det kommer til å skje. Første året var vi 67, nå er vi foreløpig oppe i 160.
Var du 67 det første året når du var senior?
Ja.
Du holder deg godt, Tom.
Det er veldig bra. Nå er det snart, nå skal vi prate.
Det er 3 like.
Jeg kaster damer 7.
Hva var det han viste for noe?
Og jeg kaster damer 7, det var det, vet du.
Han flopper topar. Du hadde jo fått hus!
Jeg hadde fått hus! Fikk ikke vakke med, det er helt riktig.
Du spiller for tøyt, altså.
Alt for tøyt. Du må ikke kaste damer 7, det er computer hand, det. Ja.
Men der, vet du, ungdommen, de som spiller sånn GTO og sånn.
GTO, ja.
De hadde ikke kastet den.
Nei da. Men du ser jo den ungdommen nå, de ruller ikke lenger.
De gjør ikke det?
Nei, det er ferdig det nå. Nå er det oss gamlisa som spiller sånn vanlig standard poker. Det er de som har kommet tilbake.
Som liksom følger med på de andre rundt seg, det psykologiske spillet, og bruker masse livsvisdom.
Ikke sant. Og den er det mye av her.
Ja, det må jo være flere 100 år med livsvisdom rundt dette bordet.
Ja, det er helt riktig. Det er flere 100 år.
Ja, det er... Latteren sitter løst. Det er mye visdom. Koseturnering vil jeg kalt dette her.
Det er helt riktig.
Lykke til alle sammen. Kos dere videre.
Det skal vi.
Ja, da er vi kommet til ladies-turneringen. Den måtte vi jo lete litt etter, for den har jo blitt plassert helt innerst i lokalet. Frode Fagli, han har tydeligvis ikke hørt eller sett mye på Dirty Dancing, for da hadde han visst at nobody puts baby in the corner. Men her er jo alle babyene i corneren. Det er jo kjempetrist. Men her har vi jo kjent folk! Ja, jeg vet at jeg ikke har lov til å sitte ved ladiesbordet, men jeg tar meg litt til rette. Går det greit, René?
Det går veldig bra. For meg i hvert fall. Du må spørre dealeren. Det er han som bestemmer.
Ja, men så lenge, jeg tror ikke han klarer å tro at jeg er jente og deler kort til meg, tror du det?
Nei, jeg tror ikke det.
Men 39 spillere i ladies?
Foreløpig. Men vi tror det kommer til å bli minst 50.
Minst 50?
Spår det.
Vi håper det, da.
Ja.
For den der gubbeturneringen ved siden av her, den er jo stappfull av folk.
Senior?
Ja.
Ja, der er det mange med.
Det er mange gamle menn.
Ja.
For å si det sånn.
Har de like god stemning der som vi er her?
Jeg fant 2 damer der.
Ja. Jeg vet at det er noen som planlegger å gå over dit hvis de ryker ut herfra.
Ja, det gjelder jo ikke for deg da, for du må jo være gammel for å spille den seniorturneringen.
Vet du hva, jeg synes faktisk at 50 er litt ungt for som senior.
Ja, det er jo 50 er det nye 40 eller 30 eller noe sånt, har jeg hørt. Det er helt sant, faktisk. Alle som er 50, de er jo egentlig 30, eller noe sånt.
må være senior. Når du er pensjonist, da tenker jeg da kan du være senior.
Ja, men da skal du jo heve pensjonistalderen nå.
Ja, ikke sant? Ja, det blir kanskje litt sent da, med 70.
Ja,
Det blir kanskje litt sent.
folk lever jo til de blir 90, så det og 100 og...
Men ladies i hvert fall, veldig god stemning, så mange hyggelige folk, veldig flinke spillere.
Ja, for spillekvaliteten er ikke noe å si noe på. Nei, se der, ja. Der sitter det norgesmestere og alt mulig rart, liksom. Det er jo nesten litt dårlig gjort. Altså, ble det litt for tøft bordtrekning? Er det klager dere på bordtrekning, eller?
Nei, jeg gjør egentlig ikke det, for hvis jeg ser på de andre bordene, så ser jeg at det sitter noen haier der også. Så jeg tror uansett hvilket bord du havner på her, så må du svømme for livet.
Svømme for livet, haier overalt, også i ladies-turneringa, det er helt tydelig. Nå. Nå blir jeg invitert med i turneringa. Men hvem sitter her?
Siv heter jeg.
Hei, Siv.
Hei.
Er det du som er gjedda i sivet på dette bordet, eller?
Nei, jeg vil ikke si det.
Ladies, det er dagens turnering, men hva har vi spilt tidligere i uka?
Du vet jeg kom for 2 dager siden, så det har bare blitt en turbo for min del.
Bare en turbo?
Ja, det var til en time.
Det er veldig turbo.
Ja, veldig turbo.
Litt lenger, satser på litt mer enn en time i dag, eller?
Ja, vi håper jo det da.
Ja.
Håper det.
Så bra. Ja, nå må jeg flytte meg, altså. Jeg får ikke lov til å spille engang. Ok, you can give me cards, I'll play the hand. Ok, ja, sorry da. Jeg får ikke lov til å være med på noe som helst, jeg. Prøver jeg å lure meg inn i ladies-turneringa. Men jeg visste jo at du var utålmodig da, Heidi, men at du var så utålmodig.
Ja, jeg gikk på en smell ganske tidlig i turneringen, så nå må jeg vinne tilbake setongene.
Er det litt dårlig stemning, eller?
Nei, det er ikke dårlig stemning, men sett i Queens mot floppa sprit.
Au! Altså, jeg mener jo at...
Det er litt varmt, og det er lenge siden. Det er lenge siden, så jeg må bare jobbe.
Men altså, er ikke damer liksom vinnerhånda uansett i ladies-turneringa?
Nei, overhodet ikke. Og den striten ble til en flush, hvor jeg har flush i blokkeren. Så ja.
Det er akkurat like kjipt å spille ladies som alle andre turneringer, altså.
Ja, inntil videre, men hvis vi får fortgang i dette her, så kanskje jeg klarer å bygge meg mer sterk.
Men du bør ikke peke sånn, bare pek sånn litt. Det var henne, ja.
Det var en 14 000 pott. Ja.
Startstack er
30.
Så det var...
Jeg hadde 34, men jeg gikk ned til 20.
Det er dårlig gjort. Innmari bra spilt, da.
Da synes det. Se om du har damer her. Strit, ikke sant?
Ja. Eller
sånn som hun hadde. Knekti.
Eller par i femmere hadde også vært...
90 hadde du.
Par i femmere hadde også vært helt greit.
Det hadde vært helt OK, liksom.
Å få det på, spille par i femmere og så få det på turn, det hadde vært... Men hvordan er det med samvittigheten?
Nei, den er god, den.
Det er ikke ditt problem at andre spiller damer når du får stritt.
Nei, det er jo ikke det. Og så hånda ble jo bare bedre, så da... Hun bare smiler. Ja, det var jo det.
Ja, men stemninga er grei rundt bordet her, eller?
Ja da.
De er sånn, bortsett fra at de er slemme når de spiller kortspillinga, så er de hyggelige ellers.
Ja, veldig hyggelig bord. Veldig mange hyggelige damer. Sa jeg med entusiasme.
Ja, men Heidi, vi heier på deg, og vi heier på alle.
Men hei litt ekstra på meg.
Jeg heier litt ekstra på deg, men vi sier ikke det høyt, for det blir dårlig, da blir det dårlig stemning. Lykke til alle sammen. Ja, det var i hvert fall veldig god stemning nede i ladies-turneringen og i senior-turneringen og i Thor Hansen Mystery Bounty-turneringen, som fortsatt pågår alle tre nede i main POKERNM. Vi skal jo kåre 2 norgesmestere der i ladies og senior, men det blir også avgjort i morgen, så på samme måte som main event. Main event, vi er nå nede i 13 spillere. Det var en som ble slått ut på bordet ved siden av TV-bordet rett før pausen. Det er ikke så lett når du sitter med 10-par og du får en 10 i bordet og får det høyeste huset, men samtidig da ryker på at motstanderen har quads. Da er det vondt, og da blir det fort veldig, veldig dyrt å være pokerspiller, så da var det en som var litt uheldig. Og en som var veldig heldig med hvordan bordet gikk, selvfølgelig. Men sånn er jo pokeren, da. På TV-bordet så har vi fortsatt nå begynner det å sette seg ned der, ja. Nå får vi Helge, han i hvite T-skjorta der, Helge Bjørløv. Han var han som hadde de 4 S-ene som ga han fryktelig mye skjetonger rett før pause. Tobias Leknes er også på det bordet, så da tror jeg nå setter vi seg ned. Jeg tror vi skal sette over til Stig Moen. Vær så god.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back, everybody. And as you can see, we have switched the TV table. The outer table is now the TV table. The TV table is now the outer table. We have the 2 chip leaders on this table while we're about to hop into a hand. Helge Bjørlo has the overall chip lead with 11.5 million, followed by Ali Al-Sadi, who is also at this table. Meanwhile, Tobias Leknes chipped up from his 800,000 chips to 7 million in 3rd place. Sigve Innes in 4th place, not too far behind Tobias. In the overall realms, the top 3 currently are the 2 players we named, along with, of course, Tom Bedell, who seemingly does nothing wrong at around 9 million in chips.
Yeah, and the first look we're going to have at this guy, Al-Sadi Ali, who's opening the button here with the Jack-9 offsuit.
I like how they just have him listed as Al.
Yeah, Big Al. We've seen a little bit of Ennis. That's not the picture of Ennis. That was the guy from the previous table. That's literally getting corrected right now. Bjørlo we saw from time to time. He's got a big stack as well. Just flatting the King-Jack there. And wow, Ennis flopping middle set here versus 2 top pairs.
Yeah, this is a dream situation for Ennis. Let's see if he can get the proper value. Perhaps Al should be betting this flop.
It's quite an incredible hoodie he's got on there. It looks like silky kind of make. Maybe Louis Vuitton, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it does look like a Louis Vuitton kind of logos like all over the place.
Yeah.
And Al does bet. I'm just going to call him Al if that's what it says. It's nice and easy.
Let's go with Big Al. He goes for a 3rd pot. Bjørlo not going anywhere. Sometimes could even raise here. Surprised that he didn't find the 3-bet from the small blind pre-flop, but looking to not tangle with the big stack. He does have him out-chipped. And he might have even have just completely avoided this situation had he 3-bet pre, instead allowing Ennis in there with the 8s that would have been in a tough spot, coming in cold from the big blind versus the open and the 3-bet from the small. Instead, the dream, middle set versus 2 top pairs. How do we navigate this one? Are we going to take it upstairs? You feel like it's absolutely mandatory, really. You know that at least one of these guys has a jack at this stage, I feel.
Yeah, that, and also you want to get the 9-10s to pay. Maybe the small blind is calling with a 9-10. But yes, if Bjørlo 3-bets, this situation never happens. Ennis wasn't the type of player to call 3-bets with 8s, and he's not going to blow up his stack with ICM considerations with the 4-bet with those 8s either.
I think so as well. I think his 4-bet range would be a little bit more centered around high cards and higher pairs than 8s. So he does go for the raise, makes it 1.6 million versus the 425 and the call. There are a lot of straight draws available, which is why it's such a nice spot to raise when you do have the set, when you do have the jack-8, when you do have the, even more so, hands like 6-8 and 6s and 8s that unblock the jack are better ones to raise here. But if you think about that big blind range, you can have hands like 7-5 suited, jack 9-7, 10-9. Al just gets out the way. Nice.
Good read there with a player calling you and another player raising. You figure one of them may have something better than your weak jack.
Exactly.
And in this case, both players have something better. Now, can Bjørlo get away too? It's going to be even harder for him to get away.
I don't think he's going to fold just yet. looking to navigate to a safe turn card. Don't think there's any reason to cold call the original raise and then raise the flop. So he calls, and this is just the most disastrous card for Buelow because it really limits the amount of value that your opponent can have. It's only one combination of 6-6 now and much fewer combinations of 6-8, and of course pocket 8's the main concern. But still, on that turn spade, we unblock some spade draws as well. He could have some hands like Queen 10, Queen 9 with the backdoor flush draw from time to time. Would probably be more the smaller ones that he'd go for the check raise with. The ones with the overcard likely just to continue. So let's think about backdoor spade draws. He could have maybe a hand like 5-7 and 5-4 of spades that improved. Checking back now, wow. Okay, doesn't feel like he needs any protection. One stack to pot ratio and a pretty disastrous river for Buelow because 9-7 gets there now.
Perhaps wanted to induce a bluff from his opponent on the river. Or thinking that his value was good, but to get his opponent to put more chips in before he puts in the lot.
Yeah, I think he thinks that his opponent's going to have a lot of straight draws and wants to allow him to fill up those straight draws. Buelow going with the check, starting to stare down his opponent now. Usually when someone does this, it's because they don't want to see a bet. I'm not going to jump to conclusions, though. We can see the whole cards, and we know that King Jack isn't exactly thrilled about the prospect of this river bet. What sizings are going to be here? That's 500, 1 million, 1.5, 1.6. I think we want a little more meat on the bone than that.
You can even jam here. It's about 80% of the pot.
Yeah. This half pot sizing, I think, is just going to get called by Buelow. Still going to be beating some of those 10-9s. Yeah. Bad news for Buelow. A big dent to his stack here as Enes, the very methodical, conservative type of player, gets max value there out of that middle set on the flop, turning the boat.
I think he could have snuck in a little bit more or bet the turn as well. But then certainly got a lot of value and has the overall chip lead after one hand at the feature table.
Absolutely, great work done from him so far, picking up a massive pot there. He would have won about 25 big blinds in that pot, as it did go 3 ways to the flop, with even Al firing out a C-bet of about 3 big blinds. So lovely pick up there, and very much in the driving seat on this feature table. But he's got a couple of tricky players to navigate. Tobias Leknes, the main cause for concern, sat to his left.
Meanwhile, Al got a save there. I mean, that was a very nice fold, recognizing what happened in front of him. If Yorlo didn't have that jack in his hand, it may have cost him a lot more, because just facing a single call or a single raise would lead you to think that you're still potentially ahead.
Yeah, I think the issue for Al was that he had the jack-9, which means that he blocked some of the bluffs, like 10-9 and 9-7. So he just, with the guy behind, thinking, you know what, I don't think that this situation's going to really yield me much of a profit, so I'm just going to get out of here. And a nice laydown there. Buer, not seen much from him. Very Viking-like appearance.
Our new Viking, now that we lost Vegard Andreasen earlier today.
Exactly. He flops an open-ender here with the jack-8. Very natural stab in position. Just gets the deuce to snap fold. Wow.
And it's maybe just too busy stacking up the chips to want to get involved in that pot.
But a slight indicator as to his game plan, which was what we saw on the previous showing from him on the feature table. Doesn't really like to battle for those awkward kind of pots like that, where he flopped a pair and just snap folding. That's very interesting. Maybe to his advantage, as if the queen came on the turn, he'd have been giving a double up there.
Yeah, that would have been a disaster.
Yeah.
No way to get really away from that. Obviously, you can think maybe he has a jack-8 or a jack-king, but not the way it really played out. Do you really factor in any king-jacks? So you can't really just put them on one hand of jack-8.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. 3 deuce suited, not opening the button there. I guess that's fair enough. It's got a short stack in the small blind. Looks like he's got some kombucha or something like that. Nice healthy drink to keep that brain ticking over here as he's deep in the main event. Now with a wry smile as he realizes that that was a huge pot. Lechner 6-4 off. Not conventionally the type of hand that you ISO, but he's going to go for it. May feel that this small blind limping range is going to be a little under-defended and just a bit too weak in general, so seizing initiative with the 3x ISO from the big blind. Bua, I feel like this is a little too much hand to consider folding. We can also limp jam sometimes. Maybe want a little bit of a lower kicker for the limp jam. He's just going to fold though, showing a lot of respect to Tobias, who picks up a couple of big blinds there.
And because we had the other table for so long, these guys have been already playing together for about 3-4 hours now, so perhaps this situation has come up before with Tobias where his opponent has raised a few times in the small blind and kind of understands that he could put some ICM pressure on a stack such as Bure.
Yeah, that could very well be the reason. Always interested to see Tobias, as you mentioned. You've given him the plaudits of saying he's one of the most intelligent people you've ever come across, and there's always a good reason behind what he's doing. That you never see him go for any kind of blow up. He treats all stack depths with respect. We saw him grinding the short stack on that limit hold'em table for quite a while, giving it the respect it deserved.
Meanwhile, Big Al with the big slick.
Big Al, big slick, big hoodie.
Big slick Al.
Absolutely. Opening it up, and Buelo here with the 10s.
This could be fireworks. I mean, these two players came in as the two chip leaders. Buelo lost a little bit of his stack, but still has around 8 million. Between the two, they have 18 million in chips.
Yeah, and I'm going to go as far to say that this 3-bet is a mistake with the ICM. Because facing a 4-bet, you really don't want to get it in here for 60 big blinds. And yeah, you just want to play peels here with these kind of hands like 10s, 9s, even jacks. And queens, you do feel like you're going to have to 3-bet and go with the hand, but jacks and 10s, not the kind of holdings that you want to tangle with someone that outchips you at this stage. For 50 big blinds, deep in a tournament, we've got, what, less than 2% of the field remaining.
Meanwhile, Al does have a decision to make. It does look rather strong to be 3-bet. You have your ace-king, though. I think a 4-bet should be coming. Not a 4-bet jam, but a peeling would seem to be not the best idea, but that's what he wants to do. Maybe some pot control, but he's out of position, which is the problem of this just call.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that peel. He does flop top pair, though, on the driest board you've ever seen in your life. Ace-7-4 in a rainbow fashion in a 3-bet pot. It's going to be very happy with that flop. I was expecting a 4-bet to sort of 2.5 million there. Buelo, though, is going to continue to tell the story, though, on this ace-high board. Very natural C-bet from him. Doesn't need to go too big. Does go 500 into 2.6 million. Seems about the right ballpark. Question whether Al wants to raise here or continue to play this more passive line. He does. Now trapping, of course. Deuce of spades on the turn doesn't do any favors for Buelo. Looking for that 10. Reason for some concern now, facing the continue. We are still ahead of some hands like 8s and 9s that could play in this fashion, but other hands that we beat starting to become less evident. Maybe he continues with a hand like King Queen with the backdoor flush draw from time to time, but usually we're going to be behind here, and green light for Al to go for some value on the river, you feel, targeting hands like an underpair to the ace. In this 3-bet situation, you're likely to see ace-queen continue the turn. Buelo could even have some ace-5 or maybe a hand like ace-8 suited from time to time that elects to play some pot control as beaten by ace-jack, ace-queen. So there are still some aces in our opponent's range. There are, of course, all of those underpairs to the ace. It's just a question of how much.
Or perhaps he thinks that Bjorlo would be betting if he checked, depending on the dynamic of this before, but this is a safer play.
Yeah, he bets 1 million. I like the small sizing here because we just have so few bluffs in this situation.
So Big Al extending his chip lead. We're actually regaining the chip lead, I should say, because that was passed over to another player at the table temporarily for one hand. This table is definitely a bit more chatty than the last one. Last table was really just Tom talking to himself, trying to get some banter going at the table, but nobody really engaging, not wanting to let Tom get into their heads.
Yeah, a very animated showing from the table mates so far. We like to see it. Certainly keeps the energy in the booth nice and high for us. There are 25 players remaining in the No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty. Disfix still in the mix. 25 left. Julie Klein, Tobias Ten Napel, Martin Nygaard. We saw a bit of him on some of the previous streams. Rolf Beckstrom still in the mix.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Good old Rolf, maybe picking up a big mystery bounty there. And as far as the other names go, no one that really jumps off the page. No disrespect to you if you are tuning in. And let's have a look at the ladies' event. 55 players there, 33 left, €400 buy-in. The seniors event, 197 players there, 95 remaining, about half the field. And let's pan over to that high roller here as we've got some action pre-flop. Button versus hijack. Tobias electing to take a flop here with the king jack. Still down to 7 in the high roller, so it's getting a little bit stubborn.
Continuation bet here by Ennis. Is Tobias going to call with his 2 overcards? Gut shot to the straight. It is a paired board with those deuces as well, which makes things a little bit trickier and does give up on it. So no navigation really necessary for Ennis there. Just bets, gets all the equity out of the way, and is up to 12 million in chips.
Yeah, great board for him. 10 deuce deuce there. It's just going to have all of the over pairs, and even value betting a hand like ace queen at that point. It's not a bluff. Just looking to get some worse hands. Either deny the equity to them or be kind of happy to see a turn and allow hands like king queen with the backdoor flush draw potentially to come along. King 9, king jack. All going to be natural calls there for Tobias. Looks like we're doing a little bit of swapping for chips. Tobias looking for some of those 25k chips. So folds over to him on the button there. King 6 off, not looking to tangle with Ali with that big stack in the big blind. Small blind, sorry. I thought Tobias had a player on his left, so if we lost that player, he might have moved over to the other table for some balancing.
There was a big empty spot near Tobias. It was like when he was in the corner, we saw like his big stack of chips, and I was looking to see if they were his chips or someone else's, but there was nobody near him at that point.
I thought we had Kronstad sat there.
Yeah, we should have had Kronstad. So did we lose somebody already? Because you're right, I didn't remember seeing a player on the table itself when it was on the side table, but I do remember on the list.
We have lost Eric Bjorbak, who was on our feature table before.
Quite unfortunate. He played quite well, so should be proud of his 13th place finish. And next pay jump is a ladder jump, so there may be some slow playing from some of the shorter stacks just looking to do a ladder up.
Exactly, 1.4k if you do make that ladder, so that's pretty significant in the form of the pay jump. Oh, so what's going on? So we do have Kronstad there, but it said that Tobias was having the button and then Ali was in the small blind, so I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, I'm not quite
Tobias
sure.
must have been in the cutoff there with the king 6.
But it looks like either way, we're now 6 and 6 on the 2 tables. And it's a jam here by Kronstad, finding a spot with his sub 15 big blind stack with the king queen. I would certainly be doing the same in this spot. There is the factor of the pay jump, so I would be just a little bit slower, maybe just leaving like 1 chip behind, but wait like 45 seconds, do that. People would maybe know what I'm up to when it comes back to me, and it takes me another 20, 30 seconds to call, but you're not going to waste like all the time in the world, but just those extra few seconds might mean something.
Kronstad could be running into the bullets here.
Wow.
Wow.
And Bjorlo, who lost about half his stack early on at this feature table after being neck and neck with Big Al for the chip lead, now in an amazing spot to get all those chips back.
Goes for the rejam there with the aces. And Kronstad running into number one. And his chances of staying alive are pretty thin at this stage. You can see just 11% equity. He's going to need to find a miracle here to, or dish a really bad beat on Bjorlo. Wow, and he's got a gut shot. He's got some live equity here. The jack could see Kronstad stay alive here. Would be a horrible bad beat for Bjorlo if it does come. Bjorlo starting to look a little bit nervous there. 3 on the turn, nice safe card for him. So Kronstad with the jack and the jack only. 4 outs once. Does he go for the stand-up? A little bit of extra equity maybe. Bjorlo can't believe that he's got a sweat here. So many boards where he's just going to have his opponent dead. Oh!
Oh my God. And the same reaction from Kronstad, gets his miracle. I mean, he would have been out in 12th place, nothing to be ashamed of. Did get it in good. I mean, he did get it in good, but it was a good shove. I mean, you got to shove your king queen with about 12 big blinds. You can raise it if you want, but typically in this spot with ICM, you're better off putting the max pressure in that spot.
I agree. Raise folding to a pocket pair, folding 2 overs would be a bit of a disaster. So just shoving and getting some ace-x to fold behind, and maybe even some low pairs themselves, the way to go. A good move from him. Unlucky to run into the aces. But does find the miracle jack on the river after flopping a live one there on the 10-9-9. Wow, what a turn of events. What a turn of events indeed.
And meanwhile, Bjorlo, I mean, you got to feel for him. He came in neck and neck with the chip lead. Took a break, came back, lost a decent-sized pot, and then gets his aces cracked, and now he has a short stack.
Yeah,
out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. He came into the final 13 with the chip lead, so 13 left in the main event. He had 11.5 million, which you can see is just absolutely chunks of chips, about 80 big blinds. Now, all of a sudden, he's the short stack. Kronstad can't believe his luck. Folds the 3s, sits back in his chair, looks up to the heavens as if to say, thank you, Lord, for showing mercy on me there. Ace-jack suited for Big Al. Not the big slick, but sort of baby slick, maybe.
Big Al baby slick? I'm not sure how we work that one out, but it is an open. It could have gotten dicey for Kronstad right after doubling with the king-queen if he opened with the 3s.
Yeah, it would have been 3-bet by Al, I think.
Would have had to fold, so giving some of those chips back. But meanwhile, it's just Al with the simple open, getting the job done, padding up his chip lead. We don't know if there's a bigger stack on the side table because there is a player out, so there is a chance he's not in the overall chip lead, but if he isn't, he's certainly close. It's kind of disastrous when you have like an above average final table stack and now you're the short stack. It's very tough to come back from that mentally. And Kronstad with the suited ace. We are 6-handed, so he's in the low jack, but decides not to open it. Playing a bit on the tighter side in general. Ennis with a pretty hand on the button if he wants to open. He has a lot of chips. It looks like he's opening for a little more than a min raise, but we'll get the amount in a second. A lot more than a min raise, up to 400,000. More than a 2.5x. And Magnus defending with his bad ace. And it's an ace out of the window, followed by a 7 and the deuce of clubs. So middle pair for Ennis with the backdoor flush draw. Top pair for Tobias with the ace 3. Sporting that custom BBZ poker hoodie that says Senkal, his online name on it.
Yeah, he's got a mixed game course on there, I believe, so he's doing some content for those guys.
Definitely worthwhile to check out if you do want to get into mixed games. As we mentioned, he's one of the best mixed game players in all of Europe.
In the world, I believe.
He's kind of in the class with the Benny Glazers of Europe.
Absolutely. Hailing from the UK, one of the most decorated poker players in the form of bracelets and just overall dominance in that field. Anyway, back to the action, ace-3 here. Interesting, as he could easily be up against some hands like kings, potentially some king-10 from time to time, king-7. Does he go for the small bet here, or does he allow his opponent to back into some kind of queen-9, jack-9 and take a stab at it on the river?
And he's also behind any ace as well. So let's see if Ennis can turn his hand into a bluff. Like he doesn't really have showdown value anymore.
No, I like this small bet, targeting hands like king, queen, king, jack, king 10, queen 10. Sorry, not king 10, that would be 2 pair, but you get my drift. 10x and king x that could play the passive line on the turn. You feel there are some options available for Ennis to represent a hand like kings or queen jack, but with the amount of time he's taking, body language, it looks unlikely that yeah, okay, so I think any questions of it going upstairs are almost over.
Yeah, I felt he could even rep a check back ace-10, but is just calling thinking that all he has is showdown value, rather than trying to bluff some of those bigger hands off that Tobias likely could have after calling the flop and then betting the river. He is floating there a lot too, so it just didn't seem like a board to really be floating with after all those high cards on the board.
Yeah, exactly. So nice sizing there from Blackness, putting that middle pair on the flop into not an easy spot, facing such a small bet, but does get out the way and was correct on this occasion to do exactly that. So let's have a look at how many we've got in that Poker North Masters Day 1I. 484, my word.
Wow.
That is such a bumper event. Because I wouldn't say they were struggling for numbers, but there were some areas of concern. There's been a lot of communication channels going out about such a big overlay. I don't think that it is going to overlay at this case in time.
I mean, we've seen this before, especially with the casinos here, that you know, they're typically expecting a bigger turnouts on Fridays and Saturdays, which is natural.
Yeah.
They pump up the opening days early on when numbers aren't expected to be as high. But they're there for players that want to take multiple chances into things or get a bag out of the way. I have to say I've seen these kind of Facebook messages a lot, and then they kind of lose their touch a little bit. But maybe that's just me. Maybe if you're looking at it for the first time, you're like, wow, 200,000 overlay. You know, but I'm more about pushing the actual value of the event itself, that it's going to have a prize pool of more than 500,000, I think is more important than the overlay.
Rather than the kind of fake overlay posts that wear a little bit thin, because they haven't really done their sack in some cases, as maybe Rosvedov back in the day used to really put out overlays all the time just to drive people in the door.
Yeah. And there have been cases in Bratislava in the past where that's been the case, just nothing as of late, because it's become such a hotbed of poker activity between the two big casinos.
Yeah, there's almost a massive contingent of Greek players and Cypriots that just come over just to stay for a month and grind because the lack of live options for them in Greece.
It's better than going to Rosvedov. You have a nice old town, you have some nightlife. You can balance your life a lot better here. At Rosvedov, if you're going for a month, you're going to grind for a full month. You go on a downswing, you run into salty people, then you know your life becomes hell after 2 weeks. I've seen it happen to a lot of people. There's others that are more like, let's say, like an Espen or a Jonathan Vette mindset, where they can just keep the mental fortitude up, and the games are rather good in Rosvedov. I think that they still are, so it really just depends on whether you come out for poker and want to live, or whether you're coming out for poker and that's all you want to do.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't have explained it better myself. It's just one of those places that, if you're not on the top of your mental game, can really suck the energy out of you, because there's simply nothing to do. As Jason mentioned, here in Bratislava, it's such a beautiful city. You've got Vienna only 45 minutes away. You could even head over for a day out to Budapest, which is a 2-hour drive. There's plenty of amazing places to go. Even some nature as well, which is something that Rozvadov does have, in the sense that you can go on a nice walk around there. But in Bratislava, you've got the Devon Castle, you've got lots of places for hikes and things like that, just to take your mind away from the poker.
Yeah, and there's a lot of history in the city, whereas in Rozvadov, you know, you're not near any major city. And here, even if you want to leave Bratislava and you want to stay in Slovakia, there's some nice smaller cities to visit.
Yeah, Nitra is only 45 minutes away or so.
Probably next summer we'll do like a drive around. We were talking about driving out to Germany, then go over to, because my sister-in-law lives in Munich, and then head down to Austria, over to Bratislava, over to Hungary, and then we'll see where back north to Lithuania takes us, but to take like a few weeks to do a road trip.
It's a really nice drive. I've driven through Austria and Germany on my way back to the UK. I've driven from Bratislava to the UK a couple of times, and Austria is just such an amazing country to drive through. The scenery is unparalleled.
Does your car have a UK license? Or?
No, Slovakian.
Okay, so you're driving on the correct side.
Yeah.
When I was growing up in the States, we would get that occasionally, where somebody would import their British car and they wouldn't fix it, and once in a while they would get into an accident, just being confused or not having the right blind spots and things like that. So then they made some laws, and a lot of the states that you had like 30 days to fix where your steering wheel is, which obviously then costs a lot of money.
It costs a ridiculous amount of money, right? Like 5,000 or something.
Yeah, and then makes it less worthwhile to bring over your car. They just wind up selling their cars and buying something different in the States, where, frankly, cars happen to be a lot cheaper than they are in Europe.
Really?
Not necessarily for brands like Mercedes, where that's considered more of like a high-end vehicle than it is here. It is a high-end vehicle here, but it's kind of like top-of-the-line, kind of foreign vehicle kind of status. Those can be a little bit cheaper in Europe, but stuff like, you know, all the American cars are obviously cheaper, and there's a lot of quality American brands out there.
Lovely. So Buelo here is getting a bit short. Looks like, is he shoving there with the sevens, blind versus blind? No, he's just going for the ISO or something. I'm not really too sure what happened there. But the King Deuce of Venice might have been a hand that he could have got some action from if he went for the limp shove.
On the other hand, picking up the big blind and the big blind ante and getting a small blind back means quite a lot for that stack. And if he's limping and the player behind him calls, and he's going to have to play his sevens out of position, and it's easy for him to be pushed off it. It's not as like cut and dry as a hand like you know, nines and above.
Yeah, exactly, where you go for the trap and really hope to cooler your opponent, but if they do check back with some of their undercards on those low boards. Kronstad with the 6-4, he gets out the way. Big Al, 4 deuce suited. Buelo, don't feel like he's going to be getting involved here with the Queen 5, as it is over to Ennis in the small blind. He's got a short stack to contend with in the big blind, so does he go for the shove here? I think that there are about 20 big blinds or so effective. Yeah, you could see Buer has about 15 big blinds, and checking back the ace here. Nice to have some weak ace-X in our check-back range, so that we do benefit from, you know, potentially being fired into on an ace-high board from time to time. And this has got a backdoor straight draw, just 8 high. It's a complete swing and a miss for Buer, and he does get out the way there. Difficult to hold on with the ace-2, not really any backdoor equity, just hoping for the ace on the turn, really, and so many draws. If you are ahead, you're going to face multiple barrels on future streets anyway, so he just elects to resign on that occasion.
Should be a very exciting day tomorrow, George, because not only do we have the conclusion of this event, which is the crown jewel of the Norwegian Championship, but we have final tables of 3 other championship events, including the ladies, the seniors, and the turbo. So it should be very interesting to follow everything along while we're going hand by hand on the main event, but lots of champions being crowned tomorrow.
Certainly. Looking forward to that. That's going to be the prestige day of the Norwegian event here.
Let's see if Tobias 3-bets his ace-5 suited facing a button open. Very often this would be a 3-bet candidate, but Tobias playing it on the safer side and just calling. You could go either way according to solvers. And look at this, flopping top 2.
Wow.
Ennis will likely rep that he has the ace. Oh, he checks it back. Interesting, interesting.
It's got some decent showdown value. It is a board there where Tobias can have some hands like 5 deuce suited, some 3-4 that we don't open.
And Tobias is going to need to protect his hand now. It's like a reverse situation. He should be betting both for value and protection.
Yeah, gets the snap fold from Ennis, not looking to tangle with the Norwegian mixed game legend as he scoops another pot. Big hand though, 2 pair. Unfortunate not to get any action there, but happy to just add ever so slightly to that chip stack.
It seems like as players were avoiding Tom during the last blind level at the feature table, Leknes seems to have, for different reasons, people avoiding playing big pots against him as well. Right now it's been a little bit with the card distribution, especially that last hand, but we've seen a couple of other smaller spots where people have done the marginal folds versus the marginal calls or raises.
Yeah, letting him get away with it a little bit, and that's something that he's going to lean on, I think. That 6-4 offsuit ISO in the big blind was a good example of that. Buello, who had his aces cracked, struggling a little bit. You can see the table presence is a little subdued, a little salty. He's kind of looking around. You can almost see the picture being painted on the forehead as if to say, why did I lose that pot? I would have been the chip leader with 11 left, and now I'm sat here on the short stack wondering how it all went wrong. So Leknes limping, Kronstad going for a massive raise there, 4.5 blinds. And takes that one down. A lot of respect shown from Leknes, of course. Didn't really have much to tussle with there with the queen deuce.
Meanwhile, our very sneaky photographer Vojta is here, sneaking up behind George, getting a nice photo of him. But now we're aware of his presence.
It definitely throws a little bit of extra pressure in the booth, doesn't it? I don't know what to say. But we're enjoying things here. 12 left of the main event. This is where we like to be, in the thick of it. No hands so far as we fold round to the short stack bar there with the 15 big blinds. Does he go for the steal here with the queen 10? I think it's a good option. Blocking some of the stronger hands that he might face resistance from. Just getting out the way there a little tight, but...
Pay jump, I think.
Yeah, maybe the pay jump. He's got Kronstad, who's been quite passive there in the small blind for the most part. Big Al in the big blind, 9-7. Might have got that steal through. Does look quite strong when we open off of the short stack as well, which is always a consideration that I feel some more recreational players do miss.
Big Al sounds like a comic book character, but now I'm looking a little closer at Big Al's hair, and it kind of fits the character a little bit.
Yeah. Do you remember Toy Story? It was a different type of looking character, but Big Al's home barn.
Oh my, look at Big Al here.
Look at him go.
We're going to rename him Superman if he keeps going at this pace.
Yeah, this is quite something. He did find a really tasty run out with the ace-king on the ace-high board. Ran out completely dry, won a decent medium-sized pot versus the 10s. Leknes now, looking at this board, it's a board where typically we are going to see bet an awful lot. Looking to apply pressure on hands like 8-6 suited. Looking to apply pressure on underpairs to the board.
I'm not sure what you do here, actually. Do you call or do you raise? I think I'm leaning towards raise because even though you have a made hand, there's so many hands that can
I'm always raising here,
Yeah.
because ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen, jacks, tens, jack-8, jack-10, 10-8 suited. All of these hands we unblock when we have the bottom straight, which makes you feel like it's one of the more natural raises available here.
And there are some combinations of queen 9, but that shouldn't really come into the thought process too much.
It's not Omaha, is it? So, you know, when we run into the better straight, we tap the table and we say, nice hand, sir. I'll be seeing you in the car park later. But just takes it down there. Tobias with an optimistic king 3.
Looking a little puzzled there, but I think he's just trying to figure out if his opponent had it or not puzzled about how he should be playing the hand. That was an easy fold for him. Sometimes when he's thinking, you could see the gears moving in his head. He's usually like kind of looking up when he's thinking a little bit and going through some action.
The intellectual intensity. Some players, you saw someone like Tom Bedell, for example, it's much more of an extroverted kind of character, the eccentric kind of presence, whereas with someone like Tobias, he doesn't need to say much. He does talk a lot between hands. He makes his presence very much well known. He is wearing the PPZ hoodie with his online name on it. Kind of, I feel like I didn't see him wearing that on the previous days. Now we're in day 4. It's almost him reminding his opponents of who he is. Don't battle with me. You know, I feel like there's some kind of psychological edge behind that selection of the wardrobe today from Tobias. Regardless, we've got a situation occurring here. Kronstad has opened it up with the Jack-10 suited on the button, and Al with a potential 3-bet candidate here, the ace-9 off. Got a short stack behind. Looks like he fancies just calling, though. Buelo with 9-8 off. Is he going to come in for the ride multi-way, getting a decent price? Is going to flick in the call, so we do go 3 ways to the flop here. Does come ace-7 deuce. Big Al continuing to smash these boards in these multi-way situations. Top pair for him. We're never leading on this type of board. Just wouldn't make any sense. Buelo has got somewhat of a piece. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And Kronstad on this disconnected ace-high board feels like he's going to have the advantage at the top end of the range in the form of the ace-king that neither of his opponent has, in the form of ace-queen suited. He's just got all sorts of strong ace-X's that are slightly diminished in our opponent's ranges that we're up against. But Big Al going nowhere here. Really no reason to raise this. There are some flush draws available, so be it. Don't want to isolate the better hands. We want to keep these hands in, like Jack-10 that could potentially turn some equity and go for the barrel. He does turn some equity. I feel like from what we've seen from Kronstad, he's going to go for the check back here. When you do see the small blind as opposed to the big blind calling in particular, it's quite interesting. He's going to go for a lead here, is he?
It would be interesting. Then he's kind of putting his opponent on this very hand, having a jack in his hand. Otherwise, I don't get it. He could be easily running into better aces. Kronstad didn't have a big stack when he opened, which is, I think, why Al didn't 3-bet, but maybe there were other reasons why he didn't 3-bet.
This is interesting because his opponent has bet out of turn now, so if he were to choose like a super small sizing, his opponent now can't raise, right?
Yeah. Can only be a call.
But because he's got the ace, he actually wants to go for the check because he kind of wants to see this continue from his opponent, although it is a massive bet of 750K.
And if he gets a call, he has no idea where he stands. He could think his opponent has an ace, maybe a better ace, can think his opponent has 2 pair. I mean, I think a check is the most likely scenario, but a check bet call could have happened.
5 on the river, flush completer, so some areas of concern for both players. Don't think we're going to see Al leading anymore, and Kronstad is all in. What?
Oh, I love this. Turn your hand into the bluff. Identified that Al probably has the ace.
But it's just such a quick decision. Why would you shove within 0.5 seconds with the flush?
That
you know
is
what I
also
mean?
true. I like the play, but I don't. The speed is a little bit
The
suspicious.
speed is a little bit unnerving. I'm not sure what he's saying that he's got. He's in such a big position. Why would you just snap all in for a pot-sized bet here with a flush or a hand like Ace-Jack? Ace-Jack would have considered the potential flushes that would have completed on the river and at least taken a couple of seconds before going for the jam versus inferior Ace-X, of course. But the snap all in, if you really think about it, it just doesn't really make an awful lot of sense. Kronstad here has just lost his mind a little bit. It might work out for him though, let's see.
I mean, I kind of do like, I like the play still, George, I have to say. But if he identified Al having an ace and a kind of a hand, he can push, he can rep that flush. I just don't like the speed based on, but it did work.
Wow.
So
I think if you really think about the hand there, you know, he's repping hands like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, jacks on the turn. Would those hands snap jam on the river, on the change in ball texture?
But a 10 jack of hearts would have also played that the same.
Yeah,
Bet the flop, called the turn, and jammed the river.
That's possible, yeah. Wow, that was a hand I was not expecting to see from Kronstad there. A bit overzealous in his river theatrics. And Al having a little chat with Buello there. Maybe both seem like fairly comfortable players and might know each other from the Norwegian scene. Kind of mulling over what the hell was going on there.
Meanwhile, Big Al's bet was a little bit smaller on the turn. It would have been almost impossible to do that because there's a lot of flushes that he's going to check for trapping purposes. In this case, it just seemed like you're not going to bet your flush draw so hard. You're betting that way to potentially get those flush draws out of the way. So maybe that's what Kronstad was thinking. I don't know, but it doesn't look like he thought at all because it was just a snap decision.
Yeah, definitely allowed his emotions to override the rational part of the brain. It would be my synopsis on that one. Buello going for the limp here, kind of looking at his opponent and not seeing the snap check back and thinking, God, here we go. Which is annoying because it's really just nothing's happened for him since we have continued here deep into the Norwegian main event. We've got about 1.5% of the field left and just nothing going in the direction of Buello.
So we can call them the 1%ers now as well.
Exactly, the lucky 1%ers. Almost there. That would be 8 left, which would be the end of play for today. We've played 4.5 levels now. We've lost 16 players from the original 28 that came into the day 4. Going back to that, Halliger, Jormaland was the first one to go, Vegard Andreasen, Thomas Jakobsen, and the more recent eliminations were Erik Bjorbæk, Birger Larsen, Hans Trodal. Just going to pan over back to that 2K Hold'em. Oh, we do have 5 left there.
Ooh, getting close to the money.
Yeah, Lukas Benkovic, Daniel Kolazar, Joachim Haraldstad, Bernard Larabi. So the 2 guys that went heads up in the 2K PLO yesterday are in the final 5 of the 2K from 30 players. And Antonis Malinov as well.
So like Tobias, who's skilled over many formats, at least these 2 players are proving to be skilled against very tough fields, I have to say, in both the PLO and the No Limit Hold'em. I think the PLO, even though it had a bigger field, was even tougher than the Hold'em field, but the Hold'em field also was tough in its own right. It's just with the PLO, when you have all the top PLO players battling it out, it's a little bit different, where a top PLO player has like a much bigger edge over the next tier when compared to what we see in the Hold'em. It's like minor percentage edges versus big edges in the PLO. Even though the PLO is higher variance, the edges can be higher. It's a little bit counterintuitive to think that way, I suppose.
No, you're bang on the money. I do think PLO ROIs are a lot higher because the lack of, or the cloudiness in terms of the understanding of ICM, which isn't solved as it can be in Hold'em. On Hold'em, you can just go and plug in some numbers into software as archaic as ICMizer, which has been around for like 15 years now even.
Even something old like Poker Snowy is still useful. It's like these things have been around for a while. They're not as up to date as, let's say, a GTO Wizard or a DTO, but or having your own solver servers, which a lot of the top pros still use. They develop their own models versus using the pre-made models and have just run everything from scratch. That still takes place, even with a lot of this simplified now in the last 3 to 5 years. I used to love playing around with Poker Snowy. I did a review on them when I used to work, used to run PokerSoftware.com, which unfortunately was bought by a SoFar company and now doesn't produce any content. But I got to experiment with all these different software programs, and I just love playing around with it. And I tried to then figure out why it's telling me to do these things.
Impossible.
And I couldn't always figure it out.
Yeah.
But then I would ask people, and a lot of people wouldn't know why, because it was pre-other solvers around.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a chess engine. The best players in the world in chess don't really have unfortunately, the human brain has only got certain limitations compared to the computers. So it's difficult to figure it out. So Buello going for the c-bet here, 2 overcards and the backdoor nut flush draw. Leknes, is he getting fruity here with this jack-8? He's got some backdoor potential. Yeah, he does go for the min raise here. This is very sexy. He's saying, I'm going to have some hands like 10x for value. Potentially going to have some hands like gut shots.
And recognizing the ICM pressure he could be putting on Bjorlo. And of course, if Bjorlo comes over the top, Leknes will snap fold. Maybe not snap it, but in his mind, it's already been folded if that happens.
But yeah, this is such a great combination to choose. We've got an overcard to the board, so we can get there versus 10x. We've got the backdoor spade draw route, and we've also got a lot of cards that complete straights on the turn that we can then represent as well from the big blind. Buello is going to come along for the ride. He's going to see a turn. And all of a sudden, the energy on the final table, on the feature table, gets interesting.
Now, if Leknes can pull the trigger, assuming Bjorlo checks here.
Bjorlo is in position, so it's Leknes first to act.
Yeah, that's true.
He's check-raised the flop. Does he go for the tiny sizing here of something like 450k to continue to lean on some of these overcard holdings? He doesn't. He goes for the check. So not turning any equity there, electing to just check that one over to his opponent. And the options are open for Buello here. You can see a really small size which denies any kind of river activity from our opponent. But the 7 on the river, this could be a card that Leknes elects to represent. Some of his bluffs that gave up are going to be hands like 6-3 and 5-8 and 6-8 that now fill the straight.
Half the pot, you would bet if you were Leknes? There's no point in jamming, I don't think.
I think we have to go all in at this stage.
You do?
Yeah. I think that unless Buello has 10s full or a hand like pocket aces with the spade, I don't think he'd be checking back the turn. I think all of his jacks, queens, kings, and strong 10x is going to bet the turn. So I think that Tobias might be able to find a route to victory here, should he be able to find the all-in. He arrives here pretty much at the stone bottom of his range. And he does
jam it. Heart of a lion, recognizing exactly what you said. I think against an opponent like this, I could bet something like 1.1, 1 to 1, you know, not exactly, just in case I'm wrong. I'm not costing myself. I think it would work out the same because he's not going to want to leave himself that short. And if it comes over the top, you know, it's an easy fold at that point as well. A size enough where you're not inducing a bluff.
Yeah, I just think that we want to go for the polarizing strategy of saying that either I've improved on that 7, I was trapping the turn with a hand like 5-4 or just a 4, which is very possible as well. You can check raise some bottom pairs for some sort of equity denial from time to time.
6-3 of spades would certainly play it that way as well, and that's a hand Leknes can defend the big blind with.
Yeah, that's potential.
6-8 of spades as well, with the spade draw and the gut shot. There's another one which gets there. Otherwise, is an ace-7 going to be jamming here? Possibly to get out the 8s and 9s, which then Bjornlo has to think, even if it's kind of like this kind of jam with an ace-7, I'm still behind that, but I don't think he'd be jamming ace-7 here.
No, ace-7 would only be considered as value or potentially checking.
So it's really just the straight completions that the 7 is representing.
Yeah, but also 5-4 and hands like a 4 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5-4 could trap the turn there. It's less than 1 stack to pot ratio. If you do get the check back, you just jam the river.
10-4 of hearts or diamonds as well is a possibility.
That's also true. Didn't think about that one. He does defend those hands pretty, you'd feel. Buelo really feels like he's coming to something here. 6-8, 6-3, 5-4, 10-4, or some kind of hand like pocket aces that only peeled pre-flop is also possible.
It'd be such a ballsy call at this stage of the game, but you're so short as well. So I think you just have to go with your read if you're Bjorlo and wait it out a little bit. Hope that a bust out happens on the other table so you get your ladder jump. So if he's thinking about calling, maybe he's already decided that he's calling, for example, but just going to wait a minute. Nobody's going to call the clock on him in this situation for at least another minute. So certainly could be a strategy, but he does look deep in thought. And he's looking back down at his cards again, which usually means they're being tossed away, but they are going back into the box.
Regardless of whether Bjorlo can find the call, it's a boss move from Senkel. It's very easy to miss this spot and give up. He did arrive with the bottom hand. Wow. What a call.
Oh my God. Ace high hero call with 12 players remaining. And Bjorlo, who is the chip leader, since from the break was down very short, and now the momentum is back his way. He has to feel so good at this point when you make that hero call and you're right. Look at that smile. And Tobias being very friendly about it, true ambassador to the game, recognizing that it was very hard for him to make that call, and when you came up with that decision, he's basically giving him props.
Absolutely. Maybe Buelo feels that Tobias would have continued for a small size to drive the stack to pot ratio even lower with some of those stronger hands that he's representing. But it is a really polarizing jam because, as we mentioned, he's not going to jam hands like 7-6 and 7-8 for value there. That's what Buelo felt anyway.
That's 1.875, right? Looked like 1.875. 1.875. Yeah, that's what I thought. That is correct.
The floor should never be questioning Tobias. He usually knows like exact counts of people. It's kind of amazing with that too. If Tobias is ever on a massive chip swing, downswing, he would be a good use of me with just the eyeballing of chip counts and updating chip counts, you know, when doing reporting and stuff like that. He's even better at it than, I would say, 95% of the reporters. I try to estimate within like a 5%, 10% variance range, and he can look at a stack and be completely spot on. Not necessarily what Bjorlo has now because it's a big mess of chips, but in general.
Wow, after the sheer amount of ferocity that has been thrust in Bjorlo's direction, he lost the big all-in with the aces versus the king-queen, which allowed Kronstad to stay alive. He lost a big 3-bet pot with 10s versus ace-king, where Big Al manages to outflop him and take down a medium-sized one. He then, after all of that pain-stricken activity, finds the biggest hero call possibly of his career.
But meanwhile, look at this flop for Tobias after
straight back in,
basically bluffing it off, maybe going to be able to get some credit here, but unfortunately for him, his opponent hasn't hit a single piece of this board and has no ace high in his hand to rely on. It's going to be a small bet by Tobias. Kronstad is going to fold. Tobias will still take it. He's up to 4.8 million.
Wow, Helge Buelo, what do you think? I mean, I can see his mob, and you're probably going to know the direction I'm going in based on the reaction, but how many cashes do you think he's got on Hendon mob after such a ballsy call there?
It could be tricky because this is the kind of spelling of a guy where he may have like 3 or 4 hundred mobs depending on how each casino is spelling his name.
Yeah.
So if you're finding one that has 1 or 2, which is I think what you're getting at,
yeah,
that might not be a true indication of his live tournament results. But yeah, if it is in fact like his 5th or 6th ever live tournament and he's able to make that hero call, that's kind of amazing. It's a even if you're an online grinder, if you've only played a few live tournaments, this is such a high pressure situation on the feature table. You know that there are thousands of eyes on your move from around the world, which does add that level of pressure for some people that they don't want to make mistakes in front of their families and friends. I typically ignore the fact that I'm on a TV table, which is maybe a mistake as well, because I've had my share of embarrassing moments. I've had my share of really good moments on TV tables. You get the natural Jason sometimes on the TV table, but for a lot of other players, they're not used to being in the limelight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's certainly a factor that we haven't spoken about enough because, yeah, sure, you're deep in a tournament, and in most tournaments, you're not going to be on the stream until the final table. So you get to kind of take that break and mentally prepare for that in some senses. But here, for these guys, there's just nowhere to hide. It's been streamed since day one. A lot of these guys, and I'd say almost a quarter of the field has had some kind of TV presence at some stage. And that's something that could be tricky to deal with, especially if you don't have that kind of experience or natural kind of taking towards it.
It is kind of cool what POKERNM is doing. They're basically trying to get as many different personalities at the TV table as possible, and maybe that will help them in the future too, because they get that experience under the belt, and if they get it under the belt in a less pressureful situation, like on a day 2, day 1, next time they're on the TV table in another event later in the year, or next year, or even 3 years from now, it becomes a bit more relaxing because you know how to adapt, etc.
Yeah, you've had that kind of learning from just being thrown into the deep end, exposure to it. So 3 ways, Buello going to come along as well with the Queen Jack suited.
Maybe some for Tobias,
maybe some reasons for jamming there. I'm not sure how it works in this ICM-laden environment, but you'd feel like Al is never going to be defending this small blind flatting range with strong hands, so there's an added incentive of 2 big blinds there, somewhat dead. Great flop for Tobias, top pair. It's a board where you're going to see him continue with pretty much just about everything. Oh, wow, he does
except for
back.
this one.
Wow.
And it gets rewarded with 2 pair on the turn.
Yeah, and a combo draw for Buello.
And a flush draw. Yeah.
So I think he's checking back because it's multi-way. I think in a heads-up spot, he'd always bet here.
And he's in a tricky spot against Buello, actually, but I think he will be laying out some value. And Buello doesn't seem like he is the type of player, at least at the moment. Oh, he's going to be leading out. I thought it would go over to Leknes, but perhaps because Tobias checked the flop, that he wants to make sure that he's getting a chance to take down the pot with some equity if there's an issue on the turn.
There are a lot of draws available here, so you do have to be quite careful with the types of hands that you do lead out here in this spot. He's gone for half pot. Which is somewhat interesting, just representing hands like pocket 4s, pocket 7s, king 7, king 4. Tobias, though, with the 2 pair, obviously going nowhere. Feels like he wants to keep in a lot of the weaker parts of the range, like the gut shots and the 6-5 in there. 5 of hearts is just a great card for him. Yeah, he loses to 6-8 and 6-3, but so many queen 10s, queen jacks, 6-5s that river a pair.
7-4s.
Yeah.
Although the 4 is blocked, but still, the lead out didn't have to be just the spades. Unfortunately for Tobias, this time around, he's probably not going to get a hero call.
No, but he'll be happy with this 3.5 million pot, that's for sure.
Now, if you're Tobias, you just jammed and you got caught. Do you try it again, this time with the goods? It just seems like you should.
I don't think our opponent ever checks a better hand here. I'd be shocked if he does manage to find some kind of trap. So really the door is open to any kind of sizing. can kind of beat to the sound of your own drum. He goes for this kind of middling sizing, I think.
I almost like a jam just because it disguises the strength of his hand based on what he just previously did. This just seems very strong. I mean, we know Bjorlo should be folding. He has the nuts to the unconnected board, but it's a scary board and not the board that he would be making any hero calls on, as opposed to the last board, which you can find calls with the ace high like he did. It's just a little bit too ambitious to be calling with queen jack on an ace king flop against Tobias.
Yeah.
So still waiting for that pay jump of 1,400 euros. One more player out and we've reached it.
So who do we have still on the outer table? We've got Monica Vaca, Tom Bedell, Patrick Patanakuran, Christian Holmgren, and one other player that's going to be moved from our table, so I won't give you the spoiler as to who's leaving. Big Al with the 10-5 suited on the button does have the table chip lead here. Might be actually out chipped by Ennis slightly. So it looks like on the outer table we've lost Beate Hope. He did have a rather more conservative style, did get short, was the benefactor of some huge hands earlier on, but unfortunately didn't find anything go his way. But let's just pan back to the action on the feature table here as Bjorlo, after a couple of spots, one going his way, one not, now finds a lovely situation here with the pocket jacks. There was a situation earlier where he 3-bet the 10s early versus the chip leader that I didn't think had much merit, but this one is almost certainly a slam dunk 3-bet and a call.
And the blinds did go up recently. If it was still 150 big blind, this would be too wide. This is edging on a little bit wide, but maybe he has a little bit less than that 5.1 million to make. It's hard to really tell. If it's something like 4.5 million, it's okay. Maybe he's just tired of people getting there on him post-flop and doesn't mind the fold equity with the jacks. Jacks is a tricky hand to play out of position post-flop if any overcard comes, and it's better than 50-50 for you to have a tricky situation.
Yeah, versus the button, I'd like to take my chances with the non-all-in 3-bet there, but it could be by the book just a shove because of the ICM considerations. He is a medium stack as well. There is 2 shorter stacks than him on the table. I think also Tobias is shorter than him as well. So wanting to navigate his way to a final table, not looking to take any chances, as you mentioned, Jason, the potential of an overcard on the flop, highly likely. So Tobias opens with the 4s here. Oh, it does have 6.8 million, so that's 35 big blinds, and he opens into Boer, who's been pretty tight, and he's only got 8 big blinds now. Does he jam? Or does he elect to just take a flop? I feel like a jam is coming here off of the short stack versus someone such as good as Tobias.
A snap jam by Bjorn. Just took him 7 seconds to come to that conclusion. Now Leknes is going to be priced into call, so it's off to the races with Leknes slightly ahead with this 4s against ace-10, but more or less a coin flip for Bjorn's tournament life. There is no ladder consideration here. If he does bust, it's not that he's busting one spot too soon. Seems to be very optimistic that something good's going to happen. And it's an ace out of the window. All spades, nobody with the spades in their hands, so they're still outs to the chop on a runner spade.
No,
not anymore.
1 out available for Tobias here. Can he find the 4 to send home Boer? No, so that's going to be a double up for Boer here. A lovely stack up to 3.7 million, almost 20 big blinds. He's right back in the hunt after a couple of, must have been pretty nerve-wracking orbits for him, getting short, not finding anything. He finds the ace-10. God, it's versus under the gun, you know. It does go for the jam and manages to find a way out. Was flipping in the end. Tobias had committed a couple of big blinds, so wasn't able to fold the pair there. Just too many overcards to deal with and too many flips. So nicely done from both players, and unfortunate for Tobias, and a big chip up there for Bua.
Hello there, Big Al, with the big pocket rockets. Opening it up to 450. Bjorlo with an ace-6 suited quickly in the muck. Potentially could have 3-bet a hijack open there, but the safer move at the moment was to fold it. But Ennis coming along for the ride with just a call with the Jack-10 offsuit, is off a big stack. Could get him in trouble on some Jack-high flops.
Yeah, a little bit of a loose peel, I feel, versus the other big stack here.
And Tobias shaking his head before completing the action with the King-Queen offsuit from the big blind. More than okay to defend there. Just doesn't look very good against those pocket rockets. Al in an amazing spot right now. Would have preferred to just go heads up with the aces, but does have the aces, and not the best flop for any of the players, but Al should
They'll be happy
okay
with
with
that.
it. Yeah,
when they see this back later, I feel like Al, I mean, he could start with a check here. There are some overpairs that Ennis could be flatting that might stab, and he could go for the check raise.
and then he can see what Lekness is up to with that play too. But I think you have to thin out the field a little bit, and it's not the end of the world that both players fold in this spot. Although it is rainbowish, it kind of connects a bit with what Tobias could be calling with, so it can't be too upset that Tobias folded. He would have probably liked to get a little bit more value and maybe taken it down on the turn if he was that concerned about what was happening there.
Certainly. Back-to-back monsters for Big Al at the perfect time to get these hands. He makes it 450. Ennis again. The Jack-10 was a little loose. The Ace-9 certainly not. We do have our opponent on a relatively similar stack. Do we take this one upstairs in the form of a 3-bet? Looks like he is indeed doing that. Looks about 1.1 million, I think.
You can't blame him for this. It's just an unfortunate spot for him, but maybe
like
Al 4-bets him off.
I like this play. We do lean on the hands like Ace-Jack, Ace-10 offsuit, King-Queen offsuit, King-Jack offsuit. Basically leaning on those offsuit hands. Maybe Al opens hands like 7s and 6s that just don't want to really tangle ICM-wise out of position.
Big Al was asking how much, but looks like he's deep in thought. We know he has a pretty good hand. He had a best hand before, second best hand now.
Yeah, I think there are some arguments to flat hands like queens and jacks. Jacks, of course, queens is a little bit murky, but I think kings is the one that we do want to take upstairs in the form of a 4-bet here. Because it's about equity denial, we can see that Ennis with these suited aces, which is going to be a big part of the 3-betting range, sorry, has a decent chunk of equity, and Al just peeling here with the kings. This is very non-standard, but he does flop top set, so what do I know? Yeah, easy peasy for Big Al. Easy with aces last hand, and even easier with top set on the king deuce 3. No real areas for concern. About a quarter of the time, Ennis is going to have a flush draw if he's got a suited ace. Al is hoping that he's going to have a hand like ace-king, though, of course, or even aces. Ennis is going to go with, oh, that looks like a very chunky bet.
1.25 or more?
It's about 1.5 million. That's over half pot.
Wow.
No, that's no. No, we don't bet this big here with the ICM. We on the dry king-high board. It's just such a great board for our 3-betting range when we've got ace-king, when we've got aces. Our opponent can slow play aces, but we're going to have all the ace-king.
Seems like just 3 of those 250 chips would have been enough.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Wow. Holy moly, look at this. This is the ideal turn card for Al. Maybe not in the sense that he was worried about aces, but ace-king has a lot more combinations, and that gets there.
There are 2 flush draws on the board now. One of them is partially blocked with Al's kings, but Ennis, now that he hit his hand, and the board pairing is going to be trouble for Ennis as well, because now that Ennis checked, Al has to go for value with this full house, and Ennis may feel that he's good for at least a chop, so it depends on the sizing. He obviously can't really just jam it in, but if he bets something like 2 million or less, it's going to be hard for Ennis to get away.
Yeah, Ennis is now chopping with hands like ace-queen of hearts, ace-jack of hearts, ace-10 of hearts that may arrive in this fashion. So versus this kind of small sizing, I think he's gone for about a quarter pot here.
Even less.
Oh, less. You just snap call and... Ooh.
He's, I think, trying to induce a raise here.
Yeah, I agree.
Ennis doesn't really have a hand he should be raising with, but... Because even if he thinks he's potentially chopping, there's some ace-kings that Al will just call a 3-bet with. You would think he's 4-betting there, but we've seen a lot of players not pulling the trigger on 4-bets with ace-king on both the final day and yesterday.
I don't really know what Ennis is thinking about here. You just pay it off for this price. You chop with so many hands. You're only behind ace-king, kings and aces, which would likely 4-bet a lot. And does see the bad news.
Meanwhile, we just lost our hero, Jonathan Wedde, who was the chip leader for a while at the featured table. Things began to fall apart for him, but he had over 11 million in chips. It's rather disappointing not to see him advance to the final table. But he should be quite proud of himself for advancing this far in a very difficult field. Imagine that there were some kind of more coolers along the way. He did have some coolers at the TV table that his stack began to fall apart there, but then he recovered and got most of it back. So
must have been a disastrous out-of-table experience for him. Unfortunately, bowing out in 11th. Looking at the payouts now, we have 10 left. Wedde cashing for 6.5K.
And we're losing Big Al, but at least just for now, one more player out, and we're not going to lose any player that still has chips, because we'll be down to the unofficial final table of 9 players. The plan is to play down till 8, so there'll be the redraw. We'll wait till one player hits the rail and then come back tomorrow for the exciting conclusion of the main event.
Tobias getting in the mix with the ace-3 offsuit.
I'm curious if they're going to play hand for hand at the final table bubble. I've seen it like different ways, even sometimes at the same casino, depending on who the TD is, they switch it up. I had one event recently where it was hand for hand on the final table bubble with 11 left. So on the soft bubble, then the clock ran out for the day. It was like 1:30 in the morning that decided, you know what, let's come back with 11. And then even they were just no hand for hand at all with 11 or 10. So even within the same event, I've seen it happen. I'm not sure what's customary in Bratislava, though. Do they usually do hand for hand on the final table bubble?
No, not usually. Looks like we're seeing a c-bet from Tobias. It makes a lot of sense with ace-3. He blocks some of the stronger flush draws. He blocks pocket threes and does look to get some protection on this kind of board. As you did see, he had only 60% equity three-ways despite having the best of it. Does manage to get Kronstad out the way there. I'm not sure if Kronstad actually called pre-flop or not. 7-5 suited doesn't seem like the sort of hand he would have been involved with. And wow, look at this for Tobias. Just absolutely sun-running this run out. We did see him lose a big pot versus Buelo earlier. And you feel like the onus is on Buelo to find the bluff here with just the 6 high. Can represent some Jack X that didn't check raise the flop. Can even represent some 3x himself, for which he feels like he's going to have more of coming out of the big blind here. And the bad news is for him is he's getting raised here, and it's just a question of how much for Tobias. Any guesses, Jason?
It could be even a jam here after what we saw before. Maybe we get another hero calls, maybe what Tobias is thinking. I mean, there was that leveling that happened earlier that maybe he's thinking more from a psychological element. Otherwise, I think a raise to something close to like 2.5 million would make sense, leaving himself 1.6 back.
Yeah, I think 2.2 to 2.5 is what he's going to go for here. Actually, a little bit larger. I'm going to go 2.5 to 2.8.
I think if he had more chips, he could go, you know, continue to go large. He's just going to leave himself if he goes 2.8 to 1.3. Which then seems a little bit too strong. I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe he thinks that his opponent could have some worse 3x, like Queen 3 suited.
And he might as well jam.
It's gone 2.8.
So he listened to you, George.
Ooh.
I think if you go 2.8, you could already jam, because if you're targeting the hands that can call a big bet, then, you know, it's a 3 is still going to call if it's 2.8 or a jam, especially after Tobias showed that he can bluff jam. And he's not only showed it in this event, he showed it on other TV tables as well. And even openly shared about how in some of the mixed games he was, you know, pulling these kind of moves in the right spots.
Yeah. We did see that he had the value on this occasion. I feel like he didn't jam because he doesn't want to make life too difficult for a jack. Wants to lock up the call there. There's definitely a reason for kind of putting the jack into a spot of max indifference where you feel he could easily get away versus a jam, or not easily, but definitely find reasons to get out the way. So over to Buelo, and he's going to jam blind versus blind with the ace-6 there for 20 big blinds or so. So 10 left, I believe, right? 2 tables of 5. Field size will update shortly, but we've got Tobias in the mix.
Tobias with 3 high, finding a hand that he can't play. Kronstad looks like nope, he folded already. I thought it was Kronstad reaching for chips, but it was Bjorlo reaching for chips with the Queen Jack suited. Queen Jack offsuit, but still very openable from the button. Players in the blinds fold, so $500,000 pickup there for Bjorlo. And here you could see 10th place, along with Jonathan Vette, who already took 11th place for 6,530. We'll be collecting that when we reach the unofficial final table. After one more elimination, the final 9 players will have locked up 8,640 euros. After one player hits the rail on the final table, we will be taking a break until tomorrow for the official televised final table with 8 players left, locking up a 5-figure haul of 11,100 euros, and they will be playing tomorrow until a winner, where one player will go home with a hefty prize of 107,900 euro. Meanwhile, back to the action, we have Kronstad opening from under the gun, and Bjor in the small blind thinking about what to do. It was a raise to 450. Bjor with a pretty ace-9 suited is getting low on chips. Does have fold equity still, but is facing an under the gun open. Is he thinking of jamming? He could also be peeling here off the stack. Fold is also in the realm of possibility, but keep in mind under the gun is cut off, so it will be dependent on how he wants to play it. From an ICM perspective, if he wants to fold it, that's also okay. And that's exactly what he does. And more clubs in Leknes's hand with the Queen 10. He won't be folding. He'll either be calling or 3-betting himself, with the call the most likely scenario. Instead, he just jams to Queen 10, putting max pressure on Kronstad. Wow. And on the final table bubble, it's going to be awfully hard for Kronstad to call with the 7s and realize his equity here, George.
Yeah, great move from Tobias. This is one of the hands that likes to jam. Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited. They just do so well of getting hands that dominate them, such as Ace 10, Ace Jack, King Queen, and even the pocket pairs to get out the way. If he does run into a monster, then so be it. They're only 25 big blinds effective. So nice move there from Leknes, and all of a sudden, after some topsy-turvy feature table action, we see him forge his way into the table chip lead as the average stack starting to dwindle a little bit. We're getting to the business end here. We haven't seen such a fast-paced flurry of eliminations as we did at the start of the day, and as you can see, 35 big blinds is enough for the table chip lead right now in this cagey ICM-orientated situation. Buello opening it up from 26 big blinds with the King-Queen.
We started off with all the chips at this table, but Big Al moved like a huge chunk more than Tobias and the next player combined over to the side table. Then that changed the dynamic completely, because 7 million is a chip lead. That's probably like a 4th or 5th place stack at this point.
Exactly. So all of the chips on the other table.
Ennis finding a fold with his 6s, facing an early position open from Bjorlo, who did have more than 11 million to start things off at this table, but it wasn't exactly his fault that he got down low, I would say. It was a cooler with those aces against Queen King to start things off. But meanwhile, he has to go 3-way. Ennis did wind up calling. His cards are back up there, and Kronstad with the 9-10. Ennis might think his 6s are good if Bjorlo opts to check, but I don't know if he'll go anywhere facing a bet. It doesn't get that much better with 6s on this kind of board. Your opponent
Agreed.
shouldn't have too many 7s, and if you don't put your opponent on a better pocket pair, then should feel you're good. The problem is there's still 2 more cards to come, and usually those aren't going to be cards that are going to make things any easier for you.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is facing the player behind in the big blind that can have a lot of 7x here.
This is a beautiful raise, though. The sizing doesn't have to be big. You find out your information about the big blind because of the ICM pressure. It would take all the balls in the world to just call here or raise over the top with the 10-9, so it gets him out of the way, where obviously with the 7 he's staying in. He's possibly even folding a 3 with all these strength.
Yeah, the reason why I'm not a massive fan of it is because we don't really have any 7x when we flat here, cut off versus under the gun, and that's kind of what we're repping here. Of course, there are some hands that make sense, such as these 6s, but
it does allow for some pot control, though, because if Bjorlo's not raising there, then it's an easy check-check on the turn. And now even if Bjorlo bets, assuming it's not a jam, it's a pretty simple call for Ennis. And Ennis now has a different decision to make. Does he want to try to get value from his sixes, targeting like an ace-queen, ace-king kind of hand? Or should he just be happy? He is going to target those hands, or maybe even a four, but there's no fours really that Bjorlo would have other than an ace-four suited. At 5-4 suited is not going to open under the gun at this stage of the game.
This is very much the FU sizing of just going to bet super small here and try and get called by ace high, or even this kind of hand, king high with the backdoor flush draw, or king high with the missed flush draw. If I were Bjorlo, instead of calling the flop, I might have 3-bet the flop myself, because I can have hands like king 7 suited and ace 7 suited that Ennis doesn't really have in his range. I think he would mostly fold those, sometimes 3-bet. So I would click back the flop here, which you can do with overpairs and would apply max pressure to the more classic style of hand that you expect to be up against, which is like 8s, 9s, 6s, maybe 10s. But the situation is so significant that you can understand why this raise, and in many senses the raise works in the fact that it does freeze up your opponent, and it generates a very honest response from them.
He also might be taking his time because he's going to be in the big blind next hand, hoping that maybe there's an elimination happening at the other table so that he doesn't have to go through the blinds with the short stack before the final table redraw. That's also a potential consideration because he is taking an awfully long time. I don't think he's actually going to call with king high here, but maybe you're right. Even though it's a small bet, and I don't think he'll turn his hand into a bluff either.
What do we beat here? Like queen jack of hearts? Does that even take this line? Does that not find some aggression elsewhere in the hand? Does it go for such a small river bet, expecting no fold equity from a hand like an ace?
And a 6-5 of hearts would have gone there, which would do this kind of raise sizing.
Might not have peeled pre, though.
Yeah, might not have, based off the stack depth of Ennis, and Ennis being a tight player, so.
Yeah.
I don't think you're beating anything, actually, that would be doing this min click back.
Just nothing.
He's asking if you're chopping it up, so maybe he's targeting another king for the chop, in which case throwing in another $500,000 if he thinks his opponent is doing it with a king to fold out the aces.
Yeah.
He may be talking himself into a call. Because clock was called on him.
I mean, I think at this stage of the hand, Ennis is essentially playing Indian poker, which is a format of poker where you have your card on your head. So
yeah,
it's pretty obvious what he had. And I think Tobias there, I don't speak Norwegian, of course, but Ennis responding favorably to what Tobias was saying. So I think Tobias will know. He's seen enough poker to know what exactly was going on there. High card versus a medium pocket pair for the most part.
Did you see who called the clock? Because it didn't seem like, I mean, he was tanking for about 90 seconds, but in such a spot like this, I think it's okay.
Is the floor able to intervene in this situation and have the power to call the clock themselves, because we're in this kind of rare final two tables?
Perhaps that's the rule here, but it's very rare that I see that. Usually it's a player that has to call the clock, but sometimes when one table is playing faster than the others, rather than enforce like you have time, they just go hand for hand at that standpoint, and then it really doesn't matter if a player is taking their time. That's why I do like hand for hand on the final table bubble, because he did have something to think about. He should be entitled to think about it. Online is different. You know, we know we have time banks going in, but here there were no time banks throughout, and 90 seconds just seems awfully fast to have that clock going on you. It may have been a case where he was stalling because the blinds were going through him, but he was even talking out, you know, things with his opponent. I really think he was thinking about calling. I don't think he was ever thinking about trying to push aces off, but maybe that was going through his mind as well. It would have been a ballsy move, though, to just jam over that small value bet. And the sixes would likely would have had a hard time thinking about what to do in that spot, because it's so polarizing.
Exactly. But by the time he'd gone down the rabbit hole of tanking so long, as you say, it just doesn't really rep anything. So kind of left to call or fold. And
but now I'm going to use that, George.
Yeah?
Yeah,
What,
because
jam. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. You wait till they start counting from like 10, sometime around 5. You
I'm
just
all
go on. Yeah. Because it looks kind of weak, doesn't it?
Yeah. Weak means strong in some ways. So blind versus blind, Ennis with the king 6, flopping the best of it once again. A pair now for Buelo, but I don't think any reason for him to take another stab. He's ahead of hands like ace high, some jack 9, 10-9, jack 10. Deuce on the river, completes backdoor clubs. Surely not that relevant at this stage, and you feel Ennis has got an obligatory value bet on the river with this king 6. Sizing wise, we could be up against a hand like a queen stabbing the flop. He goes for this tiny sizing again, should get paid, I think. Especially after his opponent has been in the tank and got called the clock on in the previous spot. You feel like you're never getting a fold there.
Yeah, exactly.
And we could see that Buelo did indeed have the 8.
He could have probably sized it up another chip to 350, 400, but this is fine as well.
Yeah, I'd be going 2/3, 3/4 there with the king as played. I think we've just got such a clear value bet. There's almost no hands in our opponent's range that can really beat us, so almost a free roll.
But then you're targeting more the queen than the 8. Like the 8 has an easier time to find the fold in that spot, where it was a snap call here. And would still be a snap call 350, 400 probably.
Yeah, more than likely.
Or maybe he just wanted the clock to continue with hands being played, because if it was 700, we would have definitely seen another tank.
Yeah, we very well might have.
So it would have been for about a third of his stack as well.
So ace 6 off on the button here, opening into a short stack. He does go for the shove.
I like it.
Playing with the big blind ante 5 ways. Yeah, it's a strong move.
You don't want to get 3-bet. You don't even want to see flops with this. But if you see all 5 cards, it's got some hope. Oh, no.
Wow.
Timing is bad, though.
Bua has the ace king, snapping it in. This could be the moment for either player, because if Buelo doesn't find a 6, he's crippled. He's going to be down to, I think they've almost got the same stack. This is incredible. So ace on ace violence on the final table bubble of the Norwegian main event here.
And in 2 hours' time, it could have been Bjorlo going from chip leader to 0, bubbling the final table. But meanwhile, Bjor hoping that his ace-king holds. Look at him. Look how nervous he is.
Wow.
Oh, no. 6 out of the window.
No. Well, come on, dealer. What's going on?
He's even nervous.
He's even nervous. It's such a big spot for everyone. As Bjor can't believe his luck here. He's been out flopped straight out the gate, and he's going to need a queen 10 run out or a king. And that's
no.
That's the end of that. Wow. Buelo sends Bjor to the rail, and we are at the unofficially official final table of 9.
What a needle at the end, too, with that ace.
Ooh, ouch. Didn't see that one. That was on the outer. You can just maybe see it under Kronstad. There you go. The ace of spades completing the board. Oh, that's such a bad beat for Bua. He would have been up to 20 big blinds there instead.
Well, we feel the pain of Bjor. I mean, in a way, you know, it's kind of... Bjorlo had his aces cracked to start things off earlier at the feature table. It's sort of like justice being served. It would have been crazy to bubble the final table after having the chip lead with, what was it, 13 we came back with on the break?
Yeah, just look at this camera of him walking off there. You can feel the pain in the gut.
Wow.
You can feel how gut-wrenchingly sick it is to have that situation happen to you, getting 3 outed 10 left in such a big event with an eye-watering 108,000 euros up top. We get it in super good versus the button jam. He's got the ace-6, we've got the ace-king. It comes 6 on the flop, 6 on the turn, and we're drawing dead on the river in one of the biggest equity spots in our poker career. Absolutely horrible. Here's the recent eliminations. You can see there in Norwegian. Nælegi elimineret Rande Trond was the 18th place player. Go on then, I'll go through these quickly. Kai Ove Fjeldstad, Leo René Magurano, Hans Erik Trodal, Berger Machiel Larsen, Erik Bjørbæk, Beate Hope, Jonathan Wedde. We saw a great effort from him. He had a couple of big spots versus Tom Bedell, came out on good on one occasion, disaster on the other. Unfortunately whittled out on the outer table. And Adrian Eriksson Buer, the most recent elimination. So we've got the chip stacks there and the trays, because we are going to have a redraw here for this 9 remaining in the main event. And some light-hearted smiles, everyone obviously in a good mood. They've made that final table. The payout from 9th, now a jump of 2.1 thousand euros, 8,640 guaranteed for all of these guys. So nothing to worry about in the form of that, although we do get that 5-figure pay jump coming instantly with 8 left. So we're going to be playing down to the official final table of 8. We're going to need one more bust out for the end of the day here. And wow, I can tell you the news that on the outer table, Monica Vaca has just been absolutely kicking off. She went in the outer table, into the outer table with about 4 million in chips. She now has the tournament chip lead with 16.4 million. Tom Bedell, 14.5 million. Al-Sadi Ali has 11 million. Sigvi Enes, who we saw on the feature table, 8.4. Tobias Leknes in the middle of the pack with 7.5. Helge Buelo, after the really lucky situation for him there with the ace-6 versus the ace-king, he's got 6.6. Kjartan Kronstad with the 4.5. Christian Holmgren with 3.67. And Patrick Patanakuran heads up the pack there.
So look at what was going on at the other table. Big Al was only in 3rd place at that side table with all the big stacks over there. And now we have the 3 biggest stacks all sitting side by side in seats 1 through 3. So interesting table distribution.
And no one's super short either. We've got a bottom stack of 15 big blinds coming into this unofficial final table of 9. Monica there in seat 1, she's just got racks on racks on racks. What a spot for her to be in. She's got about 80 big blinds. And she will be the chip leader here with 9 left in the Norwegian Championships of Poker main event.
So it doesn't look like they're going to stop for photographs or anything for the unofficial final table. It looks like it's just going to be the redraw, but it's going to still take a few minutes to set up. So we'll be back with you at the start of the unofficial final table in a few minutes.
See you then.
We are going to do chip count.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Det det som det vondeste som finnes i poker. Det én som må ryke ut for at de andre skal få kunne samle seg på ett eneste bord. Adrian Eriksen Buer fra Odda. Det var deg, det.
Det var meg.
Og det var ikke på den hyggeligste måten heller.
Ikke veldig hyggelig.
AK mot A6, og så kommer det ikke bare 1-6, men 2-6 hvert år.
Ja, jeg var død på tøren.
Det er ikke noe gøy følelse.
Nei, ikke når du har dominert, og så blir du dratt ut.
Altså, det er S mot S, og så er det konge mot 6, liksom. Men det er ikke så mange outs han har.
Nei, ikke det. Han har 3 outs.
Hvordan var dagen ellers? Altså, fram til det tidspunktet, har det vært gøy å spille poker i dag?
Det har det jo egentlig vært. Jeg hadde ikke så godt utgangspunkt, egentlig.
Hva startet du dagen med?
Rett over 1 million.
Så du har jobbet deg opp og kommet deg gjennom inn i topp 10. Du har vært på jobb i hele dag, du?
Ja.
Hvor mye var det du hadde inne i den siste hånda der?
Nei, det var vel 2,5 millioner eller noe.
Ja. Helge, som du møtte, har jo hatt han har hatt godt treff tidligere i dag også, for å si det sånn. Så du satt vel ved det bordet da han slo ut når han fikk quads i Aces, gjorde du ikke det? Så det er jo, da var ikke dere på TV-bordet, men det var altså da en quads mot topphus-hånd hvor han slo ut den andre.
Ja.
Man skal ha litt flaks, eller unngå uflaks, som jeg kan si, i pokeren. Men er dette din beste prestasjon i NM så langt, eller har du noe? Så ikke akkurat i dag, men kanskje i morgen, kanskje på søndag, så topp 10 i NM er ikke så gærent.
Neida.
Det er bra. Ellers i uka, hva har du bedrevet tida med? Nå har du spilt main i mange dager da?
Jeg har spilt mange dager nå, så. Nei, det har ikke vært så mye å finne på, uten å spille main nå.
Det er mange lange dager. Når kom du?
Nei, vi har vært en veka tidligere og spilt fikst.
Den mixed-festivalen og sånn, eller? Var det gøy?
Ja, det var veldig kjekt.
Du er glad i å spille de forskjellige variantene?
Jeg og en kompis som har reist ned, og vi har lært veldig mye den veka.
Ja. Hvordan, jeg hadde vel inntrykk at du hadde med deg flere venner her?
Ja, de kom ned i går for å spille ladies og litt sånn.
Ja, og kjæresten, eller?
Nei.
Så, er du single, Adrian?
Det er jeg.
Ja, hvis du har lyst på, hvis du er klar for en topp 10 pokerspiller i Norge, så er Adrian altså single. Kan det hende at du vinner en dame på dette her, da?
Det kan være.
Men Adrian, jeg skjønner at dette her ikke er ditt mest gledelige øyeblikk, men jeg synes det er utrolig sporty.
Det var dårlig avslutning, ja.
Ja, men det er utrolig sporty av deg å stille opp, og så gå og ta deg en kopp te eller litt frisk luft, og så bare få den skuffelsen unna. Den kommer nok til å sitte i en stund.
Ja da.
Og så kan du telle penger da, etterpå.
Ja, det blir noen kroner i hvert fall.
Det blir jo noen kroner.
Men det er bare et paydjump nå, og det var det som var litt dritt.
Ja, jeg ser den også.
Ja.
Ja. Det var Adrian som var den uheldige. De skal gjøre en redraw nå for å få satt nye seter på nimannsbordet som starter. Vi skal ha ut 1 spiller til i dag, for det finalebordet med 8, det starter først i morgen. Men her er en liten highlights reel i mellomtiden.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back to the unofficial final table of the main event. And it does look like the cream has risen to the top with both Monica Avaca and Tom Bedell neck and neck with the chip lead. Big Al, who we didn't really know that much of before today, in third place, Ennis in fourth place, and the very formidable Tobias Leknes. After being a short stack at one point today, now in the middle of the pack with a slightly more than a final table average stack of 7.6 million. There are several short stacks. We're not going to play out the entire final table today. What's going to happen is it's going to be the first 9 max play of the entire tournament. We have an unofficial final table. Otherwise, what winds up happening is you have an unbalanced final table bubble with 5 on one table and 4 on another. That's not really fair to at least some of the players. This is a much better way of doing it. And yeah, it should be rather exciting. There's about 18 minutes left on the clock, after which time, if there's still not a player eliminated, we will go on a 20-minute break. But we don't expect really this to last more than a blind level or two. Meanwhile, I say that we have Patrick jamming from under the gun. It looks like for 3.2 million, a 16 big blind jam with ace jack and a full ring affair. ICM-wise, I'm not entirely sure this is correct, but the blinds are about to go through him. It is a good hand, and he really just wants folds at this point. There's no reason for him to want to try to find the spot to double. Of course, if a jack-9 wants to call him, he'd more than take that, but picks up $500,000 of chips in the first hand. 400,000 though are going right back into the pot after jamming that ace jack under the gun, with 200,000 in the big blind ante and 200,000 in the big blind.
How many big blinds did he have? I just got a refreshment.
16 big blinds, 3.2 million jam. It was
a pretty big jam.
Yeah, he could have opened. There is a lot of ICM implications. I think he just wanted to pick up enough where he got a free orbit, but got lucky that nobody woke up with anything.
Yeah,
you don't even want to race there.
That's the main concern, nine-handed.
I'm wondering how Tom got his chips back. We've been following the Tom Bedell story since midway through yesterday. He's been consistently on the feature table except for the last hour and a half. He was below, I think, 7 million in chips when he was on the side table, so was able to work his magic a little bit, as did Monica Vaca, to take the overall chip lead. Interestingly enough, Vaca was the chip leader entering the second day of this festival, and now the chip leader once again. Whether she'll be the chip leader or not going into the final day, time will tell. Still maybe a bit of play left. It might be even over next hand, especially if Patrick continues to do some jammy, but he got away with it again for a second time, and this time with the sixes from the big blind, and picked up 4.5 big blinds in the process. So quite a nice start for Patrick.
Wow, look at these final table payouts, just as a reminder of the sheer magnitude of the amount of money that we're playing for. 107,900 euros up top, 8,640 locked, and you can just see it's such a top-heavy structure in the form that the jump between first and second is 42,000 euros.
And there will be certainly some players, perhaps like a Tom Bedell. He may want to chop with like a Monica who he's friendly with, or a Tobias if he just wants to be friendly with. But he can put a lot of pressure on people if he just doesn't make a deal. And I don't think that the money jump means, I mean, it means a little bit of something to everyone, but the title, I think, to a player like Tom means a lot more than the money. And if he wants the best shot at the title, he's not going to be making any deals. But most players at the table, I think, when they see that 40,000 pay jump, you know, maybe they'll even it out with 2 or 3 left. We'll see how that works out tomorrow.
Big Al with the 10s.
Tom's still having fun despite the seriousness of this final table. He's been there, done that over the last 20 or so years, playing poker at much higher stakes than this. I mean, this is still high stakes for a lot of players with an 800 euro buy-in, but we're talking about Tom buying in for 5 figures into other events, and he's playing some high stakes cash games where I'm pretty sure, you know, that you can win or lose first place money in, you know, a few hours time, depending on how things go.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly been playing with the straddle as big as the entry for this event, I feel, some of those games that I'm hearing of. Vaca with the 7-5, folds.
I don't think there's any other player at the table, actually, that, you know, when they're looking at that 40,000 pay jump, they might not be thinking, you know, how many times I'm going to be in this situation, let's even out the payouts. Maybe Tobias, just because if he feels he has an edge, he's going to be pushing it, but...
Yeah. Just want to go back to the Mystery Bounty Day 2 while we've got a little bit of time here. Oh, Ace-King versus Ace-Jack. I'll hold that thought. So Ace-King for Leknes. It's going to be a clear 3-bet. Just a question of how much. Goes for, what's that? Something around about 900. 1.2. He goes for the size up here. Feels like Bedell is the person to target with the bigger 3-bet sizing.
Yeah, Bedell hasn't seen a 3-bet he doesn't like to call over the past day and a half, but...
That's one way of putting it.
He may understand that Tobias understands ICM and isn't going to want to start bleeding away chips. This would be a much different situation if we were looking at a button small blind situation than a low jack, high jack situation, but I think Bedell's hand is rather strong in this spot. It's not one of those spots where he's getting cute with like a 10-8 offsuit.
No, he's going to be coming along here. We know that he doesn't like to fold to 3-bets, and especially a hand like Ace-Jack suited, which is warranted as the continue. We do allow some of the 3-bet bluffs that we dominate to continue.
Oh, no.
Wow, what a flop. King-Jack 4, so both players flopping a piece. The bigger one in the form of the Ace-King for Tobias, surging out into the lead, and he's got his opponent pretty dead here. Backdoor spades, backdoor straight draw that might be chopped, or of course the jack. Only one available, we can see. Let's see what Tobias goes for here.
We've seen him actually check back sometimes in these spots, but I don't think that's going to be the case here with a lot of queen 10s that Bedell would be calling with just because it's Bedell.
That's a good point, and that's why Tobias has gone for this 3rd pot sizing. You could see him go a lot smaller in many situations, but on the 2 Broadway texture, he feels like there's just so many gut shots, worse King X, worse Jack X, and straight draws available for Bedell. And we're going to be seeing Tobias go for all 3 streets here on pretty much every run out.
He may check back if there's another club on the river. That would maybe be one of the few situations if the board pairs maybe with the jack. But it's Bedell leading out, so that changes everything we just said. We weren't seeing this one coming, and it's a small lead out. Perhaps just setting the price.
And
not pretending like he wants to fold.
Yeah, not a situation that I can ever say I've been in too much. We 3-bet pre-flop, bet the flop, get led into on the turn for this tiny sizing. Bedell's eccentric style showing here in full flavor. This is take a little moment for Tobias to work out what the hell's going on here, because he's not expecting to be led into on this, and he does just go for the jam
Tom singing.
Count, please. If you didn't hear that. He's got middle pair here, and does he give credit for Tobias finding some of these hands like ace-10, ace-queen?
Queen-10 of clubs was maybe 3-betting. I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe
Ace-10
not.
of clubs could be, though.
It's ace-x of clubs that are the main bluffs here.
Ace-queen of clubs. Now, Tom, what do you think you're ahead of here by enough to be calling this big bet? It is for half your stack. You did try to set the price. And for the first time in a while, actually, Tom doesn't look all that comfortable.
Does make the fold. So Tobias didn't have to deny match equity versus that hand, but certainly some causes for concern there. Not in the form of being behind, but just in the form of it being such a momental spot for him. And doing a good job of clearing out some of the riffraff there and just taking down that pot uncontested. That's a big pickup. And in terms of ICM, didn't feel like you wanted to risk some kind of dicey river card there to contend with, and was just happy to follow through with it.
And Tom will be happy when he looks back at the stream that he made the fold. I mean,
yeah,
he maybe would have preferred to have folded, but, you know, Tom isn't really used to folding 3-bets, so it's more just, if he doesn't bet small on the turn, then Lekness is never jamming. Lekness is just betting a little bit bigger, and Tom may wind up punting away more than a chunk of a stack than that 950 he put in on the turn.
Absolutely right. Whilst we're in between hands here, Monica with the ace-king under the gun. Just going to give you some updates on the Mystery Bounty Day 2, which got a prize pool of 186,000 euros, which I believe is the, not including the Mystery Bounty prize pool, which means that that's doubled.
Interesting here, though. I don't mean to interrupt your flow, but Vidal folding the pocket sixes to a single raise by Monica.
Good fold.
It's a good fold, but in the past, I mean, we've seen so much of Vidal. I can't remember him folding in these kind of spots before with any pocket pair.
Yeah, so showing some ICM awareness on the final table there. You're not looking to cold call these pairs, especially versus the chip leader. Holmgren in the big blind with the queen-10 suited. Feel like he'll certainly be seeing a flop. So Monica in the lead for now, and looks like she's improved there. Wow, massive hand for her, top 2 pair. Going to be a very small continuation bet, you'd feel, versus the short stack and the big blind Holmgren. Don't need to go too big here. I think a sizing of about 250K should do it.
It's looking like it's going to come in a little bit bigger.
350 she's gone for, so just less than a third.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, yeah. Tough to really mess it up. The only really blunder would be shoving.
And does get a call from Holmgren, just really going for his gut shot with the jack. Can't really think his queen-10 is good at this point.
6 of clubs on the turn, no help to Holmgren, just looking for that jack.
I think Monica can size it up now that she's been called, targeting some other aces.
Yeah, some form of a geometric sizing here. So we've got 1.5 pots left. Oh, this is quite quick. Is she just shoving, or what's going on here?
1.7 million, so a little less than half the pot, maybe a little bit too big, but takes down the pot. Doesn't have to sweat a potential flush draw where maybe she's going to be bet off it, but I don't think that's going to happen with the players that are in the pot. maybe against a Bedell, she'd be more concerned about being bluffed off, or even Leknes able to pull the same, or Monica herself can do it if she was against herself somehow in some kind of alternate reality world.
5 left in the 2K high roller still. And just going back to that mystery bounty, there's 10 left in that. Rolf Beckstrom, one of them. Julie Klein, Martin Nygaard, Stein Pedersen. They're playing for a bumper, 39,000 euros up top. Wow, what a swap.
I'm very curious about who won the big mystery bounties. Maybe I'll try to pop over to the social media while this hand is going on. Maybe it's posted over there. We're kind of in a, I wouldn't say a closet, we're in a nice studio room, but we're certainly far away from the poker action to know, other than the statistics we have in front of us, and that does not include the mystery bounties themselves. It's also possible the big bounty hasn't been drawn out yet. Yeah, I don't see any information about that on social media, but we'll update you tomorrow about who won that event and who won the big bounty of that event, if we can't find out sooner. Meanwhile, we have a multi-way pot here. Ace-King from Vaca just calling from the big blind. Bedell opening up like Bedell does with the 9-8 suited from early position, and is calling from the cutoff. And Vaca's hand is very disguised here.
Yeah, I'm surprised with the call there. I would have elected to 3-bet myself, especially facing 2 opponents. Rather unlikely that Ennis is going to hold a better hand than Ace-King, and we do cover Bedell, and we know how wide he's opening, so it's just a great spot for a squeeze as the chip leader in the big blind. She elects to go on the more cautious side of just calling and taking a flop. She does improve the top pair. Gonna come along for 1. Ennis repping a hand like pocket jacks, pocket 9s, queen 10 suited that he may have peeled pre-flop, and Bedell has bottom pair with backdoor flush draw, facing this 2.5 big blinds, getting a pretty reasonable price here, 500 into 3.1. We know he doesn't like to fold, and he does come along for the ride, looking for that 9 on the turn, maybe an 8 or a spade.
So the pot is getting juicy. It's more than 15 big blinds, more than 3 million in the pot.
Yeah, and Ennis holding that ace of clubs here, but does get 2 callers on the flop. Does he go for the follow through here with the ace-10? Nope. Elects to wave the white flag, looking for a queen, but it is the 4. So Vaca with the check mark. She's got top pair, top kicker. She'll be happy to see that check back from Ennis, as we know that he would have always bet those hands that I was mentioning on the flop, the jacks, the 9s, the queen 10, on the turn, sorry. So Vaca is going to have the best hand here. Can she find a value bet? She doesn't. Not sure why. It's over to Bedell with his bottom pair. He's going to be happy to check it, and Monica's going to show down the winner here.
He's showing his 9 for some reason. That's, I wouldn't say it's giving up too much information, because they're going to watch, all the players are going to watch at least from the final table on.
He can have queen 9 and 10-9 there, the 9-8 with the backdoor flush draw as well. Makes some sense to come along.
And the sweatshirt is off for Tobias. Must be a little bit warmer on the featured table right now with 9 bodies there instead of the 5 that they had before. A little bit of body heat going on. Good to feel relaxed. Only Big Al wearing the sunglasses, and that might be both something he would do on the outer table, but at the feature table, it's something some players will do just because the lights are so heavy on your eyes. There's no hoodie to go along with those sunglasses, so it could be that case. Or maybe he just wants to look cool.
Look at this for Vaca. She's just picking up hand after hand. Ace King twice in a row, and now pocket eights in the small blind, facing Big Al in the big blind. She's going to go for a raise, I believe. Makes it just over 3 blinds. Al with the 8-4 suited. Does he elect to continue this? There are a fair few short stacks there. You've got Patrick Tanakuran and Christian Holmgren, as well as Karten Kronstad on the short stack. So does he want to tangle with the chip leader here with this 8-4 suited blind versus blind? Or does he just elect to let it go, fight another day? And that's what he's going to do.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think if he's got a hand like 8-6 suited or maybe slightly better, he would definitely consider calling. 533 entrants in day 1L of the Poker North Masters, which before this only had 900 from the first 7 or 8 flights. So that's insane.
The power of a Friday.
Yeah, Friday frenzy here at the Card Casino, as we've got the main event, day 4, the day 1 of the ladies, the day 1 of the seniors, the day 2 of the mystery bounty. We've got that high roller running as well. It's just so much action going on, as well as 500 plus entrants in the Poker North Masters, and even that 10-game mixed limit running as well. Just ridiculous. We've got a PLO that started at 6 o'clock. That's got 100 runners. The Virgin only event, that got 100 runners. 41 in the mixed game.
So Tobias picking up some chips from under the gun, and now puts 400,000 of them right back into the pot in the form of a big blind and an ante.
Det som var bestevenninnen kan vi vel fastslå. Det var et langt vennskap, det var i 40 år, men altså, rett sted over grensa, tenker jeg.
Ennis here with the King Queen. You feel he's likely to open here off of the medium stack, 35 big blinds, and he does. Vaca in the cutoff with pocket 4s. It's been a hot start to the final table from her. Does she look to set mine here? Lectus in the big blind. You've got Big Al on a pretty decent stack on the button there. He's got around 11 million. She does have the chip lead though, and also Bedell in the small blind. So she's going to have position on Bedell, who's one of the more unorthodox players. He's got Jack-7 off. He's going to get out the way. And it's over to Tobias with the 7 deuce. So this is going to be the last hand before a 20-minute break, guys. King Queen versus the 4s. Can Ennis find a way to take this one down? And it's a good start. King 6-3, 2 hearts. So Monica has some reason to continue here, should she face the out of position c-bet. He does go start with a check, looking to protect his checking range versus the chip leader here. He's going to want to check some hands like queens, 10s, jacks, 9s, 7s.
Vaca will see one street of more Vaca's betting, I'm sorry. Ennis shouldn't be raising here. Not much he needs to be worried about. Does make the call. Obviously behind that ace-king, but not so many sets. Well, that changes everything.
That's the most interesting card in the deck. The ace completing the front door flush draw. And a 3 on the river now after a quick check. Ennis, looking at the speed of that check back, does he decide to try and go for some value? He does unfortunately chop with some of the worst King X now. And now over to Vaca. Does she decide to bluff with her 4s to try and target some of those underpairs to the king? She does not taps the table. Looks like she's in a bit of a hasty rush to get the break more than anything else, and allows Ennis to take that one down without much of a fight. Nice pop for Ennis before we do go to the break of 20 minutes. So bear with us. We'll be right back for the continuation of the unofficial final table here of the Norwegian Championship main event.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Dette her en veldig fin dag for poker. Og vi har storfint besøk i studio. Vi har en regjerende norgesmester fra Bratislava. For du jo regjerende norgesmester, Marte, fortsatt?
Ja, i hvert fall noen timer til, et døgn til, ja.
Ja, det kan jo hende at du det i et helt år til også, for du stiller vel for å forsvare titelen fra Turboen i fjor?
Selvfølgelig, ja.
Dra oss litt igjennom, hva det som skal til for å bli en god turbospiller, Marte?
Turbo, der det jo høyt tempo. Du må bygge stack, aggressivitet, velge spotsa. Så du kan ikke sitte og kaste og vente på premium. Så det handler jo om mye mer sånn short stack-spill etter hvert da. Altså snittstack vil være veldig lav, så det å vite både sånn push-fold-strategi, men også ha en sånn race-fold på ganske lave blinde nivåer viktig da.
Du en sånn veldig aggressiv type du, Marte?
Jeg hører jo rykter om det. Det jo litt morsomt, fordi at mange damer har jo litt sånn rykte på seg for å være litt passive, og litt sånn underkreative, og det var noen jeg snakket med i Oslo her om dagen som sa sånn at ja, du jo blant de mest aggressive spillerne i hele Oslo, liksom, så har nok sikkert liksom bikket litt andre veien, men ja, jeg liker jo det. Ta litt initiativ i pottene, være litt kreativ. Og ja, Sverre omtalte meg jo i fjor som at jeg av og til skyter med tomkrutt, og det må til iblant det også, så jeg synes jo det litt gøy da.
Det var en veldig morsom natt, for det gikk jo langt ut på natta før du fikk den norgesmestertitlen i fjor. Vi skal ikke snakke så veldig mye om han reporteren som intervjuet deg den gangen, for det var et kreativt intervju, la oss si det sånn. Men har norgesmestertitlen gjort noe med livet ditt, Marte?
Ja, det vil jeg jo si. Altså, for det første så fikk jeg jo et budsjett til å kunne reise veldig mye, og spille mye og oppleve mye. Så...
Ja, du var i Vegas og spilte VM, gjorde du ikke det?
Ja, jeg spilte jo VM, jeg spilte VM som main event, og en rekke andre øvelser. Jeg var 2 uker i Vegas i fjor. Jeg var i Barcelona, og i Praha, i København. Altså, sånn, jeg følte at liksom, når jeg oppsummerer fjoråret, så fikk jeg liksom opplevd ekstremt mye. Og alt det ble jo liksom dekket av det jeg vant her, så det var jo helt fantastisk. Og så det jo også en forskjell at folk nå vet hvem jeg da. Jeg setter meg ned på bord her og spiller, så folk, ja, det var du som vant i fjor.
Det norgesmesteren, liksom.
Du norgesmester, og du får jo på en måte en litt et annet image og en annen... Ja,
blir du møtt med mer respekt spillebordet, eller altså et image, hjelper det deg når du spiller?
Jeg tror det går litt både og, fordi at noen, spesielt de jeg har møtt her som jeg spilte mot i den turboen i fjor, de merker jeg backer litt off, sånn som når jeg spilte Tor Hansen i går, så hadde jeg 2 på bordet som jeg hadde slått ut i fjor, og jeg merket nok at de var mer passive mot meg, altså sånn, åpnet ikke like mye når jeg var big blind, og liksom du bare får litt mer respekt, som du kan hente litt EV på, men jeg tror også noen får sånn, nå skal jeg ta norgesmesteren, sånn at noen blir liksom girer opp da, så det kan gå begge veier.
Det kan gå begge veier.
Ja.
Vi må snakke litt om det bordet som nå på pause bak oss. Du kjenner jo godt flere av de som sitter der.
Ja.
Både Helge og Ali og Christian det vel?
Ja, og Monica. Ja. Nei, Helge jo en nær kamerat og en poker-study buddy som jeg har hatt en god stund. Og vi snakker utrolig mye poker sammen, og han gjør veldig mye for å forbedre sitt eget spill. Han er på mitt fantasy-lag også, så jeg...
Dere fantasy-partner, eller har et
ja, vi har et lag
sammen?
sammen, men vi har han på vårt lag, da.
Ja, men ikke deg.
Ikke meg, jeg ble for dyr.
Du har kommet for høyt opp på nivået.
Ja, jeg er ikke egentlig så mye verdt som fantasy-spiller, for jeg spiller bare Hold'em.
Ja, du spiller ikke alle disse mix-gamesene
og så vi var med i budkampen en stund, men når det begynte å gå på 15, 16, 17 poeng, så meldte vi oss ut da. Og dessverre så har jeg ikke
Men Helge, er det et røverkjøp så langt, eller?
Ja, det vil jeg jo si. Han har jo poeng i både 8-game og fixed, og nå mange poeng her da.
Ja.
Så stjernespiller på laget mitt foreløpig.
Hvordan går det fantasy-spillet deres da?
Nei, altså sånn Bob, vi startet jo med å ha et dødt sete, fordi vi gikk på en liten smell som har vært mye omtalt på poker.no. Veddegate, som jeg kaller det, ja. Så der var det en liten glipp i både forberedelsen og kommunikasjon lagmedlemmene imellom, så det må vi bare ta med oss. Men jeg følte jo at jeg fikk et veldig sterkt lag for det budsjettet mitt utover det, så jeg hadde tro på at vi skulle klare å ta det selv med bare 6 levende spillere, men det er klart at Sandvik og Skommo og Arstad sånn, som har hatt spillere med liksom, mange finalebord, så blir det vanskelig å ta dem igjen da.
På det bordet som du nevnte, Monica Waka, det må være minst 15 år siden den ene gangen i historien i et utenlands-NM at det har vært en kvinne. Hun er ikke offisielt på finalebordet ennå, for det er de siste 8 som spiller i morgen. Det var Stine Marie Bringsli i Riga. Det må jo være forrige årtusen, altså det er så lenge siden. Og Stine er ikke her engang i år, dessverre. Men liksom, endelig en dame på, tenker jeg da, på main event i finalebordet. Vi har, i NM i Norge, så har du faktisk Silje spilte jo mot Felix om titlen første året. Det ble et norgesmesterskap i Norge, men det er ikke så mange jenter på disse finalebordene i main event.
Nei, det har det jo ikke vært, men ikke bare det. Men jeg synes jo også det pleier å være veldig få damer egentlig inn i dag 3.
Ja.
Altså sånn, det er bare et par stykker ofte, så det å få inn flere er jo viktig, men også at liksom noen går foran, da, sånn som Waka, og tok heads-up-tittelen i Norge i fjor, og er altså i mine øyne bare sånn ekstremt godt forbilde da, bare hun har teorien liksom 100% på plass. Jeg driver innimellom og liksom analyserer litt spots og legger ut og sånn, og hun kommer inn med liksom så utrolig gode innspill, og hun har alltid teorien liksom på stell. I tillegg så jeg synes bare hun har et sånn godt forbilde, liksom. Godt menneske, trener, er sunn, blir jo glad, snill med de rundt seg, så jeg
altså, hun er jo en solstråle. Altså, jeg kan ikke se for meg noen som ikke liker Monica. Altså, hun er jo superhyggelig, som du sier, mot alle.
Ja, og en dødssterk spiller, liksom. Så det er sånn, hun er en å se opp for og en å passe seg for, og derfor så synes jeg det er så velfortjent også at hun rønner så dypt, da, for det skal klart, alt skal stemme litt for å få et så dypt rønn, og det er gøy at det gjør det for henne.
Man skal jo unngå en del, skal ikke bare ha flaks, du skal unngå uflaks også.
Ja.
Hun startet jo dag 3 som chipleader, og satt på TV-bordet her da, og gjorde det veldig sterkt, og så etter TV-bordet så gikk det rykter om at hun hadde falt en del. Siste chipkanten vi fikk, så er hun chipleader igjen.
Ja,
det er henne og Tom Bedell
Jeg satt på
som ligger
nabobordet i går,
toppen
for jeg spilte turneringen ved siden av, og så var det, først hadde hun en hel stack med hvite, og så gikk det noen minutter, og så snudde jeg meg, og da så jeg at den stacken med hvite var betydelig sunket da. Og da så det nesten ut som hun var litt varm, så det hadde nok sikkert akkurat skjedd. Men hun klarte jo å løfte det opp igjen og beholde roen og ta de gode avgjørelsene. Så nei, jeg var kjempeimponert, og jeg håper virkelig det hadde vært skikkelig gøy om hun vant. Men jeg er mest på Helge da, fordi at han er min kompis, men han og Monica heads-up hadde vært bra.
Det hadde vært gøy. Så din drømme heads-up, det er Helge mot Monica. Ja. Det er jo ikke en umulighet. Helge har hatt et par veldig gode... Han har hatt flaks, ikke minst når han har A6 mot ATK og vinner med A6.
Han hadde også uflaks mot Aces mot konge dame da, og et par andre hender der, konge knekt mot dotter. Altså sånn at det går frem og tilbake.
Det går jo litt opp og ned.
Og det handler om å ha stacken til å overleve, og ikke ryke ut da.
Men du snakker mye om spillteori og det å analysere hender og sånn. Jeg kjenner deg jo litt fra før, fra pokerbordet. Du slår meg jo ikke som, ut fra når du snakker, du slår meg ikke som en sånn følelsesspiller, sånn gammel gubbe med cowboyhatt som ja, jeg så at du vrikka litt på øret, så nå kommer jeg til å ta deg, liksom.
Nei.
Hvordan startet du med poker, og hvem er pokerspilleren Marte Rusanne?
Ja, den korte historien på hvordan jeg kom inn i poker, det jo at noen venninner lærte seg det på tur. Kom hjem, startet en sånn liten jenteklubb. Klubb, altså i stedet for en vinklubb på en måte.
Ja.
Første torsdagen...
Var det aldri vin på de pokerklubbene da?
Jo, det var litt vin også, så vin og pokerklubb da. Men nei, så første torsdagen hver måned så spilte vi for 200 kroner, sit and roll hjemme. Og da var det på en måte snakk om læring, forstå dette spillet og bare egentlig ha det gøy. Så ble jeg veldig bitt av basillen. Jeg har alltid vært kjempeglad i strategispill og brettspill og sånne type ting. Og så følte jeg, herregud, her har jeg jo på en måte kanskje litt sånn, både muligheten til å bli god, men også dette noe som liksom trigger meg litt, utfordrer meg litt. Jeg har aldri vært god i sport, aldri hatt en hobby som har liksom vært en stor del av livet mitt. Men
så du hadde et tomrom som det var mulig å fylle?
Plutselig så bare kjente jeg at dette fikk jeg liksom tenninga på. Og da jeg en litt sånn type som går all in da. Så da var det liksom å bare lese masse bøker, podcaster, se alt av sendingene åpenbart fra NM, masse YouTube-innhold, og på en måte begynne å bygge det nettverket med gode mentorer og støttespillere som kunne hjelpe meg da. Og man lærer jo etter hvert litt sånn hvilken måte man lærer best på. Jeg tror det veldig ulikt, for vi har jo mange i miljøet som liksom sånn GTO-maskiner, og som bare elsker å sitte i solver og på en måte løse det puslespillet. Jeg har jo en vanlig jobb, så jeg sitter veldig mye på PC på dagen, så det å komme hjem og sette seg ned en solver, det trigger ikke meg. Men det å ha konkrete situasjoner, spots eller utfordringer å bryne seg på, da, si sånn blindekrig eller 4-bet-spots, eller liksom sånne typer liksom kategorier, det passer veldig bra for meg.
Ja.
Så derfor så har jeg egentlig bare fortsatt, og så begynte å spille mer og mer og mer. Handler om å få inn volum og reflektere over spillet man gjør og prøve å utvikle seg. Så jeg vil jo si at liksom, jeg har nok en viss form for liksom det teoretiske, liksom matematiske grunnlaget og sånn, men jeg er nok også mer en spiller som leser mennesker og bordet og litt sånn spillteori, logikk liksom. Ville du gjort sånn og sånn med den og den hånda? Mer enn å liksom regne på pure equity i hver eneste decision da. Så sikkert en litt sånn blanding.
Ja. Vi snakket en del i sted om forskjellige øvelser. Du har spilt ladies i dag.
Ja, det har jeg.
Men du er her, så det betyr at... Hvordan gikk det i ladies?
Nei, det gikk ikke så bra. Jeg hadde egentlig en veldig god følelse, fordi at jeg følte jeg hadde ganske god kontroll på det bordet. Jeg vant veldig mye potter uten showdown, eller at vi spilte til river, og at jeg hadde best hånd. Så jeg er veldig fornøyd med spillet mitt, men jeg hadde en del all-in som gikk feil vei. Så da blir det veldig vanskelig å vinne. Så jeg tappte vel faktisk alle all-ins, så da, ja, it is how it is. Så da ble det kort prosess.
Men ladies i Norge, den pleier du ikke å spille?
Nei, jeg har spilt den 2 ganger, og da begge de 2 gangene var jeg faktisk første mann ut da.
Såpass, ja.
Men nå høres det ut som kanskje det...
Er du bedre når du spiller med gutta?
Ja, det tror jeg. Ja, litt. Men nei, jeg vet ikke. I Norge så må du jo på en måte velge litt budsjett da.
Ja.
Og det som at ladies-eventen har mye færre spillere og et lavere innkjøp, så pricepoolen blir lavere.
Det er mindre attraktivt
Det er mindre attraktivt for meg.
Vinne.
Det er mindre å vinne. Sånn som på Gardermoen så spiller jeg hele high-rolleren, som koster 3 ganger så mye, men det er et større felt, og man kan vinne mer. Så det blir en prioriteringssak, rett og slett ut ifra verdi. Og så det jo, jeg synes også det på en måte, jeg trives bedre i et mixed felt da, rett og slett.
Men du fortalte at det var noen som sa at, vi snakket jo om Monica et sånn fantastisk forbilde, at du hadde fått en kommentar om at nei, Marte, du er et dårlig forbilde som ikke spiller ladies i Norge.
Ja, det hørte jeg på Gardermoen, og det reagerte jeg faktisk litt på, fordi at, og jeg tror grunnen til at jeg reagerer på det fordi det er viktig for meg å være et forbilde. Vi som går i front og bruker veldig mye tid, ressurser og liksom på å bli bedre, reise rundt og spille og dele av det, så har jeg selvfølgelig lyst til at det skal inspirere andre damer. Jeg skulle jo ønske vi var flere damer, selvfølgelig. Men
det tror jeg egentlig veldig mange av gutta her også.
Ja, jeg tror også det, og så tror jeg at man bare for meg så har det ikke vært viktig med en egen ladies event, fordi jeg har fra start blitt tatt så godt inn i miljøet. Det var gutter som fikk meg inn i, altså etter at jeg begynte med de jentene mine hjemme, så ble jeg jo liksom dratt inn i ordentlig pokermiljø, og det er jo bare gutter som har tatt meg med der, og gutter som har hjulpet meg med å utvikle spillet mitt. Og
Sånn som Helge og...
Helge og mange andre. Jeg kunne sikkert liste opp 10 stykker, ikke sant, som har tatt meg veldig under sin vinge, og jeg kan heller ikke si at det er mange pokerbord jeg setter meg ved, og opplever at det er ubehagelig, eller liksom at ikke det er noe gøy å spille med gutta. Sånn at for meg så har det aldri vært et sånt behov for å bare spille med damen, at det er tryggere, eller liksom... Så er jeg må jo si, jeg er for så mange events som mulig, selvfølgelig. Så mange turneringer som mulig er fantastisk, men jeg ser ikke behovet egentlig for en egen ladies-event i en aktivitet hvor vi er helt likestilt, da.
Ja.
Så...
Det er jo litt forskjell på å sitte ved et bord og spille kort, kontra å sykle Tour de France eller gå 5-mila i Kollen, liksom. Det er jo, da kommer de fysiske og genetiske og biologiske forskjellene åpenbart til stede, for da er vi to forskjellige kjønn, og det er ikke mulig å konkurrere helt likt. Men å bruke huet.
Man skulle jo tro at på en måte, hva skal jeg si, å være smart og intelligent og ha både vilje og innsats, da. Det er jo likt fordelt blant jenter og gutter, så...
Og det er jo mange som påstår at kvinner er flinkere til å lese mennesker og lese sosiale situasjoner, og sånn sett så burde kanskje poker på mange måter ha en fordel. Det er jo en del såkalt kvinnelige egenskaper som egentlig er en fordel å ha.
Ja, absolutt. Jeg tenker man har ulike styrker og ulike svakheter, også på tvers av kjønn. Altså, jeg er nok mye mer aggressiv enn mange menn. Altså, det finnes mange menn jeg møter som er mye mer passive i spillestilen enn meg. Samtidig så har du andre menn som kanskje har en enda mer sånn evne til å være blid og hyggelig og få folk med i pottene fordi at, altså sånn table talk og sånn at man har jo liksom ulike styrker, tenker jeg da.
Eller svakheter.
Eller svakheter, ja.
Men Marte, du er jo ikke fulltids, heltids pokerspiller, i hvert fall ikke ennå.
Nei.
Kommer du til å bli det en dag?
Nei, altså, jeg tror...
Eller er du for glad i den dagjobben din?
Jeg er jo på en måte så heldig at jeg har en jobb som jeg er veldig, veldig glad i, og som også gir meg veldig mye, da.
Hva gjør du til daglig?
Jeg jobber som kommunikasjonsrådgiver i et PR-byrå, og det er en kjempespennende jobb som...
Hadde jeg aldri gjettet. Jeg er ikke noe glad i å prate i det hele tatt.
Nei, så jeg har liksom veldig mange utfordringer og hva skal jeg si, sosiale og sånn på jobben. Men altså, jeg bruker jo mye mer tid på poker enn det en vanlig hobbyspiller, eller de fleste hobbyspillere gjør, da. Og de gutta som jeg studerer med nå, de er fulltidspokerproffe. Sånn at noen ganger så kjenner jeg også på den balansen at ok, men jeg kan jo ikke sammenligne meg med noen som gjør dette på fulltid, og så har jeg det som en bigeskjeft, liksom. Men det jeg merker veldig ofte, å være proff pokerspiller, det krever mye. Ikke bare at det krever liksom den finansielle backing av bankrollen, men mentalt så tror jeg folk undervurderer hvor tøft det er å leve av poker, fordi du kan gjøre det riktige spillet gang etter gang etter gang etter gang, men du kan få så mange slag i trynet, og den der kurven, den kan bare gå nedover, og det tærer på selvtilliten, og det tærer på psyken, så jeg merker at i de periodene hvor jeg har sånn downswing, at det er så deilig å ha liksom jobben, hvor jeg kjenner mestring og kjenner at jeg får til noe. Ja, så for meg i livet mitt så er den balansen veldig, veldig god. Og så er det selvfølgelig også veldig deilig å ha noe som finansierer det når det går dårlig, da.
Og du kan finansiere hobbyen din?
Nettopp. Så vi får se.
Nå ser jeg at de begynner å sette seg på bordet bak her. Marte, alltid en glede å møte deg og prate med deg. Jeg tror vi kunne ha sittet her jeg kunne i hvert fall sittet her og hørt på deg prate poker i timesvis til. Men jeg tror nesten vi må la spillerne få lov til å la kortene prate. Og så heier du på Helge og Monica, og så...
Hvem heier du på?
Monica! Jeg håper på godt pokerspill fra alle, og så håper jeg at denne dagen aldri slutter. Men selvfølgelig, som alle andre, jeg vil veldig gjerne se Monica på finalebordet i morgen. Det må jeg bare innrømme. Men hun må jo ha med seg 7 gutter, så vi må finne ut av hvem av de gutta som skal ut. Og det får Stig Moen være med og kommentere fra nå av, tenker jeg.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og poker.no.
Welcome back. We are back for the final table, the unofficial final table for the 800 euro buy-in main event. Players took their 20-minute breaks. Everybody back in their seats on time. They do not want to miss a single hand of action. We've often seen Tom Bedell miss like the first hand with extended conversations, but not this time around. Things have got hot and heavy because after we lose one more player, players will bag and tag for the official final table tomorrow. More than 8,000 euros already locked up, 5-figure prize already for the final 8, and the prizes go up super fast from there tomorrow, with tomorrow's winner, barring any deals, going home with 107,900 euros. But we're straight into action here, George.
We certainly are. Folds to Leknes on the button, 9-4, just complete rags. They're not going to be looking to get involved. And Buello with Queen 5 here. Believe that his opponent is rather short stacked, so could be going for the open jam. Let's see what he derives on here. 125, 250. Looks like he's going to limp, so his opponent must have more than 12 bigs. Oh no, he's got exactly 12 bigs. Deuces. Just checking back here, showing a little bit of restraint. I'd have just jammed over that limp.
I would have as well.
But he does flop a set versus a gut shot. And I don't think Briello's going to go anywhere versus a small sizing here on the flop. Queen high, some showdown.
Just a min bet with the blinds up to 125, 250 with a 250,000 ante.
Yep, certainly makes a lot of sense. And the call, as we imagined, from the Queen 5 here, leaving the door open to some potential bluffing going on after a check-check turn, if he feels like he needs to. But Patanakuran here on the 9, likely to be finding a way to size it up for a river shove. And we don't need to go too big here. We've got under 2 stack to pot ratio.
I think you could just double the bet and just go that way. Just do $500,000 is enough. It would definitely size things up enough for that pot size shove at the end.
Yeah, his opponent is going to be fairly stripped of hands like ace-x, so I don't mind a small sizing as well.
It looks like it's even, no, it's about what we said. Maybe a little bit more. I don't know how many blue chips that was, but it looked like 450, but it could have been 700. It was 700, and maybe a little bit big there, but maybe didn't want to see what would happen on the river. Fair enough. 2 clubs on the board.
Yeah, we've got a lot of bluffs, gut shots, random stuff as well, so taking it down and nicely maneuvered there. Holmgren now in the danger zone on 10 big blinds, as the big blind now after the break at 250k, so 2.5 starting stacks going in from the big blind. And we are on, of course, the main event final table. Vaca with the chip lead. We've seen her have a really good start to the final table, a pretty hot run. Maybe missed a bet with the ace-king or even a squeeze as well pre-flop, but manages to sort of maneuver in a pretty low variance form, and she's got 9-8 suited here with the chip lead. Should be opening this, you feel. Okay, she goes for the fold. So some kind of continuance of what we saw yesterday, which was that she's not exactly like one of the most aggressive players in the form of her opening strategy.
It could be the Bedell factor as well coming into play here, that she knows that a lot of her opens are going to be flatted by a player like Bedell, where she never knows where she stands out of position.
And he looks like he wants to drive the action here with 10-8.
His favorite hand yesterday, 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, that got the job done in a huge pot. Leknes out the way, Buello out the way, Patanakuran out the way, and Ennis in the big blind lurking there with the ace-7. Does he look to call, maybe a 3-bet bluff? We've seen from him that's more the sort of player that just elects to take a flop here and move on from there.
Which is fair enough. He should try for some pot control as well. His hand is pretty strong against Bedell's opening range, which can't even be lower than this 10-8.
Yeah, it's pretty wide. He does flop bottom pair, does Bedell, on a board that really favors him. Should be finding a C-bet here. just a question of betting our range rather than the specific hand that we've got. So if you're wondering, well, why is he betting bottom pair here? It just doesn't seem like that's going to achieve anything. It's more a question that he knows that he's got all of the hands like kings and queens that his opponent doesn't. Ennis could potentially flat tens in the big blind, but we do block that.
Has some king queens, but those are easy as well to deal with. Very often we see Bedell do this on the flop and then check on the turn. Other times we've seen him min click it back on the turn, and it's been fairly random actually.
Yeah.
He's also sized it up on the turn, so all three options are available for him depending on what he thinks about Ennis. And it is that case where he is checking it back and he is ahead. And I don't think he will be going anywhere if Ennis tries to bluff after the king pairs the board on the river. And Ennis trying to steal it away.
Yeah, Ennis looking to apply pressure to a hand like a 10 that he feels like Bedell may have. 10-9, Jack 10, Ace 10, all possible. We don't really have an awful lot of showdown value after the turn goes check-check. But because it's a board that you feel Bedell will bet with just about anything, there are also some hands like pocket sixes in there that we could potentially maneuver out of the pot. And he does go for just south of half pot, really repping a queen, maybe a king from time to time.
Maybe a jack 9 even that really just flopped the goods, but it often smells like a missed flush draw. Bedell calls and Ennis angrily throws away his cards, frustrated that he was picked off.
Yeah, I'm not sure I saw frustration there. I thought he was just kind of showing that he didn't win the hand, but you could be right, definitely. It's annoying to lose a fairly decent chunk of your stack there on the river on the final table, because Ennis was very much a medium stack, and now you'll see that he's in somewhat of the danger zone here.
It was just the body language with like the quick movement, you know, like it was like
yeah, I know what you mean.
Not that he was angry at Tom, but just angry maybe a little bit at himself and at the situation, knowing that he's probably not getting Tom off the hand that he was targeting, which was likely a 10x or pocket pair, as you said.
Yeah.
Det god stemning. Men det jo det Bedell også, det ødelegger folk for livet. De reiser rundt, så finner disse kjøreutstyrene. Folk klarer aldri å bløffe. Hvor det du har fått falske papirene dine?
Vaca opening it up with the nines. Bedell is going to come along for the ride with the ace-jack. As we mentioned, not a player that likes to fold pre-flop, whereas a lot of players in this situation would either 3-bet or fold, you feel. Ace-jack on a final table, facing the chip leader, not particularly the sort of spot that we want to allow ourselves to get into. Vaca does flop nines with the club, out of position on a king-high board. The issue is that she's up against someone with such a wide range, or wider than standard. Does she want to bet now? And she does go for the check. I like to see that check. The 4 on the turn, though, should be quite favorable for her now. Unlikely to be beaten by anything that improves on that turn. She goes for the second check. I think we could have gone for a bet here, looking to target some flush draws, potentially some ace-high peels that have turned a gut shot. And not even a bet on the river either, just checking it down with the nines there. It's been rather conservative from her so far. Really not looking to put a foot wrong, but in the chip lead, you feel she should be the one driving the action with a little bit more gusto at this stage.
Interestingly enough, even though Tobias Selectness has been there, done that so many times in so many different events, the fact that we see him on the final table of a 2-card event, I mean, we did see him on the final table of the fixed limit, but that is something that he plays in many different formats. But in the no limit hold'em, is quite something spectacular. He's a mixed game specialist, doesn't spend that much time on Hold'em. Obviously understands game theory better than just about anyone, but
he's extremely sharp. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's very impressive that he can maintain that level over so many different formats, because Hold'em is potentially not something that he's exactly focusing on, but we've seen him to be one of the more impressive players on the feature table. So Bedell opens it up. Patanakaran there, folding the queen-jack suited, wary of the other short stacks, not looking to tangle with the +2 open, even though it is versus one of the wider players. Ennis here has been doing a lot of cold calling. This is a situation where, with ICM, we do get some flats on the button, so maybe it's okay on the button. But he has been peeling a lot. The ace-10 earlier in the final table before the break springs to memory as well. And the issue is with these hands is that, yeah, we are ahead of the opening range, but very much not so much to gain when we're going to likely see a lot of pressure from our opponent. Ace-high board.
he is targeting the right player in position, who he just gave up a pot to, though. So there is maybe some merit to this, but I agree with you. It's sort of like a 3-better fold situation the majority of the time against most players.
Yeah. Does Tom go for a bet on the turn now? He's going to have some ace-x that checks the flop. He's going to improve to jacks sometimes. He's got a gut shot. He might be able to maneuver a hand like pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 9s out of there. It's a 9 of diamonds on the river. We do have king high. It's going to be a bit more of a difficult sell to really rep anything at this stage, as the board was pretty disconnected up to this point, so it's likely that we would have bet some of our ace highs for value, top pair for value, and it's going to be chopped up here. King queen versus king queen, both players with the nut no pair looking to get the showdown.
And I was watching how Ennis tabled his hand there, and at that time he had no reason to really be frustrated, and it was kind of like the same
Similar.
movement.
Yeah.
So I think that's just kind of his behavior, is to just move his arm very quickly.
Thrust it over.
He should actually be happy about a chop here. Perhaps feeling he missed some value to bet a river, you know, or even the turn, and be able to take down the pot there. But it's so tricky against Tom when you never know what he's calling you with. We've seen him call a river bet with no connectivity on day 3 when he just had 5-4 suited. No 5, no 4. It was basically the second nut low in the board, and it looked like he was just doing it for information. And that must mess with people's heads, you know, like, what is Tom doing here?
Yeah, what's he up to? That's a big part of the guessing game with a player like that. So Bedell, ace-5, letting that one go. Usually a situation where we've seen him open over the feature tables. On the final table, he has shown a little more resistance to do so, because he folded the 6s versus Monica's early position open. That was a spot where he was always calling previously. Buello opening, and it looks like on the button here, Kronstad is interested, and certainly for good reason with those jacks. Just going to be going all in here. I don't think we want to get too cute.
Does indeed jam. And Bjorlo's not going to be able to necessarily call, but maybe somebody else will find the call. It would just be ICM suicide, I think, to call the king-queen, but maybe I'm wrong.
Completely agree. We're going to be up against a pretty strong range here, re-jamming off of the 17 big blinds or so.
Yeah, I'm interested to watch Tobias tomorrow because of that. It might be the 9 max effect, it might be the ICM effect, it might be a combination of the two. We can ask him probably before we start tomorrow. He would potentially share with us.
He's always happy to talk about spots. Absolutely. I'm not sure he's going to give you all of the mixed game secrets, but he'll definitely talk about some of the hands that he's played on the feature table and be happy to converse.
And to be fair, he's happy to talk to me about mixed game spots as well, but it's not that I'm taking, you know, I'm not exploiting him over it, you know, it's just if I'm very curious, he'd be more than happy to talk about a particular spot that I either saw him play or that I played and wasn't sure if I did the right thing. Usually it's in a hand that I won and just got lucky, and then I just want to talk it over to see if I should have been in a position to get lucky. Usually my errors come in overplaying hands rather than underplaying them in mixed games.
Easily done.
Bolt around to Ennis, very pretty hand from the hijack, the ace-queen suited. Expect an open, probably something like a min-raise. It is a min-raise.
I think he made it 600, a little bit of extra juice on the bone there from Ennis.
That's also okay. And Big Al with the sixes in the big blind. I don't think he's going anywhere. It's a question of, once again, whether he's going to call or 3-bet. He's asking him to take a look at Ennis's stack, maybe wondering if he can set mine because he will be out of position, maybe wondering if he's a little bit lower, whether he should be jamming, but really shouldn't be necessarily doing that against a hijack open. He could be putting a ton of pressure on Ennis, and it would probably be an ICM fold for Ennis with 3 stacks shorter than him. But it would be an ambitious play by Al. And the lower variance route of just calling makes the most sense. Big Al, otherwise known as Ali Al-Saidi. And not the flop Ennis wanted to see, but also doesn't help sixes. A king, 3-10, 2-heart flop. No hearts in either player's hand. Ennis with the gut shot to Broadway still has that ace overcard if he's worried about Big Al having a potential king.
Yeah, quite a natural c-bet, you feel, with the 2 Broadway cards on the flop. Going to be hitting this one a lot harder than the big blind. He does bet 350. Small sizing there, sixes without the heart. Likely to just relinquish. Let's see if Al's got any other ideas here.
He was reaching for chips, but to put the chips back, not to take chips away.
Yeah, not taking any chances there, which I think is quite wise.
It may have been a different situation if he's in position, but against a small blind, but that wasn't the spot that he was in today.
No, for sure not. Alekness under the gun with the ace-6 off. Just going to be getting out the way. Buelo should follow suit with king 10. A little too less hand to get involved here, as Patanakuran here has 14 or so big blinds. Looks like it's going to go for an open.
Would you open here, or would you be jamming?
Yeah, I think I'd open, just in case it goes 3-bet all in behind or something like that. It would be a disaster just to shove and run into those big hands. And I don't think it's been the most active table in the form of 3-bets and sort of like loose aggression pre-flop. He did have the chip leader moniker on the button, but we can see from her hole cards she's been fairly snug and pretty honest. And if anything, on the more conservative side. And this is also a benefit. You do get to play heads up in position versus Bedell, that's going to be defending all sorts of hands. We know that 8-7 is a more natural defend, but he's really wide in the big blind, so he's going to have a lot of 1 over, 1 under type hands that we can really do quite well against. Ooh, not the best flop for Patanakuran. A good flop for his range, though. He's going to have a lot of strong holdings here, min-raising off of 14 big blinds. Of course, the aces, the ace-king, the ace-queen, the jacks, the queens, the king-10 suited. So just going with that c-bet, it's not a nice spot. You feel, God, just really want him to fold here. Just please don't have anything. And nice to see the snap fold there from the opponent and just pick it up.
I wonder if they do a redraw for the official final table. What do they usually do when they go from, like, is this common in Bratislava where you have an unofficial and then an official final table? I assume there's no redraw?
In this casino, I'm not sure, actually. I can't remember, based on my own exploits here. They always do a redraw for the final 9, I think, yeah.
And then if it ends at 8, they probably don't bother and just come back with the seats.
Yeah, they just play on as usual with one out of there. So Ennis with the ace-king, picking up some decent holdings here. Opens it up to 600 once again. Can't find any Hendon mob activity for this player, so I'm not sure if it's the middle name that's being used or if there's some kind of discrepancy there, or if he simply is a rather inexperienced player.
Or a very experienced player that just hit his profile.
Yeah, exactly. And Leknes in the big blind with 10-8 suited. Going to come along for the ride here.
But being that neither of us have seen him around before, there's a good chance he's a fairly inexperienced international live player.
Yeah, exactly. Coming over to other places, playing the live stops, not really seen him in the mix. What a flop here, and showing a little bit of, or pretending to show some discomfort potentially, but flopping the absolute world on King 4. Going to be a board that we just always bet and does get the job done. Unfortunately for him, was looking for some action there from a 4, a pocket pair, or maybe some kind of check raise from Tobias from time to time.
So it's just confirmed to us that at the conclusion of the main event tonight, when we're down to 8 players, the action is running a little bit late. There was some tentative plans that if the action ended early, that we would pan over to day 1 of the ladies event to see some of the action there. But instead, we're going to forego that. And the plan is to once in a while pan over to the final table and the final day of the ladies event, the final day of the seniors event, and the final of the Turbo, all 3 championship events, while we're covering the main event final table. Usually some highlights and stuff during the break, some interviews with the players from those tables. But it'll be an exciting day tomorrow. But for those of you tuning in to see the ladies, you'll have to wait for tomorrow for the action on that.
Interesting spot here for Big Al. He's got the 8-7 suited versus under the gun +1. I feel like the hand is a little too weak to flat, so the only ideas here are going to be taking this one upstairs, maybe a 3-bet around the range of 1.4 million. Looking to get the job done. He's going to face some resistance from his opponent in this spot. Ennis does have a really strong holding, ace-queen, not the offsuit kind of holding that he's hoping for. Maybe a hand like pocket 8s that would raise fold.
Looks like Big Al and you are mentally aligned. It is a 3-bet to 1.5, it looks like.
Yeah. Not a bad sizing at all. Don't want to be going for the 3x sizing here. It's more of a cash game idea. Awkward for Ennis already, even with such a strong hand, and this is why this 3-bet cutoff versus +1 is such a good option to take it from time to time with these kind of suited aces. We block some super strong hands like pocket aces and ace-king, and we put hands like ace-jack suited in a really tough spot, ace-queen off already in a really tough spot. Ace-queen suited, you feel, is a natural continue in some format. Does he want to just shove? I don't think so. I don't think that really achieves anything. You only get worse hands to fold and better hands to, of course, snap you off. So I feel like he's just going to have one option here, and he does go for that one option that I was alluding to, the call. So taking a flop here, keeping those bluffs in, maybe some king-queens, maybe some queen-jack suited in there.
This keeps things difficult for Ennis. He is ahead, but we'll have no way of knowing it when Big Al fires out a continuation bet, which he should be doing on a lot of boards.
Yeah, this board's interesting as Al somewhat unlikely to 3-bet hands like 10s and 9s versus under the gun. Does have the overpair advantage though, you feel.
Has a set advantage as well.
Ennis does, I believe. I think Ennis would have 10s and 9s. I don't think Al would. Because I think that he would just peel with 10s and 9s here in an ICM situation. Does improve to third pair on the turn though. Ennis happy to try and take this one to showdown, somehow get there versus ace-jack and check it down and win. But the likelihood of him winning the hand at this stage is fairly low, because ace-king is a hand that could potentially be maneuvering their way to showdown, which of course beats him, and it is a king on the river, which could hit Ennis in some form. Does he call the 3-bet out of position with king-queen suited? Hard to say. Ace-king, you feel, would have gone for the 4th bet.
Perhaps, but there were also other short stacks as well, so maybe playing it cautiously. We saw a lot of players over the past 2 days just call their 3-bets with ace-king.
Yeah, that's right.
But it does go check-check. Both players playing a little bit of small ball after Al isolated with the 3-bet. And Big Al's aggression actually gets awarded.
Yeah, he gets to check it down. He gets the initiative in the hand, and he gets to play the position nicely there. Not facing any resistance from Ennis there, and taking down a pretty nice pot.
Det kommer alltid 20 da, ikke sant? Du må bare sette seg potten foran det kommer ut. Det er veldig mye mer her da. Nei, jeg tar meg litt mye.
So pretty slow in between hands, but we're back with the cards in the air. Ennis with the pocket 3s, easy fold under the gun here. I think even 7s would be folding in this spot. Doesn't look like he's super aware of the ICM implications though. There's been a couple of situations where, what's he doing, limping?
This is strange altogether. It's 9-handed. So even without ICM, and it's just like a chippy V situation, this just goes into the muck, the pocket 3s.
Jesus, what is going on here with this limp? It's a disaster. We don't really want to mix in any limps here. I know that there are players that have a limping strategy, but certainly not with pocket 3s. So Holmgren is going to go all in here, and he's only got 2 million, which is 8 big blinds, and Ennis is somehow backed into a really weird spot where he's almost getting the price versus all of the overcards. There's going to be so many ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10, king-queen suited in there. King-queen off even might go for the jam versus the limp, although it is a bit suspect as to what the hell he's limping with.
A pretty decent spot for Holmgren, though. It adds an extra big blind to the dead money. I don't really see how Ennis can really just limp call. Oh, it was just a raise to... No, it was a raise to 1.5. It was effectively a jam.
Yeah.
But still, I don't see how Ennis can think that he should be playing his 3s. Either he's dominated like we see or flipping at best for about a third to a half of a stack.
I agree. I wouldn't like to compound the mistake here by, you know, getting into a spot which we should have completely avoided pre-flop by just folding. And he does fold, so bit of a peculiar play there from Ennis. Not really sure what the logic was. Maybe looking forward to that break for tomorrow to kind of recuperate a little bit. We don't want to be too harsh because it's really important to stress how stressful it is for the players dealing with the intensity being under the lights for hours and hours on end, trying to find their best game. So, you know, you can look at a couple of spots and it's easy for us to say, sat in this warm commentary booth thinking, well, that was just a complete blunder, what the hell are you doing? But in the situation there, under the pressure, under the lights, possibly due to the lack of Hendon Mob playing for, if not the biggest, certainly one of the biggest equity situations in his career, in his poker career.
It's awfully hard to be playing perfect poker for 5 straight days as well. It's like nearly an impossible task for most players. Even in the booth, like after you pointed out some stuff, once in a while I think of something and I'm like, well, that was wrong. George is correct. I mean, usually we seem to be on the same page, but
yeah,
it just goes to show that it's not easy even when you see everybody's cards.
Precisely. So even when you do see the cards, you can have a bit of an advantage, but you can never really get fully into the mind of the players. And there are some, of course, psychological aspects that we can miss here in the booth. Regardless, let's go back to the action, and Ennis, once again, V-pipping with the ace-7 off versus the open from Tobias. Could be a half-decent candidate to go for a 3-bet from time to time, although if you're overdoing it with your ace-x offsuit, then you're going to have a pretty bluff-heavy range. As off this depth, there are just going to be a lot of shoves with some hands like ace-queen, for example, that are just going to send it in versus the cutoff open. Leknes follows it up with a small bet, as you imagine he would with all sorts of hands here. Could get quite interesting on a turn heart. I feel like Leknes would follow through on that quite frequently.
Something like a jack or queen or heart as well. That would give him the Broadway gut shot. That would be even the 7 of heart.
Ooh, but it is the 7, so 2 pair for Ennis now. Not really any way that he's going to consider folding the turn here. But Leknes also picks up a gut shot. And when you've arrived here at the turn in such a fashion, you really feel compelled to go for the second barrel here with the 10-8. You can get a lot of folds here on the turn. Even a hand like ace-3 is going to really struggle versus a big sizing here. So yeah, so he's gone for the big sizing here, and what he's saying is, look, I've got the aces, I've got the kings, I've got the ace-king, I've got the ace-queen that you don't have, and I'm just going to put you under the mill here.
And what do you do here if you're Ennis now? You just call.
Always. Versus a world-class player here, you always call, for sure.
But it's such a draw-heavy board with the 2 hearts and the 2 clubs. You have the hearts only partially blocked.
Yeah, it's...
He just jams it in. I think that's another method because of the fact that you're against a world-class player. You get a little bit nervous. You just don't want to see anymore. And the pot is big enough as it is. And there's smaller stacks still in play, and you can deny the equity of the flush draws. So I see both angles of that one.
So the reason that I would call there is because it's a board where you're going to face just such a large amount of aggression, where if you jam ace-7 there, what does your turn continuing range look like? And this is the sort of aspects you need to think about versus a world-class player. If I'm jamming my 2-pair there, what do I arrive at the river with? And that means that you're just arriving at the river with 1-pair hands that are going to really struggle to call the triple barrels. So even though it is a double flush draw board and there are some areas of concern, what if he gets there, this and that, allowing bluffs to continue for the full three streets, and instead just freezing them out of the pot. Leknes had very low equity there. He could only hit a 9 to beat us. He's also going to have some hands like Jack 10, Queen 10, and Queen Jack at almost a full frequency, you'd feel. So.
But hold your horses. We have Christian Holmgren jamming. This seems like a standard jam, even 9-handed with the ace-jack. He is, but clearly the short stack, so the ICM implications are a little bit less for him than the other players. Oh my, though.
Waka. She gets out the way with the king-queen, which is fair enough. Too many players behind to tangle, and isn't really even doing that well versus the jam, although we do see that Holmgren is going to be going through the blinds next hand, so.
But Big Al waking up with this ace-queen should be calling. I don't think he should be raising here.
No, never raising. We don't want to do anything stupid like jam here and risk running into a big stack with a monster hand behind. We can just call and then reevaluate based on what happens. Oh, someone's phone's going off. I think it's Bedell. The Gucci representative is calling him saying, we've just got a new bucket hat in.
Or it's Stein Smith apologizing for not being on the rail for another 24 hours. If it was a PKO at a final table and it was a bounty, that's the only time you could really justify a jam, I feel. And even that is maybe a little bit ambitious from +2.
And ICM folds there for the 10s, not wanting to get involved versus an under-the-gun shove and a cold call. Not going to be doing really well. This is the only situation where he would actually be in a favorable spot. Ace-Jack versus Ace-Queen, as Ennis and a couple of the other players are on their feet here, sweating the potential end of day 4 unless a Jack can improve Holmgren to a domination rotation. Can we find a jack for Holmgren, some kind of straight, maybe some diamonds? There are options, but 28% on the board. Looks like those options are relatively thin at this stage as it's ace-queen 4.
Oh,
and
wow.
only left with the jack-jack or the king-10 to get out of jail here. Just 2% equity.
And Christian's reaction could be made into a meme, you know, like
Yeah.
that was a...
Goodbye.
Yeah. Let's see. Nope, no hope. Drawing dead.
Dead on the turn, and we are going to be down to this final table of 8. So the players that we have left for you guys tomorrow, it's going to be Monica Vaca, Ali Al-Saidi, Tom Bedell, Sigvi Ennis, Tobias Leknes, of course, Patrick Patanakuran, Kjartan Kronstad, and Helgi Buelo. That's the 8. So, wow, what a day we've had here. The action has been immense. They're going to be bagging and tagging. No more hands to be played, I believe. I don't know what's going on here. The dealer's shuffling the cards.
Maybe just to put them back in the deck. It looks like players are counting their chips for the bags. You can see Tom Bedell stacking out his chips. And Monica Vaca, who is the day 2 chip lead, will come into the final day with the chip lead. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lot of the ladies groups on Facebook and wanting to tune in, rooting Monica on. So this is great news for all the ladies in poker to have a hero at the final table. And not only at the final table, but as a table captain. Lots of interesting players, including Bedell and Leknes, and really looking forward to tomorrow, George. I don't think we have a time yet that we are going to be resumed. The original time was scheduled for 3 p.m., but perhaps because we're a little bit deeper stacked, they will plan the time a little bit earlier. But check out the POKERNM website and Facebook, and it will be announced there. And yeah, looking forward to tomorrow, George.
Looking forward to tomorrow. So there's going to be about 23 minutes remaining on the clock for the 250k level. We're currently at an average of 9.3. So as Jason alluded to there, the average stack is somewhere north of 35 big blinds, which could mean that the time changes. But bear with us, all of the information will be out on the socials, and we'll see you tomorrow for the day 5 of the Norwegian Championship main event.
Let's go back in button. Mr. S7. Chef, let's go back in button also. Button is
Nobody leave. We can do one picture. Behind the... Yeah, here. One picture. No dealer for 1 second. No dealer.
Jeg trenger 4 av dere til å være klare til å gjøre intervju rett etter bilder og sånn er tatt, og 4 andre som kommer tilbake om 30 minutter. Jeg trenger 4 av dere til å være her til å ta intervju ved bord nå etterpå, og så 4 av dere som kommer tilbake til 30 minutter. Først, Leknes. Første bolk.
No, I can get picture of you all of you. 6 million.
Jeg må ha dere tilbake her om 30 minutter for å gjøre intervju.
Okay, Patrick.
Hæ? Ja, jeg vet ikke hva greiene er. Men kom og vær...
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen, og poker.no.
Det ikke så gøy når dama kommer. Eller hva sier du, Christian?
Nei, Nå kommer
du har S-knekk, du har 11 store blinder igjen.
Våkne opp med S-knekk på utegrener med 11 big blinds. Får du på, møter S-dame i døra.
Det ikke så mye du får gjort med det.
Det går helt fint, det.
Kunne vært litt spenning å ha fått én knekk på tørn, sånn at det kunne vært gøy å sette ribbekort også.
Selvfølgelig, men best har inn og best har ut, så det vel fair sånn sett.
Det fair sånn sett. Men du har jo vært på finalebord før.
Ja da, spilte turboen på Gardermoen i 21 og tok den ned, så...
Du norgesmester.
Ja.
Mannen jo norgesmester, så dette burde du ha tatt både en norgesmester i Norge og en... Men det en turbo i morgen, da?
Det sant. Nei,
orker du den nå?
Ja, da, den skal spilles.
Akkurat nå det ja eller nei til turbo? Eller?
Det klink rett inn. Jeg skal få anerkjennelse av Frode som norgesmester også, så da må jeg ta den igjen.
Ja, men jeg elsker holdningen din, Christian. Men hvis det noen som lurer på hvorfor det plutselig ble veldig mye mer støy i bakgrunnen, så har vi fått opp Ladies Tournament her i denne etasjen. Da blir det litt mer lydnivå på en gang. Litt kjedelig å stå der som han mannen som tappte, da alle damene kommer.
Selvsagt, men du får veldig mye ydmykhet og kos av dem da.
Du får masse omsorg og kjærlighet.
Så det er fint. Det får gå som en skikkelig trøst.
Har du rukket å spille noe annet enn main? Kom du ned tidlig, eller kom du til main?
Jeg landet mandagskvelden, og da var det vel bare litt sosialt, og så kveld, og så bare spilt en sånn 150 turbo hver kveld.
Ja, så når du ferdig med main, så går du og spiller mer pokerturnering, liksom?
Ja, ikke det vi er for. En liten sånn max-late-reg på den 150, det var jo koselig, det.
Hvordan har det gått da?
Kjempebra.
Har du det?
Nei da. Nei, jeg skulle jo fokusere på main, så måtte jeg bare få det unna.
Bare få det unna?
Ja.
Det høres ut som veldig investerte penger, det da?
Ja da. Nei, selvfølgelig spiller jo for å vinne der også da, men det er jo en turbo. Det er veldig turbo, så da er det jo... Pengene skal få veldig fort og ofte, så da må man stå mange ganger. Sånn er det.
Ja, det en produsent som prøver å gi deg informasjon, men det litt utfordringer med teknikken, så jeg hører ikke helt hva han sier. Beklager, Christian.
Det går bra.
Vi skal se deg på finalebordet her oppe for vi skal kåre 4 norgesmestere i morgen. Så du for ung til å spille senior, den jo ferdig, Rega. Og Ladies, åpenbart, kunne du ikke vært med på. Du spilte jo main, tross alt. Det blir jo ikke deg da, som får den main-tittelen. Men vi ser vel på finalebordet på turboen, da, skal vi si det sånn?
Vi får satse på det.
Ja. Tusen takk for at du stilte opp, og gratulerer med strålende innsats i main event. Topp 9 jo ikke så hakkende gærent.
Takk.
Vi har også hatt en konkurranse gående i dag. Jeg har fått en melding med navnet på vinneren som trukket ut, og den heldige personen fra Kongsvinger og heter Thomas Selmer. Thomas Selmer, gratulerer dette skipssettet, eller kanskje ikke akkurat dette, men dette som helt kliss likt, nemlig Deluxe NM-kofferten fra POKERNM. Det kommer din vei. Og i morgen blir det nye muligheter til å vinne et sånt pokersett, så det skal vi også få til. Nå jeg litt mer usikker på hva som skjer videre, men vi går til vignett. Takk skal du ha.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og poker.no.